rounded up all of his murder supplies back into his bag, except he did accidentally leave one of those special rolls of tape underneath Jesse's bed, and then he slipped out of the Blodgett household, and then he drove to Woodlawn Park, where he disposed of his supplies into one of the trash cans. The next day,
I'm mad you can't use the old guns in this shit.
I know.
According to the other people that were there, Daniel was by
It would
far
be so
the most
perfect.
talkative person.
Oh, what
in
is
that
my
circle.
Snapchat?
Daniel
There
would
it is.
ultimately be found guilty of murdering Jesse Blodgett, although he never admitted guilt. In fact,
Careful,
during the
remove.
sentencing phase, Buck Blodgett would give this incredibly eloquent and heart-wrenching speech about what it was like to lose his only child. And toward the end of this speech, Buck turned to his right, so away from the judge who he had been addressing, and he looked directly at Daniel. And Daniel looked back at him, and Buck says, "Dan, I forgive you as I have every day since I found out it was you." And then a few moments later, Buck would also say to Dan,
Flip is
"Dan, not
cool.
only do I forgive you, but I love you." But when Daniel got his turn to stand up and say something on his behalf, he turned to face Buck and Joy, and looking right at them, he would tell them that he's innocent and that he doesn't have any answers for them because he didn't do it and his conscience is clear. Daniel was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and as far as we know, he still denies having killed Jesse, despite the mountain of evidence against him. In the days following Jesse's death, Buck Blodgett walked into his daughter's bedroom, and he laid down on her bed, and looking straight up, he tried to hold his breath for as long as he possibly could. And as he began to struggle, he started to imagine what it was like for his poor daughter in her final moments as she's being murdered, and it just crushed him. He thought to himself, I wasn't there for my little girl when she needed me the most. But instead of just carrying that terrible burden around with him for the rest of his life, Buck and his family decided they had to do something to honor their daughter's memory and maybe even change the world.
If you want, you could back out again. Cause the nigga, oh, so they brought somebody back. So forget it.
Buck would go on to
Cause the other nigga had just quit on it.
Hate Project,
What nigga just quit on us?
incredible charity whose mission is designed
We had a player before this player just died.
Oh.
and to inspire love. Buck's
We
charity
be alright. We can do it with just the three of us, even if we need to.
grant, and if you
Nah, facts. 'Cause I got this gun now, nigga. I'm Gucci. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm not wasting my money on no fucking, what you call that shit? Gumbos, whatever you call that shit.
Well, the gumballs don't cost you any money.
Not gumbos.
The perks.
pizza when they accept.
Yeah, the perk.
Nah, get the perks. Get the perks.
Also,
Ah.
channel and turn on all notifications.
Alright, but I gotta run it up first.
Yeah,
At level
absolutely.
30, I get the perks.
We now have
Oh, Lord.
called the Mr. Ballin Podcast. that puts out
Get the level 30 and you, bitch, you only on level 2? Chill.
Bro, I'm getting on level 30, bro. That's some light work, man.
Alright.
I can do that shit dolly, you feel me? I'm really that nigga, like. See, last game I didn't die, though. Listen. Shh. You don't gotta say nothing, just
You know what? I ain't gonna say shit.
exactly like I ain't saying nothing.
I ain't gonna say shit. I'm just
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Hey, I appreciate you. See? Some real nigga shit you just did right there.
and then send me a direct message.
My kind wove all of
Can
creation.
somebody pop this gate over here?
Head over to shopmrballin.com to have a look. And if you have a story
That
suggestion,
one?
please submit it to our subreddit.
Nobody
Just
got it
Mr.
in.
Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook,
you
other
can
YouTube
write that.
channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I
You
really
already get the
appreciate
thing?
your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya.
No.
Yeah, of course.
I'm about to go try to grab the other one.
Today, we have a special video for you guys. It's a collection of 5 stories, and the very first story you'll hear is a brand new story, and the other 4 are fan favorites that are all a good reminder that sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Now, those 4 fan
Okay,
favorites
okay.
have all been re-edited for today's
I'm about to go
episode,
to this one.
so even if you've seen or heard them before,
So
this
that
will
way
feel
we
like
can
a
get the other
new
piece.
viewing experience. And just a reminder,
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
actually on tour right now. Not literally, I'm actually filming this in advance, but by the time you hear this, I'm gonna be on tour. And if you wanna follow along and see some behind the scenes footage, make sure you follow my Instagram account. My handle is just Mr. Ballin. But before we get into today's 5 stories,
there.
if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format,
All right,
then
I
you
got
come
it.
to the
I
right
got
place
both of 'em.
because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like
we can
button
go
is
back this
writing
way.
something
It don't.
very important, go up and nudge their elbow.
Because we
Also,
broke, we
please
can't
subscribe
afford
to our
that.
channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay,
You know
let's
what I
get
just thought
into
about?
today's stories.
I probably can.
Oh, well, you got the thing?
I think I got that
That
thing.
gumbo?
Yeah, I think so. Let me look. I just not. Hold on.
On the evening
Yo,
of
Green, you
January
just standing here,
13th,
bro? You good?
2002, a 42-year-old man named Ronald Huff walked in the door of a
Alright,
studio
bet.
apartment in the city of Newark, Delaware. He had just come back from visiting his grandmother, and now he was feeling really sick. Inside of his apartment, it was blazing hot, but that was by design. That's how he kept the temperature. Ronald took off his coat and threw it over one of the many handmade wooden
I
cages
definitely will
that were
reach
strewn
out to
about
you
his
on
living
Discord,
room.
and
Then he
I'm
dragged himself
eventually
over to
at
his
his
house
schedule.
phone,
I
picked it up,
just-
and
I'ma
called
get
the
there.
auto dealership where he worked. When the office manager answered, Ronald told
Wait,
him
hold on,
he
wait,
would
wait.
not be able
But
to
you
come
on
to
stream
work
right
the
now?
following day
Yeah, I just
because
went
he
on
was feeling
Twitch
so
when we
unwell.
started this game.
He hung up the phone.
You didn't
and then
give your
leaned on the
number
counter
while
for
you
a
was on
second,
stream, right?
feeling
No.
lighter. Then
Okay,
suddenly,
thank you.
And even if I
he heard a
did,
hiss. Right away, Ronald
I don't
turned
talk to
around,
me that. Larry,
walked
I
over to
promise
the
you, if I don't know who
fridge,
it is, they're not getting a
and
response.
reached out his right hand to open the door.
My number is attached to my social media, so we're okay.
Cause
I have my
niggas be
number
creeping.
saved
A
on
shot
it.
of pain in his right hand. He had forgotten that his right hand was all bandaged up because it was injured. And so grimacing, Ronald reached out with his left hand and he opened up the fridge that way. Then, after shutting the fridge, he walked over to the kitchen counter and he reached into a jar,
thought this gun would've hit
pulled out
harder
a whole
than that.
fistful
I was like, I'm
of
trying to
live
figure out what you got.
cockroaches.
You were so excited about this gun for.
And they wriggled around inside of his hand. He threw the cockroaches onto the ground and then watched as they scattered. Now that Ronald's chores
I
were
paid half of
finished,
this door, somebody
he
paid the
decided
other
he would just go
1,000.
lay down. Again, he's feeling
Nah, I don't got it.
but
I'm
as he
fucked
walked
up,
across
man.
the
You
kitchen,
was a damn lie. Pay
then
$1,000.
he
That's
was
not
he
fucking
was
true.
feeling earlier came back, and suddenly it was like the whole world was spinning around him, and he could barely stay on his feet. He kept trying to walk towards his bedroom, but he just couldn't do it. And eventually, he stumbled and began to fall. Ronald lurched sideways and blindly stumbled to the right, trying
Why
to
do I
catch
have shock
himself.
charges
And
now?
the first thing
Oh
he
my
touched with his
God.
outstretched
I fucked
arm was the door to his apartment. So he grabbed it and he tried to stay on his feet, but he couldn't. And so he turned his body around and pressed his back up against the door to steady himself. But he was just so woozy and weak that eventually he just kind of slouched down to the ground, back against the door, feet out in front of him. Slowly, he let his eyes close. As Ronald passed out, all he could hear were the sounds of roaches scurrying and chicken bones crunching. 3 days later, Ronald's neighbor heard the crackle of police walkie-talkies out in the
I
hallway.
don't got no ammo. I'm
He opened
tweaking.
his door and he saw two
Me too,
police
I just ran
officers
out.
and the superintendent of the building standing in front of Ronald's door. So this neighbor liked Ronald and knew him to be a nice, quiet guy, and so he couldn't imagine why police would be at his door. Then he thought about it, and he actually hadn't seen Ronald in several days. The neighbor watched as the police officers knocked on Ronald's door, waiting for Ronald to come out, but the door never opened. And after a few minutes of knocking, the police finally stepped back to the door and gestured to the superintendent to step forward and use his key to open the door. After the superintendent had done that, the neighbor watched as the police officers tried to open the door, but couldn't. It was like there was something really heavy blocking the door from opening. Finally, both police officers leaned hard enough on the door that they
Oh, I
got it
just
to
hit
open
all
up
them
just a
bitches
little
back to
bit.
back,
The
bang.
neighbor watched as the officers stuck their heads into the apartment and then jumped back with their hands on their guns. Then one of the cops grabbed their radio and began frantically talking into it, and then the neighbor watched as the officers and the superintendent quickly walked down the hallway out of sight, leaving Ronald's apartment door partially open. And as the neighbor heard the sound of sirens wailing outside, he took a cautious step into the hallway and realized he could actually see into Ronald's apartment through the open door.
I just need to be
Saw
somewhere I
inside
can
of
see
it
him. I
was
just realized I
so
can't see him
horrifying
inside of there.
that for a second, the neighbor just froze.
As long as I
And
can
then a
see
second
him, I'm
later,
fine.
he backed into his own apartment and slammed the door behind him. Hours later, this neighbor could not get the image of what he had seen in Ronald's apartment out of his head. So he grabbed a piece of paper and just began sketching the bizarre scene. It turned out, Ronald had a secret. And on the evening of January 13th, 2002, right after Ronald had called in sick to his work, that secret killed him. Here is the picture that the neighbor drew of what he saw inside of Ronald's apartment. On the floor is Ronald's dead body. His face, his ears, his hands, and his internal organs had all been eaten. And surrounding Ronald were the giant monitor lizards that he was secretly keeping as pets. He had 7 of them, which he fed roaches and raw chicken and allowed to just free roam his apartment. They ranged in size from 2 feet to 6 feet long. These are massive lizards. And unfortunately for Ronald, not only are monitor lizards carnivores, but also their mouths are filled with deadly bacteria. The reason Ronald's hand was bandaged up, his right hand, is because one of his lizards, a week prior to his death, had bit his hand, and the bacteria had given him this horrible staph infection. And it was that staph infection, a week later, that very likely caused him to pass out inside of his apartment. And then after that, he was eaten by the lizards. Now, it's assumed he died from the staph infection and then was consumed. However, the autopsy couldn't prove that, and so it is possible he may have been still alive when they began to eat him. After Robert's death, his lizards were taken from his apartment and placed in the Catoctin Wildlife Preserve and Zoo in Thurmont, Maryland.
Oh yeah.
There's gotta just be one zombie somewhere.
Here's the whole trick. Stuck under the table.
From the time Gareth Williams was a young boy, Felix knew he was extremely gifted. When he was just 17 years old, he achieved a first-class honors mathematics degree from a university in his hometown of Wales. A couple of years after that, he had a PhD from the University of Manchester.
Well, I'm
And-
cold as shit
and
now.
after that, he was accepted into a postgraduate course at one of the most prestigious universities in the world, Cambridge. But he wouldn't finish that degree because his incredible academic achievements had got the attention of Britain's intelligence agencies, and they began recruiting him. In 2001, when Gareth was 23, Britain's communication headquarters, commonly known as GCHQ, one of Britain's main intelligence agencies, offered him a job as a codebreaker. He eagerly accepted the job, dropped out of Cambridge, and then moved into a modest apartment in Cheltenham, which is the resort town about 88 miles away from London, where GCHQ is located. And there he would live and work for the next 10 years. Despite being an intensely private and shy person, Gareth was a highly valued team player whose genius in mathematics and technology helped his group win a number of Britain's highest awards for international code breaking. In 2009, one of Britain's other main intelligence agencies, the famous Secret Intelligence Service, or MI6 for short, they were so impressed with Gareth that they offered him a job to come over and work for them. This was a very rare chance for Gareth to go operational and become a spy in the kind of Hollywood sense of the word. He would effectively become a real-life James Bond, so he jumped at the chance. But shortly after taking the job and moving to London, he regretted his decision. He hated the intense competitiveness within MI6, the flashing cars and flashy lifestyles, and the pressure to go out and party with your coworkers every weekend. Gareth just wanted to do his job and then be left alone. At GCHQ, nobody cared he felt that way. But at MI6, this behavior made him an outsider. Before he left MI6, he took his annual 2-week vacation. But when the vacation was over, he didn't come back to work at his office in London. And for
Oh,
some
yeah, I was
reason,
thinking,
MI6 never checked
and I
in
was
on him to
thinking,
see where he was.
I
It wasn't
ain't
until his
tripping
sister
on
called
nothing.
police after
I'm
not hearing
sipping
from him,
on something.
that
Got my
anybody looked into his
homeboy say he
disappearance.
got a
On
bad
August 23rd,
bitch
a
for me
uniformed officer went to
tonight.
Gareth's apartment in London to do a welfare check. After knocking on the door and not getting an answer from Gareth, the officer got the key to the apartment
Oh Lord.
and went inside. He pulled out to Gareth. There was no sign of him on the first floor. He went upstairs to see if maybe Gareth was up there. He's
Everything,
looking for him the whole way as he's going up.
Cause those
He gets
things,
to the second floor, there's nobody up
we ain't
there.
tripping on nothing.
What he
We
finds on the
sipping
other
on
side of that closed
something.
door would make international
Cause I'll get out the
headlines.
head.
When he opened the door, he walked into a bathroom. And there was nothing
What you say, cuz he
unusual about the
looking at
bathroom,
it.
except in the bathtub there was this
Man, I
big
ain't say
red
shit,
duffel bag. And inside
Nah, I
of
was
that
saying,
duffel
that's what you
bag
gonna
was
say.
the
What you say,
badly
bitch?
decomposed body
What you
of
say,
Gareth
bitch?
Williams. The zipper of the bag was padlocked shut.
I ain't even
on the
call you a
outside,
bitch. I
and
just
the
said I
key
ain't
to this
good.
padlock
See?
was
Bad
Yo, think so
bad
bad
bitch
of a nigga.
for me. And
There were
I
no fingerprints on the rim or inside the bathroom.
Ah.
There were also no fingerprints on
Cause
the bag
out.
itself,
Yeah, I was
or on
thinking,
the zippers, or on the padlock, or on the keys. Garrett's
Yeah,
iPhone
ain't
had been
tripping.
found
I
in
said, how much you done
Ain't
drank
cool.
already?
Whatever
Shit.
you
factory reset. And later,
I'm
investigators
ripping,
determined
I'm
it had been reset on August
Probably a little too much.
This was the last day Gareth was seen on CCTV footage, and it was also the day that they
Uh-oh.
believed he died. According to the coroner, Gareth's body had no injuries on it. There was no sign of a struggle, and his toxicology report showed that he had no drugs or alcohol in his system. The thermostat inside of Gareth's apartment was jacked way up, so it was very hot inside of his apartment, despite the fact that in summer, the height of the summer, it was hot. Regardless, the excessive heat in his apartment sped up the decomposition process and made it impossible to precisely determine a cause of death. Despite a lengthy investigation by police, there was never a conclusive determination as to what exactly happened to Gareth, although there are many theories. Some say the Russian mafia killed him because right before he died, he had been focusing on money laundering in Britain that was tied to the Russian mafia, which would have made him a target. Another theory is MI6 had something to do with Gareth's death, which is why they were not so eager to go looking for him when he didn't come back from his vacation. In fact, one former MI6 agent has come out and said he believes there was a cover-up. He was interviewed by CNN and said that it looked like MI6 had gone into Gareth's apartment ahead of the police and wiped it all down, removing fingerprints and DNA evidence. The last prominent theory is that Gareth
Oh,
did this to
no.
himself. It was discovered that he made occasional online visits to bondage sites.
Oh, I'm about to die. No,
He
bitch.
yell out at his landlord to get him out of his bed because he had tied his wrist to the bed frame and couldn't get himself undone. But when two experts who were a part of the investigation attempted to put themselves inside of a similar sized duffel bag and lock it with the padlock on the inside, they couldn't do it, despite trying over 400 times. And even if Gareth could have somehow physically got himself inside of this bag and locked it from the outside, how could he have done that without leaving fingerprints all over the bag, all over the box, the zippers, all over the tub? Because when he was down, he didn't
alone.
have gloves on. Ultimately, despite the red flags, Gareth's death was determined to be probably an accident and was closed 3 years after his death. Growing up, Pauline
I need to
Bacon
go get
always
quick
suspected that there was just something off about her family. And years later, she would find out she was right. In 1970, when she was 5 years old, her parents, Ruth and Warren, separated. And to Pauline, it wasn't that much of a shock because her father, Warren, was a heavy drinker and he was extremely violent. But after they separated and Pauline, her mother, and brother had moved into another house on the other side of Vancouver, Canada, Pauline noticed her mom started to act really anxious all the time, but she never knew why. When Pauline was 9, her mother told her and her brother that they were
people
going
are
on
here.
vacation to Winnipeg, which is 1,000 miles away from Vancouver.
I got you,
They
brother.
loaded up the van, they
Oh,
hopped
shit.
in, and they drove all the way to Winnipeg. When they got out, they went inside their new vacation.
You gotta start throwing shots or something, bro. This looks like when they hit us.
They were actually never going back to Vancouver.
Nah, bro, I told you I got you. Clean up crew, bro.
I was coming to
That's
get
not
your ass.
I want to see that. But Pauline said, sorry kids, this is the way it has to be.
Y'all killed all these niggas, bro.
Confused and sad, Pauline and her brother...
I like right here better. This is more open.
Over the next 4 years, Pauline never saw her father, and so
You
she
wanna be
lost
over
touch
here?
with him. But she started making a couple
Yeah, I'm
close
be over
friends
here.
in
We
Winnipeg,
gonna be over here.
and she was starting
To me,
it's
feel
more
like
open.
this was home. But right as she was starting to feel
And they
normal,
got this
her
shit
mother
right here.
told her and her
We
brother
can use
that
to
they
stop
needed
blow
to
shit
move
up.
right now, all over again. This time they were going to go all the way to New Brunswick.
Who is Amira? Whose
far
friend
east
request
side
did I
of
just
Canada.
accept?
Their
What the
mother
fuck?
made them swear they would tell no one about this move. But later that day, when
Wait.
Pauline was with her best friend Wendy, she
What
let
was the
them know
name?
she was moving.
think Amira
And
is
so
what you
when
said?
Ruth came to pick Pauline up from
Marie
Wendy's house,
and?
the
That's
two
somebody
girls
that
had to
we-
respect these
Oh, no.
Oh.
I don't know.
each other so that Pauline's
I think it
mother
said
would-
Amira, unless I'm
Once
tripping.
in New Brunswick, the family did
Or
put
it
down
might have
roots
said
and
Anne-Marie,
they
and I
stayed
might be
for
tripping.
years. But Pauline's mother still was just incredibly anxious.
Somebody not good.
Oh.
His zombies were.
No idea
Well, I just accepted their
Fast
friend
forward
request.
to 1988 when Pauline was 23 years old.
I'm just doing
Shit.
shit out here.
2 hours
I
away
keep
from
getting
her
hit.
home
Keep getting hit with this red plate.
She was living with her boyfriend and was working as a reporter.
These fast as
We
shit.
gotta avoid that nigga,
Her
Oscar.
mother called her and said, "Hey, I'd like to meet you."
He's so hard to avoid
Finally
sometimes.
ready to tell you everything about your child. Pauline was really intrigued and excited. This was a conversation that was literally decades in the making.
Why this door right here if I'm not over?
Went from a motel. She saw her mother
We
waiting
probably didn't go
outside,
through and open
pacing
it.
around looking very anxious. And so she walks up to her mom and she waves.
Open that bitch, brother.
When her mother just looks up at her and puts her finger over her lips, telling her to be quiet. And then she jams an envelope into Pauline's hands, and on the envelope it just says, "Don't say anything. Put your jewelry inside of this envelope. I will explain everything inside. Just please don't speak." And so now Pauline's really confused, but she did as she was told. She took her jewelry off, put it in the envelope, and gave it back to her mother. And then the two of them silently walked into the motel and to the room where Pauline's mother was staying. When they went inside, there was a man sitting in the middle of the room that Pauline immediately recognized. It was the reverend of their church when they used to live in Vancouver. His name was Stan Sears, and Pauline's mother had been
Oh,
secretary the
shit.
whole time they'd gone to that
Fellow,
church.
I thought
Pauline
you. That
always knew
nigga
her
fellow
mother
ran
and
away.
Stan were
Fuck
close
Kelly.
friends.
Fuck me,
In
see.
fact, they kept in touch after they left Vancouver and were in Winnipeg and then New Brunswick. In
I
fact,
can-
Pauline remembers periodically
Ooh.
seeing Stan show
Look,
up
I'm
in
coming.
Winnipeg and New Brunswick to visit
I
with
thought,
Pauline's
where the
mother.
fuck
Do
is
your
he
big
It
at?
was a surprise,
Do your
but
big
not
one.
a total shock when Pauline's mother confessed to her that in fact she and Stan had fallen in love. In fact, they had had a secret relationship from the time they lived in Vancouver. But this revelation was nothing compared to what Pauline heard next. Her mother explained that the reason they had had to move so many times from their childhood was because Pauline's father, Warren, was actually a mobster and was a key member of an organized crime syndicate in Vancouver. Right after they separated, Pauline's mother found out she had a hit put on her head. Because the
bet.
mob now believed that the husband could not control her anymore, and she
Where
knew
Green
too.
at?
Stan also found out that he had a hit on his head because Bruce discovered that the mob wanted to kill him too
We
because
just
they
left this
knew
nigga.
about their relationship. And then also, apparently Stan was counseling
Green, where the hell he been at?
congregation that wound up being a
I don't
mobster,
know.
and so the mob
Well, let me go upgrade my gun
had
again.
given up critical information to Stan,
left
making
his
him
ass.
even more of a
Wherever the fuck he
liability.
at.
At first, Stan said he didn't believe any of this, but when he found out the man he had been counseling had been assassinated, he knew it was true. They decided not to tell the police and instead go into hiding together because Pauline's mother knew what happened to families that snitched.
Next time I'm
on
gonna get
mob,
more
and we'll give
more
examples
plates.
of it.
The
So
other
when
time
Pauline
upgrade my
and her
gun
family
again.
moved to
Then I'ma
Winnipeg
start
and New
getting
Brunswick,
fucking what you call it.
Stan actually moved
got
there
the wrong
as
shit
well,
done.
in tandem, which is why Pauline had seen him periodically showing up at their house to visit with Pauline. Pauline was understandably completely shocked, but at the same time, she was kind of happy to have some sort of explanation.
Oh, I need to get the hell out the middle of this before I get surrounded. I'm
childhood.
slipping.
And so over the course of the
Oh,
next
y'all
couple
still
hours,
here?
Pauline sat
Y'all
in
listen to
his
me?
hotel room
I am
with her
over
mother
here.
and Stan,
Ooh.
and asked every question.
You know how easily you can get
Discovered
surrounded?
that whenever she came home from school, she found her mother furiously pulling all the food out.
Because they literally come from all four
throwing it all
directions.
away with no explanation. That was actually because they found out the mob had tried to poison her. Or the 6 different times Pauline was unenrolled from the school she was at and then moved to a different
You can stop
school
running.
across
Damn.
town. That was because there was a credible threat the mob had discovered where Pauline was in school. And so by the end of the weekend, Pauline not only learned about this totally crazy
I reload my gun, nigga. I
also
wouldn't
learned that she was
run
still
it.
in danger. And so before Pauline headed back home,
What the fuck?
and Pauline's mother said, well, that's actually the reason we called you here now. After all these years, we were tired of being in hiding, and so we've already spoken to the authorities, and they've moved us into a special witness protection program. for
Here come
families
Oscar.
connected to the mob. When you enter this program, it's referred to as entering the weird world, where basically you're not really safe, but you have agents that follow you around that are undercover, that track what you're doing and make sure there's no assassination attempt on you. And before Pauline could even ask, her mother told her that as a measure of her and Stan entering the weird world, they asked that a couple of agents monitor Pauline and her brother, even though they didn't know they were being monitored. At this point, Stan reached forward with a radio and he said, here's
Hello.
a radio that actually broadcasts to the agents that are
You ever got that
following
one
21
female
calls
that
a time,
just
but
takes
you
your
can only
phone
use
and
it if you're
or
tuned
just
in
slightly try to
situation.
call, but then don't hang up real quick? Like, bitch, I don't want to talk to you.
As Pauline is
I just blocked the dumb ass. Cause now you just want attention.
What happened to Stan? Is he in jail? At this point,
You wanna come,
Pauline's
just
mother
come,
says,
bitch, the
no,
fuck?
he's not.
Fuck you being weird about it.
Man, fuck all that. That dude gonna not, bro, that shit weird. Like, I be so cool on it. You feel me? Like, I be on some chill shit. You know, I drive trucks in the morning, so she be like, I know you gotta work early in the morning. I just wanna make sure you good, this and that. Man, I be thinking to myself, like, bitch, I'm great if you stop texting.
Just totally overwhelmed.
Why don't just tell her that? Shit.
Go home.
I do. I
Go ahead
If
do.
you want to join the witness protection
I
Oh,
don't
it's
know.
in the weird world with us, just let
There
me
ain't
know.
no way.
And so Pauline, who's in a total state of shock, gives her mom a hug and gives her
Unless
a hug.
you-
And, okay, bye. I'll be in touch.
I don't know. You might have
Leaves the
done.
motel and she gets in her car.
Put it down,
and
Wilson
starts to
good.
back up
Now you
when she
stuck.
looks and sees Stan running outside.
You ate her ass. That's what it is.
And so
Oh, well, yeah, you
stops,
stuck now, bro.
Runs up to the window and says, "Hey, I forgot to give you."
There's no going back.
So he ain't trying to go back. No, she's trying to stay wherever he at. She don't want nothing else. Just
I ain't trying to hear all that. I ain't trying to hear all that. I'm trying to get a laugh. Nigga, I ain't
No,
laugh.
I'm dead ass. You're stuck.
Now, who's trying to get a laugh? Oh, you thought I was trying to be funny this time, bro?
Yeah, fucking right.
Oh, no. Yeah,
no,
no.
I'm serious.
Not funny at all. Dead ass. You're stuck.
Yeah, I was being serious.
Knowing that she was
Fuck
being
yeah.
watched, she had this radio,
It's cool.
you know, relatively safe.
Still my
Her
nigga.
plan was to just give it a couple of days
Right.
before she
Oh, yeah, it's
did
like good enough.
joining the different boat ramp and joining the weird world. But after only a couple of days, her
Definitely.
paranoia was so high
I'ma
that
just
she dumped
stay
her
over here.
boyfriend, she quit her job, and she moved out of her house to a separate apartment. She called her mother
What
and
the
said,
fuck?
"Can't take it anymore.
I hear
I'm
Oscar,
totally
dumbass.
I want to join the weird
He
world."
behind you, finna shoot you with the thing.
Oh, shit.
Decision, but they told her it wasn't a simple process getting
Yep, you got my ass.
a lot of people
Damn.
involved in her basically giving up her whole life.
I fell out the fucking mouth.
And so Pauline's mother told her that she would be in
I just found out that was possible the other day.
would contact Pauline. And in that time,
Yeah, that's really a cheat code. That's why I do when I get running for all them guns.
Oh, so you be intentionally falling off the
Pauline
map.
started to doubt this whole
Yeah, you
mafia
fucking right.
is true. And so she decided, in order to find out if this really was a real thing, if the mafia was actually after them, that Pauline would need to set up a sting operation.
Let's kill this nigga Oscar though.
And so Pauline,
Hey, what-
called her
what's
mother,
crazy?
very convincingly told her that, "Oh my goodness,
Oh, Green
someone's
playing. I
holding
thought
my
Green
apartment.
wasn't playing. I was gonna say Green don't even look like he's playing.
Can you tell me what to do? Call the
Yeah, I don't think it was him.
mother said no.
And he is. He ain't died yet.
Whatever you do,
I said this
Shit.
nigga ain't dead, so
I'm
he
in
gotta
the
be.
stand and see if he knows what.
Facts, that's a fact though. He ain't died.
Back and said, "Okay,
He
just
doing his
cried.
own thing.
That's it.
he spoke to
He
the
just cried as hell.
stood outside the house and been watching me for all these years, and they said that yes, unfortunately, not
Oh, we
one,
all
but
run. Ain't that
two
some
men
shit?
from the
Ain't that some
mafia
shit?
broke into your house.
I had to
Luckily,
reload.
they
Oh,
went out, they grabbed them, they're
not y'all both dead.
safe. Pauline said,
Oh, no,
Good
did you?
job, both.
"I made that
Never mind.
up.
I thought y'all both was
In
dead.
my apartment, I've been here the whole day. I lied to you.
Go
No
kill
one
each
broke
other.
in."
Do my
It's
bidding,
at this
bitches.
point that Pauline realized that her mother and Stan had been living a lie since she was 5 years old. There was
Yeah,
no
go
mafia.
kill 'em.
Her father was
Oh.
not a mobster in some Vancouver crime syndicate. It was all made up. It would turn out Stan was suffering from something called delusion syndrome, where totally normal people that are totally lucid and
I ain't gonna lie, this gun
alive
takes it.
have one distinct delusion. And sometimes that delusion is not a big deal. But sometimes it is, like they believe the mafia is out there. And during his relationship with Pauline's mother, he passed on his delusion to her through something called folie à deux, which translates to madness for two, which is shared delusion syndrome. Where someone who's delusional, who's a dominant personality, can pass that on to a subordinate person. After confronting her mother and then also confronting Stan at a later date, neither of them said, "It's a lie. you're
Clear,
right,
yeah, he
it's
clear, he
us,"
clear, he
because
clear.
they believed it. And they took to their
get it.
graves the belief that the mafia was after them. Their biggest
Trying to
concern
kill you,
after
kill him,
Pauline
man.
said this isn't true was not
shit.
that they had been exposed as pretending frauds. It was that, oh no, Pauline
Oh, the zombies are
exposed
back.
herself
Fuck. And
to
he
the
hit me.
mafia
Oh,
because
no.
she's not using her
Behind you.
GPS transponder or her radio or living in the
Yeah, they definitely back.
Oh my god!
mafia. And so even though Pauline never got an apology from her mother, they got to really talk about the insanity of this whole situation.
Ooh, them
Again,
perks come in
her
handy.
mother and put to the grave the belief that the mafia was in fact after them. Pauline ultimately
Cuzzo, keep running, Cuzzo.
by writing
I don't know, nigga.
I come in.
I
Oh
don't know,
my
nigga. I don't
god!
know, nigga. I don't know, nigga. Keep running, nigga. We gangsters, nigga. Oh shit, them plates fucking me up, man. Yo, Oscar,
On September
I move.
15,
I found it
2010,
safe to
a
the road.
55-year-old man named Greg Flanagan checked into the Elegante Hotel in Beaumont, Texas to start his work week. As a young man, Greg had worked as a chief engineer on ocean-going
Oh,
vessels,
shit,
spending
turn around.
months out at sea. But in his delayed, he reinvented himself as a landman. It was Greg's job to secure leases of mineral rights.
Wait,
Greg
wait.
was slender and
I don't know, because I'm getting fucked up. Hold on.
exercise and smoked constantly. He kept a close cropped white beard and he had the leathered skin of a
I don't know what the hell that just was.
Every Monday morning, Greg would make the 2-hour commute in his pickup truck from Lafayette, Louisiana, all the way to Beaumont, Texas, where his company would always rent him a room. The hotel itself was neither good nor bad, but for Greg, he didn't care. He didn't need a bed. Once Greg walked inside, he had a bathroom immediately to the right, And then a little bit farther in was the main section of the hotel room, which was very basic. Straight ahead there was a window that looked down to a small
Why you keep going over there?
plants. And then in the main space was a queen-size bed tucked up against the right wall, and then on the left wall was a TV. Greg wheeled his one suitcase into the hotel room and put it at the foot of the bed and opened it up. He pulled out the shirts that he wanted to keep wrinkle-free for the week, and he hung them in his closet. Then he pulled out his toiletries that were kept in a cloth bag with a hook, and he hooked those onto a towel rack. Then he took off his very worn brown boots and his faded blue jeans, and he slipped on some pajama pants. Anytime Greg stayed,
Almost did
Dante,
upgrade my
he
gun one
rarely
more
went to
time.
smoke. There was a bar downstairs, but he wasn't a big drinker or socializer. He preferred to
That
just
should
have
be
quiet
good.
nights alone in his room watching TV. So that night, Greg cranked the air conditioning to make sure it was as cold as it could get. He liked to sleep in a very
Hey, they hit me
Again.
too
He
hard
hopped
on my
on his
mom.
bed and he put two big pillows behind his head and he rested
Sit your
on
ass
the
up.
headboard. And then he took a towel and laid it out next to him. And on the towel was his ashtray,
Ooh, and it's just the kill. Fuck
lighter,
these bitches up.
phone, TV remote, and a candy bar. Then he picked up the TV remote, turned it on, flipped through the channels until he landed on one playing Iron Man 2, and he thought, good enough. Put the remote down, picked up his candy bar, opened it up, he ate a piece of candy, and then he grabbed a cigarette, lit up a cigarette, and he began smoking. The following morning, Susie, Greg's wife, did not get a call from her husband, and he always called her every morning that he was gone. It was a routine, and this was a big break from the routine. And so she tried calling him, and so then she called his home on office, and he picked up after a second or third time she called. His coworkers picked up the phone, and they said, hey, Greg.
Oh, this bitch ain't hitting hard enough, man.
Susie felt so the two coworkers head over to the hotel and go down to the manager, who comes up and opens Greg's door, and right away.
What am I
finds
stuck
Greg
on?
lying dead in the middle of the hotel. The way Greg was positioned when they found him, it looked like he had fallen to his knees.
Earned a what? A corpse?
And his left arm was tucked underneath his body,
Oh,
and
it's
still
pouring
in
down
his
right
two
now,
left
sorry.
fingers was a cigarette that had not
They say
fallen
it's
from his
pouring over here,
hand,
too.
but had burned down to the wick. The room was exceptionally warm, and Greg's skin was grayish blue. Immediately after seeing Greg,
Yeah,
the two
go get a
coworkers
selfie.
Shortly after the ambulance arrived at the hotel, Detective Scott Apple arrived in his cruiser. Apple was a short guy, very, very fit. He had silver hair that he
Get from
spiked
in front
up.
of this
He
machine.
looked
Get from in front of this
100%
machine.
He worked basically
Fuck, Oscar
when he
behind
got
me.
up to room 348, there was no sign of a break-in. Nothing had been disturbed inside of the
He moving
room,
fast. I
and there was
just
no
got
blood
that.
or obvious
Me, that
Oh
was
my
going on.
god.
wallet that was sitting in the back pocket.
Oh shit, we in trouble, y'all.
Hundreds of dollars in his wallet that had not been taken.
Yeah, this little circle is crazy. I don't know what. Why we in this circle?
Doing the other occupants of the surrounding rooms, and no one had heard anything.
I got
and
stuck
no
in
one
that
had
corner
seen
so fucking
He
fast.
went back into the hotel room and began looking around for drugs of any kind or any substance that Greg might have taken that could have contributed to his death. And there was nothing. Pills, alcohol, nothing. Later that day, after the family had been notified of Greg's passing, his grief-stricken wife
I'm gonna upgrade my gun.
called
I'll be right
Detective
back.
Apple, and she said, you know, my husband did not take good care of himself.
I
He was very
fucked up.
quiet.
I
Damn.
fucked up.
Smoking
Yep,
with a
I
chimney
fucked
since
up.
he was a young teenager, and he never saw a doctor. And I always told him that if he wasn't careful, something like this was going to happen. I always worried that he might have a heart attack or something. So at this point, not only does Greg's family think he died,
Oscar up here with me.
Detective Apple also thinks the same thing. He's thinking about what he saw in the hotel room, and there's no sign of any foul play. It just looks like a guy whose lifestyle caught up to him. Greg's body was sent to Dr. Tommy Brown, who in Beaumont, Texas, he was like the medical examiner. He'd been doing this for years and years. Dr. Brown had read ahead that they believed Greg had died of a heart attack or something like that. And when his body was wheeled in front of him, there's nothing he saw right away that contradicted that theory. The only two marks that the doctor noted on the outside of Greg's body
Well, it's
was the
like
small
these niggas do
abrasion
not
on his
die
face,
fast
on the
enough, man.
rug, and then he also had another small abrasion on his crotch. But beyond that, the rest of his body was completely unblemished. When he looked inside of his body, it looked like someone had literally just crushed his insides. His torso was full of blood. Food from his intestines had been ripped
Let me go get that
outside.
perk. I need that
Ribs
perk to make my
broken,
gun hit
internal
harder.
organs were lacerated,
Oh, now you want
and
the
there was
perks,
a
huh?
hole in his heart. Dr. Brown
I only
was
want
really
that one, that's
confused
it.
at what he was looking
You need
for.
to get jug
Because
too, so
the
that way you have more
severity of
health.
Greg's internal injuries were more
Jug?
consistent
What
Man,
you
get
doing
the
with jug?
bugs.
It's the one with the
Car
cross
crash,
on it.
or who had had a really heavy object land on them. But Greg didn't have any sort
I
of
ain't
taking nothing,
external
no.
injuries that would support either of those two things happening to him. And he was found in the middle of a hotel room where there was nothing disturbed and no one had apparently seen
Get
or
the
heard
damn
anything.
perks.
And so Dr. Brown says, look, I don't have all the answers here, but this was not natural. This is a homicide. And my best guess is he was beaten to death. I know it doesn't really make sense because there's not any external injuries, but he suffered some significant trauma from somebody else. And that's it. When Detective Apple got this
Not the best place for me to be to do
just
this.
as confused as Dr. Brown was. But his attention turned to, okay, well, if he's been murdered, who would want to murder him? And he began digging into his background. He found that he was universally liked, courteous, polite. He kept to himself. He was in love with his wife, and his wife loved him back. There's no evidence of some scandal in the background. He was just this
You
really
know what I
nice
just realized?
normal
I
guy
had the
who
perfect
didn't make
gobble gum
any
to
sense
revive
why
y'all,
anybody
the
would
last
want to
one.
kill him. After a few months of getting nowhere,
shit.
and in
I
reality,
had the idolized shit. Made
Mom
all the
said we got
numbers stand still.
the only thing he could find that was odd about the crime scene was that the room was particularly warm when he was outside. Not in keeping with how Greg would have kept the room. But that doesn't explain why his insides were hot. And so he's gotten nowhere, and then he makes a decision.
There's a lot of them this
Now,
time. Ooh, there's a lot.
maintenance logs
Ooh,
on the
there's a
night
lot.
Greg died. He had been making popcorn in his microwave and managed to blow a fuse. And it wasn't just his power. Maybe Greg didn't know this, but he cut the power to both of them next to him on his right and his left and below him. So he calls down to the front desk, and the maintenance guy came out and reset the breaker. This opened the door to two theories. The first theory is the maintenance guy, who did have a criminal record, and he came up to fix the breaker, and he attacked Greg. But that was wildly speculative, and there was no evidence to suggest that the maintenance guy would do
Shit.
that.
Oh,
What the
shit.
fuck you did?
The other
Fuck it.
theory was Greg's neighbors in room 349 were these two
I'm stuck.
who were big partiers and drinkers, and so Detective Apple
This circle. I ain't
suggested
staying over here no more.
maybe when Greg accidentally
What?
cut the power to their room, they were annoyed,
I need help, anyway. Please,
saw
please
Greg
help me,
and somehow realized he was to blame for this.
please don't make me die. Please.
Help myself, dude.
Spend more money on my gun.
That's what killed Greg.
Oh,
And even though it was a stretch, it was the closest thing to a motive Detective Apple had found in any.
Oh
and so
my
Detective
God.
Apple put on a hidden camera and went and interviewed
Oh my
these two
God.
electricians that were still standing on 349.
Oh
He
shit!
said when he spoke to them, they were very forthcoming. They seemed very honest. They were appropriately curious about what happened to Greg. And all they said was,
Hey, these guns ain't hitting hard enough, bro. I ain't lying.
You probably need to get the
Gotta
back
keep
up on the street
upgrading
now.
them shits, bro.
but honestly, that's the extent of our
It's probably at
interaction.
that point to get
The
the back up on the
electricians
street.
offered us their cell phone numbers, their email addresses, and said anything you need from us, we'd be happy to help. We're really sorry this happened. At this point, Detective Apple. is
Maybe you
back
might be
to
right with
square
Detective Point
one.
3.
No one knows what
God
happened.
damn.
The one big lead he had. the maintenance
Damn.
director,
I'm dead.
like
I
the
got the
bonus.
bread freight, but I don't want to spend it yet.
You
7
need
months
to.
after Greg's
It's
death,
time.
where there had been absolutely no traction.
I'm at the blue
Figure out
one, the
what
second
happened to
one.
him.
Yeah, you need to
Susan,
get
Think
the
it's time
third
right
one.
now? I was gonna do it like-
to hire a private
No,
investigator.
it's time.
And her friend suggested she call Ken Brennan, who was a famous private detective who was well
That'd be
known for being able to
30K,
solve
shit.
really
He ain't
complex
doing that.
cases. And
How
so
much-
on a whim,
how much
Susie
is the
calls
ammo
Ken
on this
Brennan,
shit now?
not expecting to get through to
5K,
him,
damn.
thinking he's probably
Make sure you
super
got
busy,
5K for
has
some
other
ammo.
cases 'cause he's on TV, and he's this really famous guy. But he picked up the phone and he was like, "Hey, how
How you know I got
Susan
5K, bro?
couldn't believe it. She had a chance to tell him about what happened to her husband, and Ken said he was really interested. Ken was a former Long Island cop, and he was region. He spoke with a really thick New York City accent, and he wore T-shirts that were a little bit too small to show off his muscles, and he usually had a big body full of jeans. Once Ken agreed
Hey there, wonderful world of winks and waves. Let's give a jazzy shout out to Rick Echelon. Thanks for the follow.
Hi,
You're like
Kevin.
sprinkles on a cupcake. Keep it quirky.
Thank you for the follow. First of all, why are you just now following me on here?
that all those
Motherfucker.
avenues had
Yeah.
been explored, and he's not going to be the answer. He said, "Okay, well, can you tell me
Hey.
anything about the crime scene? Is there anything about it?"
Maybe he wasn't showing them no love
Susie said,
before, so
We talking real life.
wasn't he?
I know the person in real
You still
life.
wasn't showing no love in real life. Bruh.
Well, he probably don't
stop
fuck with you the way you think he fuck with you.
Oh.
That's what.
Nah. I don't think nah. Can't say that.
Unlike Greg, for his air conditioning. Ken
Get
made
your
a
ass
note of
up.
this.
Maybe he just don't be on TikTok.
He went to Beaumont
Oh no, I'm not even on TikTok. I'm on Switch. That's what makes it worse.
Detective Apple and he actually got along.
Yeah,
really
don't
well.
nobody be on
They
Twitch.
agreed to work together on this case.
That's not
because
true.
Detective Apple feels like he's reached a dead end anyways.
I'm saying like our cousins don't be on Twitch.
Hotel room.
Unless
and
you a
afterwards,
gamer.
He turned over all of the documents he had on the case.
Kids.
Yo,
Hey,
yo,
if
why
anybody
the
else
zombies
scream black?
frozen, y'all?
Because I did the thing to make him stand still.
So that
So I
night,
can get
Ken
him up.
diligently looks through all of the documentation, all of the photos, and the next day when he goes into Apple's office.
Because,
he
what do
says
you
to
mean
him,
because? So this is on purpose. You know what, bitch?
Ken's like, no, seriously, I think I figured it out.
I know
Dude,
you
that's
way
okay.
too long for this shit.
His wife, but
What you
I
talking
have
about?
a theory. And so Ken calls Susan right in front of Apple.
Just looking up.
Ken's like, hey, did your husband ever smoke with his left hand or did he smoke with his right hand? And Susie said, oh no, he only smoked with his right hand.
I
And
still
Ken
gotta
goes,
go
"Thank you
feed
very
my
much."
kids, too.
He hangs up and he goes, Apple, I got it.
My
And so
son
Apple's
needs to
like,
wake the
okay,
fuck
what's
up.
your theory? And Ken says, okay.
Get out my
So I
thing.
spoke to Susie
Oh,
and she
well, I
told
mean,
me
go
it
ahead.
was
You
very
can
This,
strange
this is mine.
that his
This
room
is
was
mine.
not
One of these is
air-conditioned
mine.
when they discovered his body. Because
Well,
when
shit,
he
like I
showed
said,
up,
one of them is
air
least is mine,
conditioning,
so you know they're
it's
mine.
as cold as it can get,
Thank
especially at night.
you.
No.
And so when his power went out the night before, his air conditioning was on. And so the maintenance guy
Oh,
comes
no,
up,
I'ma die. I gotta
turns the
move.
power back on,
You need to run in circles and but make them pile up.
the room is so cold, having been air conditioned evening to that point. And so the TV is back on.
Yeah, run in
So
circles, bro.
perhaps
Run in
Frank
circles,
turns
try and
and
kill
just
him,
starts watching TV. And the room feels air conditioned.
You killed them all.
He hasn't
I'ma try
realized
to.
that he hasn't turned the air conditioning
Why you got
on
me?
again. Now this is Beaumont in the summer.
Oh, I got
so it's
niggas
getting
behind
really
me.
hot in his room really quickly. And
Oh, I'm
he
dead.
starts
What you doing over
I
there?
got my
oh,
ass
I
too.
guess it's something to see that on.
I think I might.
Over and turn it on again.
Alright, I'm finna just start training
Because
him.
the
Can
air
you get him up?
conditioning wasn't on, and we know that the power was restored at 2:30, and he must have died after the power was on, but before it got warm enough in the room, he recognized that he was not.
Oh, nope.
Which
Bitch
means
finna die.
he would have died somewhere between 8:30 and 9 p.m. And so Apple's like, well, that's pretty impressive. Except that doesn't really help us
My
figure
aim
out
was so bad.
how he died or who killed him. And Ken puts his hand up and he says, I know, I'm just building the whole picture. Okay, so we have him dying between 8:30 and 9. And I don't think he's beat. A lot of people want that to be what killed him. Because it's kind of the only thing that might make sense.
Y'all gonna
But
bring
I
all
say
these
it
niggas in
definitely
here.
doesn't make sense because of the cigarette. Now, we found that cigarette
Bro,
in
they
his left
inside
hand.
too?
I
Fuck.
talked to his wife, and she said he only smokes in his right hand. And so what I think happened is the power came back on at about 8:30, which is what the report said. TV turns back on.
I need to start
turns the
using
air
that.
conditioning back on. He sits on his bed, he's watching TV, he lights up a cigarette.
Yeah, that should be cleaning shit up.
And then something happens to him.
It's
I'll
that
get
one, and
into my
there's another
theories
one
on
that I gotta use. I
He
found
jumps
out
off
if
the
you
bed and
master
starts
them, you
making
get
his way to the door
shit
to get
too.
help. And he transfers the cigarette from his right hand to his left hand so he can use his right hand to turn the doorknob and open the door to the basement. He doesn't make it, he falls to his feet, he falls to the ground, and the cigarette's still in his fingers.
Oh
and he dies.
shit, I'm
Get your
down,
ass
guys.
up.
You know what? That's pretty good. It makes a lot of sense, but the crucial missing piece here is, well, what was the trauma that caused
Get your
him
ass
to jump
up.
in his bed?
Thank
Ken's like, I got a theory on
you.
that too, but I got to be in the hotel room to see if it's true. So Apple and
Alright,
Ken
let me
go
spend
back to
this
the
10K
hotel room.
right here.
When they get there,
Fuck it.
Ken goes
Need
inside
that.
and he starts walking around, looking at the ceiling,
Yeah,
the
you
wall,
can
the
go
ground,
ahead.
and then finally he stops when he's looking back
I just
towards
did.
the front door leading back into the hall.
I
and he
need to
points
go.
at
How
the
much to
wall,
get?
and he says,
How
"There."
much to get
And
more?
Apple looks at what he's pointing at, and it looks like there
Oh,
had
so
been
I'm at max
patchwork
level.
on the wall in the same spot
Fuck
where the doorknob, when it
So I
swings
can't-
open, would hit the
So I
wall.
can't upgrade my
So Apple's looking at it,
gun
and
with
he's
my
like,
normal.
that's just from
Pack
the
a punch
doorknob.
3
And
is
so
Oh,
the
no.
highest
opens
pack
the
a punch
door,
you can
and
go.
opens it all
And
the way
then
to where
when
the
it's
doorknob
gold, that's
is
the
pressed
highest
against the wall,
rarity you
and it's
can
to
go.
the right of this patchwork, meaning
How
this
you
patchwork
get
is
my
not connected to the wall.
stuff
Apple
about?
was
That bitch I
confused
say out
and
of
was
stock.
about to ask questions, and Ken was like,
Let me go
hold
to
on.
that table,
He goes
bro.
outside,
It's
he
a
goes
perk
to
that
the
you
room.
upgrade
They-
to where you can
They
beat
say
the
out of
room.
stock, brother.
Apple walks in the room. And he's
Oh, that mean you
work.
only got
He's
up to
rubbing his
3.
hands all over the wall, and eventually he stops. He looks up at Apple, and takes his finger and pushes on one spot in the wall as Apple is watching, and his finger goes right in. And what he
Ooh,
pushed
that
on
nigga Oscar
was
right
this
behind
little
me.
chunk of toothpaste that had been wedged in this little tiny hole in the wall, and pushed it through. Apple brought in a crime scene investigations unit that carefully excavated
What?
both sides of this
No,
wall.
what is you
and
up
they
here
shined
doing?
a laser from 349 into Greg's room, and the trajectory of the laser was
Man, I'm over.
hole.
Man, what you think I'm over there shooting shit? God
I
damn.
don't know.
Sitting on the bed, smoking cigarettes, eating candy, watching a movie. So Ken and Apple go back to the medical examiner, Dr. Brown, and they say, look,
You need to come get Juggernaut too, so that way you can
unfortunately, Greg
Have more
thought
help.
he cremated it, but they did have the picture to look at.
What you say,
Right
do
here.
what?
They give you more help.
Time of
What?
operation in his crotch
Yeah.
was actually an
This
infant.
one.
And then when Dr. Brown pointed out there was a hole in the heart.
Oh, I'm stuck in the corner.
Up to the trajectory that bullet would have been traveling through his body. Dr. Brown realized he had made a mistake and changed the autopsy report to reflect a gunshot. Ken and Detective Apple re-interviewed one of the
And it's clear over here now.
that was in the room where the gunshot was. When they brought him in, they said this is totally routine. It's been 7+ months since Greg's death. What we're doing is any of our witnesses want them to sign a statement, basically attesting that this is what I saw or didn't see. So they prepared a statement that basically lined up with the first thing he had told police, which was, I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything. And they said, is there anything you want to change about your story? Was this exactly what you saw and heard? And I said, yeah, that's exactly what I don't know anything.
I like gotta do it. That's my gotta do it.
Sign this document saying that you don't know anything.
I'm finished it too.
Signs the document. And then Ken's like, alright, gotcha. Because we know a gunshot.
Man, ain't no fucking bird. Hold on,
And so you need to tell me who shot the gun. Otherwise, I'm taking you to jail for stealing. At this point, it tumbles and the truth comes out.
Who behind us? Please,
They were grouping around.
Oh, behind us, Jesus.
Went out and got his pistol from his car.
They not there no more.
Grouping around with it. And Lance was saying he was trying to get him to stop doing that.
Oscar somewhere because he just hit
Look
me.
at this. No, look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. He on a nigga trail.
Away from him, he dropped the gun and landed off. And they saw where the bullet hole was. They saw
I'm
it
gonna leave him alone.
into
He
Greg's
killed
room,
me.
and they both froze and they listened to see if anybody had reacted to this gunshot. And he said they didn't hear anything for a long time, and that made them believe that no one was in the other room, that no one was in Greg's room.
Oh, I need to get outside before I.
So they
I
left
can
and went to
see
the
him.
bar. They didn't even think to check on whoever was in the room. And when they came
Oh.
back, they were in the room, and that further the next day, Lance said,
Oh, they is fucking me up.
at first they did think, oh my goodness, this was nuts. We did this.
Go kill other
I
shit.
heard Detective Apple walking around interviewing people saying out loud that, yeah, we think this is nothing. Yeah, this is a heart attack. This is probably nothing. I'm sure it's nothing.
Go
And they
kill
were
each
like, oh,
other
phew.
or something. God
It's
damn.
not us. And so they actually believed it was just that same day they're firing a rogue bullet into Greg's room that Greg had a heart attack and died separately. But Lance would
Yeah,
say
shot,
that somewhere
take a
in the
shot.
back of both
Oh,
of them,
I'm
they
tripping.
knew
It's shot
that
time?
probably had something to do with it, and so they covered their tracks.
I don't know why the fuck I ain't been saying that.
I
I
thought
don't
we
even
was
think a
ready.
nigga been taking shots.
And so ultimately, Mueller, the owner
I've been
of the
taking
gun, the one
shots.
who really instigated
Oh no, I just been sipping. I got some mixed in some
the one who
cranberry, and then I
actually
got the
dropped
bottle on
gun,
the other side.
he was charged with manslaughter and shooting in prison. On April 27, 1997, a farmer in Indonesia was walking his livestock through a thick sugarcane field near his house when he tripped on something. After he regained his balance and looked
I got
down,
all the perks.
he noticed a
Yeah.
strange mound of
Yeah.
dirt that seemed
Oh, here go the
totally
perk
out of
machine.
place. He
But
wanted
we
to dig
all
it
need
up
to get
just
all
out
the
of
perks.
curiosity, but he wasn't on
You
his
do.
property. So instead, he walked back to the village
And everybody go, go dig it. Oh my god, that's gonna be crazy.
So the village leader and some other
Oh, I know.
find this dirt pile.
When we do that, that shit gonna be fire.
Yeah, I know.
The stick went right into the pile.
So get
a
on
soft
it.
Pile of dirt, and when they pulled it out, this horrible stench.
I'm trying to now, but shit, every time we start shooting people,
Worried about what they
whoop
might
we
find
do.
underneath this pile, the men decide to leave it alone and go back to the village and tell authorities. The authorities promptly tell them to go back
Oh,
out
that's
there
okay,
and
that's okay.
uncover this thing and tell them what they find. And so the village leader and some more men head back out to the field and they start digging. And pretty quickly their shovels strike something that's fairly soft inside of the ground. And so after delicately removing some of the dirt, they discover a woman's face looking right back at them. It appeared she'd been buried up to her neck, and then someone had just thrown dirt on top of her head. At this point, the authorities did come out, and they were able to identify the body
That was still insta-kill.
to a 21-year-old local woman named Dee Wee. After asking around the village about this girl, the police determined the last time anyone had seen her was 3 days earlier when she had left her house to run an errand. But after that, no one knew what happened to her. Just a few hours after Dee Wee's discovery, a 15-year-old rickshaw driver came to the police with additional information. He said 3 days earlier, on the evening of April 24th, so the same day that people had seen Dee Wee last, he said she had come to him to ask
Y'all ain't tell me
when
the
she got
third
break.
last rank of the gun.
He
Bamming
said
shit.
she did not want to tell him.
Boy,
What she
this
think you
shit
do?
heavy, gang. I ain't gonna
Instead, she
lie.
just wanted
This
him to
shit
drive
I thought
busting.
that was bullshit.
And if you
she
go
would
get
give
the
him more information about how to get where
The
he
rapid
the
fire
shit to
perk?
make the
closer.
yeah, no, not rapid fire. The one to make the bullets hit even harder. That shit's busting.
Can you tell me anything more about where we're going? This is really weird. You're not giving me any more information.
Hold on, nigga, you ain't tell me. People was burning.
Hey, man.
A shaman, in simple terms,
Oh, where you
is
go?
someone who uses magic to cure the sick. The driver didn't think it was odd that this girl was
I'ma
going
tell
to
you
the
now, if you
shaman
see me
and
coming,
not
this
being
nigga's behind me.
so secretive about it.
Did,
But
did,
after he
did.
dropped her off,
I
he
ain't
hadn't
gonna
given
lie.
it much thought.
I'm so serious. If I'm coming, this nigga's behind me.
The police approached the shaman, who was 45-year-old.
You got the Max,
Siraji,
Max
and they
gun,
asked
brother?
him if he had been with Dee Wee
The
on
third
the
one?
night of April 24th. Initially, Siraji said no.
Hey,
he
put
had not
grass
been
on the
with her,
doors
and he
so
had
that
no
way when
idea what
niggas try to
happened
run,
her.
you know what I mean? So
But
we try to
after
help each
police
other out
searched
type
his
shit.
house and found Dee Wee's
I'm
belongings
coming.
inside.
And still ain't got no
Siraji
75,
said,
like,
"Okay,
this
I've been
man,
lying,
fuck."
and I have a confession to make." And he would very nonchalantly tell police that not
I just
only
realized I got
had he
Melee
killed
Macchiato too.
he'd also killed dozens of other women the same way and buried them in sugarcane fields. So the police went out to the field and started looking around, and they found all
What's behind you? What's behind you?
dirt all over the place. Under them were women.
I got y'all. I'm helping. I'm helping.
After the excavation was all done,
I'm fucking lying. I'm fucking lying.
42 different women.
Talking about somebody
Truthfully,
got
that was
you.
just a guess. During his trial, Siraji explained in detail why he
Damn,
did.
there's a lot of fucking
He
robots.
said
I mean,
back in
zombies.
1986, he left his early
Hey, the only thing about my gun, this bitch takes too long to reload.
deceased father
Same with these fucking LMGs. It take
instructed
forever to
him drink
reload
the
this bitch.
saliva of 7
That's the one I got. I got
Did
8 of these.
that,
Ah,
he would become
yeah,
immortal.
they take forever
When
to
Siraji
reload.
woke up, he could chalk up his
But
experience.
pack a punch 3, you got damn near 300 bullets in
He
it.
just had a real interaction.
Yo, yeah, it's 2 robots.
He
Yeah.
decided he would do as he was told.
We finna get fucked up. You thought I was
Why is it
joking?
2
Explained to him how he was going to
I
extract.
ran, I see the there's other ways. I was like, wait, no way he came in so fast.
Siraji decided the most
Oh, I was so
efficient
Yummy,
serious. They
yummy.
coming
to
for
just
us.
kill the women and then forcibly take their spot.
So we gotta kill one of them, bro. We can't have 2 of them on us, bro.
It's gonna keep. It's gonna. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep killing them because more of them gonna keep spawning.
Women specifically, everlasting beauty
What?
and riches.
Yeah.
Many
What you mean?
So as
I was
this
on one
rumor
round and I had
spread,
4 of
not
them.
only around his village, but the surrounding areas, lots of women heard about him and came to him and requested his services. He would tell them to
Whoa.
come back later that night,
Nigga.
totally dark, and to not tell anyone.
Nigga brought me more
Once they
fucking people.
arrived,
It's
they would
crazy.
come inside of Siraji's house.
I'm sorry.
and They would pay him a fee that is roughly equivalent
I had to run.
and then he would tell them that he needed to perform a ritual to give them their beauty and their riches. And so they would leave his house, they would cut through a cemetery, and they would
I don't want
Oh,
no
mine,
fucking
so like
bonus
mine.
points.
they would walk for a while until Siraji stopped them, and he would hand the woman a shovel, and he would tell her to dig a hole in the ground. And he would assure her this is part of the ritual. And so he would stand there
My
and
ammo.
shovel the hole until it was about waist deep. And then he would tell her to get in the hole and put her hands by her side.
I need to
If
upgrade
she
this
was
gun.
at a
This
nervous
bitch hit.
state,
I ain't hitting no
she would
type of
again.
name.
This is all part of the ritual that lots of people have done this before. That it's totally safe.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bring him back this way.
Oh,
I'm
God.
ready.
And he would throw the hole back in until she was completely immobile.
I'm not
I
ready.
just cleaned out
And then at this
a
point,
good bit of them.
he would pull out a cable, he would wrap it around the and strangle them. And then once they were dead, he would pull their body out of the hole, and then he would forcibly extract them.
I just realized Green ass ain't died yet. I want to know where he's at,
A
bro.
little bit deeper, and then he would put the body
That's a
back
fact.
inside the hole.
He's
Hey,
just
no
quiet.
bull. Hey,
Bro,
that
quiet.
That nigga
bullshit.
just quiet.
Orient them so their face was looking towards his house.
Bro, what's your
Because he
name? Like, you
believed
quiet
having
as shit,
these
ain't just
women
say nothing.
constantly
You just
looking
over there
at him
fucking
at
shit
all
up.
hours of the day gave him more power. He said as for
I ain't
Dee
mad
Wee,
at you,
when
my
she
boy.
first came to
Do your
his
thing,
house
sister.
and she had paid that fee,
I'm mad
she
at
was
you.
worried
I am.
about
Doing that to
leaving
skip.
and going and doing this ritual. It scared her. And so Siraji told her to wait.
Don't
and he
fuck
went
with us,
into the
fuck
other
nigga.
room where his wife
Let me know
was,
something.
and he told her that, hey,
Nigga
I'm
got
gonna kill this
50
girl, and I need
bands?
your
60
help. We need to
bands?
comprehend.
Yeah,
And
I'm out
his
here
wife
That's why
fucking
you
had
got
no
all the
idea her
fucking
husband
perks,
was a
cuz
mass
it-
murderer.
Nah,
Just
see what
immediately
happened
went
was-
came
To
back into the
I've been
room.
out here
drink
killing
to
shit.
increase maximum
Everything was
health.
totally fine. They've done this before.
Yeah, that's
They've
good.
all been perfectly safe. And she even said
Yeah, I
she
need
would
that.
come with them to do this ritual. And so at this, Dee Wee was much more calm. And she
Something is immune to whatever I have. What you mean immune?
cemetery, a field, and then only 2 people came back. Siraji was executed in 2008 by a firing squad, and his wife was sentenced to life in prison.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yeah, when you fix your gun up to sub 3, nigga, this shit is perfect.
July 20th, 1968,
Oh,
a small
no,
fishing
leave
boat
me
called
alone.
Fausto took off from their port on La Palma Island, which is part of the Canary
Behind
Islands,
ya.
which is a Spanish archipelago. And they took off for El Hierro, which was another island about 50
And
miles.
whatever perk this
There
is,
you
I
go,
got
man.
rocket
Aboard
sheet
El
them through
Fausto
walls.
were
It's crazy.
three very experienced fishermen and sailors. They were the brothers Ramon and Alberto Hernandez, as well as their cousin Miguel. Their trip to El Hierro was uneventful. It took about 7 hours. They arrived at the port in the early evening
Out here
hours.
disintegrating
and they
niggas, where
unloaded
that been
their
at?
cargo onto the island, which was actually explosives used in agriculture.
But now I've been
So
using
they
it.
unloaded all that, and then the three of them went to get some
Been
food,
using that
relax
shit.
for a few minutes before they came back to the dock and began preparing to leave. So that evening,
Oh, I
as
can't
the
go
three
make this
men are
legendary
standing
now.
on their boat, repacking the ship, and getting ready to leave in the next few minutes, they see this man
But why
running
not?
down the dock.
No,
He's
no, no,
frantically
no.
waving at them, trying to
Where
get
are
their
you?
attention.
Oh.
And so they stop what they're doing and they beckon him over and say, you know, what do you
Run.
need?
As
And
soon
the
as you
man
get up,
introduced
run.
himself as Julio Garcia. He was clearly very upset.
You should have got a speed
Quickly, they
boost.
slow him down a couple times, cut him the saying that he communicated that his wife had called him
Motherfucker.
today, and she said their 2-year-old daughter was very sick and he needed to come home right away. And he ran down to catch the ferry
Where
back
you
to
at?
his home island of La Palma.
This nigga got all the perks. It gotta be.
And he missed the ferry.
Who, me?
And the next ferry going back to his home island
Oh,
was not for
Green?
2 days.
He just took
Probably.
me.
Julio was running up and down the dock trying to flag anybody who owned a ship that
Don't
might
run
be
my way, don't run my way.
to La Palma, even if it was out of the way. He was
When
prepared
outside.
to pay for it. And so, of course, the El Fausto crew said, we're actually going to La Palma. We live there too, and we'd be happy to take you.
Oh, I fucked up and trapped
So
myself
Julio
inside.
begins to help them
Oh
load the rest of their equipment onto the boat, which included some food. It had 22 pounds of fruit and it had some food. And then once everything was loaded up, they undid their lines and they set sail for La Palma.
Ooh,
They took
run,
off
run.
at about 2:30 in the morning on July 21st. The water was very calm during their return trip. The only thing they had to contend with
Oh,
was
no,
mist
I thought I was gonna
and
run the
water
door.
in the early
Oh
morning
my
hours
God,
right
where are
after the
you?
sun came up. But it really wasn't
Green
enough
coming,
to
green
affect
coming.
their ability to navigate. But even if the mist was more severe than people realized, Ramon, Eliberto, and Miguel were very experienced sailors that in fact
This ain't
had
the
been
fucking-
sailing on this
Bruh,
particular
Green, I'm
stretch
sorry.
of water ever since they
Bro.
were teenagers.
Deep right here, bro.
Run as soon as you get up.
But at 10 a.m. that morning when the Fausto crew was
Man,
supposed to
Cuzzo got
arrive
buku
at
people
La
shooting at
Palma,
him. What the
they didn't.
fuck?
And the owner of the boat itself was waiting.
Man, I'm
Hey,
on
he's-
bullshit over here, gang.
I see. What the hell?
He wasn't overly concerned because he knew these
Bullshit over here,
regularly
gang.
went out on this particular boat
Shit.
with them. In fact,
I ran
he
up a
normally
bag.
would've
I had to
gone on the
buy
trip
bus
to
like 3
El Hierro with
times.
them, but he had commitments on La Palma, so he didn't go.
I ran up a bit.
And
I
so
ain't gonna lie, I done
he's
ran up a
not
bag on this
particularly
shit.
What, let's
worried
do?
about them.
Oh, and I
He
just
figures
got that
they
shit
may have a
again.
technical issue,
To get the
and
30.
So I
they
got
had to
4
figure it
perks
out
right now.
before it was late.
5
But
perks.
after a little while,
Stay
the
on all that.
families of the El Fausto
I got,
crew
I don't know how
started
many
to
it
ask
is.
I
so
got,
I'm
them
gonna
I
go
got
all
3
over
B
this.
plates.
So the owner,
Foul.
who again is not
Yo, Ty, buy some plates, bro. You got 1 plate still? That's why you dying so quick.
says, you know what? I'll send a search
Hey,
boat.
fuck you in the
that
plate,
will
boy.
take the
No,
exact
nigga, go
route
get the
El
plate.
Fausto was on, just reverse and ensure they can just drive straight out.
You need them for real.
They'll run into them and they will help them get
Oh, I might
more
be
than
able to
likely
get this
mechanical. That's
to
an old boat, and we've certainly done that.
Prestige 3 today.
So this search boat goes out, and for hours and hours and hours, they're looking along the exact.
Oh, I forgot I had
course
PhD
that
flapper.
Fausto
I forgot how to dive
was on. They're
though.
nowhere to be found. So they radio back in to the owner of the boat.
Oh,
and
no,
said,
I can't get up.
"What do you want us to do?" He called them back in, and he realized that. You know
Y'all
what,
got a
if we can't
selfie? Y'all
find
supposed to have a
them anywhere
selfie in
near
y'all
the
stash.
dock, that probably something more sinister has
Oh
happened.
no.
And it was at this point that he got in touch with authorities, and they launched a much more formal search and rescue. Planes and boats spilled out over the sea to look for El Fausto. and his crew.
Cause y'all pick
Everybody
up.
who was looking was operating with an enormous
I'm
sense of
trying shit.
urgency.
That's, say this nigga's everywhere. Oh my god. Appreciate
These
you.
guys don't have much in the way of supply. They have 22 pounds of food
Oh my
and a
god.
very limited freshwater supply. And so if we don't find them within a couple of days, there's a very good chance that we're going to find 4 corpses.
I wish one of y'all
Man,
could
Despite
see
the
me.
searchers' motivation
Bro,
to
it's
find these
the
guys,
niggas everywhere
a couple
though,
of days
cuz.
passed and there was no sign of them. And unfortunately, people
Yeah,
Bro, you
man.
telling me, bro? You telling
it's more
me?
likely we're going to find 4 dead bodies than
Oh
4
my
You don't even
God.
want to see where I'm at right
But
now.
on July 25th, 4 days after El Fausto
Okay,
left
I'm
El
coming.
Hierro on the way to La Palma and then of course got lost.
Oh my
4 days
god. Why are
after
you
that,
down
A
here?
British ship called Duquesa radioed in an incredible message. They said they had found this fishing boat that was drifting
Oh
along,
my God, you
and
see what
there
I'm
were
doing.
people standing on the the deck and they were waving flashlights to try to get their attention. And as this British ship moved up closer to the Sicilian coast, they were able to read on the hull the call sign of both.
Are you shitting me?
Where El Fausto had been found was 120
There's no way.
miles west of La Palma. So they had drifted way, way
Ooh, that kaboom was
but
needed.
once they pulled up along
Appreciate
the
you,
coast,
bro.
they could see that not only were the 4 crew members alive, they actually seemed like they were in pretty good spirits. They certainly were dehydrated. And
What a place! I just killed mad niggas. What a place!
Starving, and they were obviously pretty freaked out because they had just been adrift.
Damn, fuck shit. They ain't giving me no place.
It might be trying to
But
force you to
beyond all
buy him.
that, they seemed okay. Very quickly, that message was passed to friends and family.
No, get out, man! Get out! Get out! Get out! What you doing?
Anxiously to hear any news about their loved ones. When they were told they were found and they were alive, they were overjoyed because they thought they were dead. But after the initial transmission had been sent out by Duquesa saying, hey, we found the crew and they're alive and they're good, well, a couple hours
Oh my
Duquesa
god!
sent
The
another
zombies
transmission.
on my ass. And I just spent all that money
They
on them
said the
fucking
crew
perks and
of
lost
El
them all.
Fausto was refusing
Damn.
to be closed back.
I just spent 70 racks on perks.
Fine, you know, we're good. We just need a couple of
That's why I don't like them bitches,
We'll be on our
because
way.
spend all that money, then I could lose it, but let me at least keep it
Says
up.
of the men, then why are you
If I
out?
permanently
How did you
die,
get
alright, I don't mind if I lose it. But if I just
west
go
of
down,
Palmas?
I
Something
shouldn't
had to
fucking
have
lose
gone
it.
wrong with the boat. So what happened? But the men didn't really answer his question. They just said, "Oh no,
I know how to get it
there's
back,
nothing
though.
wrong with our boat.
least majority
There's
of
no
'em.
mechanical issues. Everything's fine. You know, we
Yeah.
appreciate your
Yeah.
offer, but we just need a couple of
Some money?
supplies and we'll be on our way." Even Julio, who had made this special effort to get home to his sick daughter and to see his
Advanced
wife,
bonus
he is saying,
ability
"No, we don't need
and
to tell, we're
effect.
good."
Use
So the
what's
captain
this?
of the Duke
Yeah, I use this,
guy
yeah.
thinking, what am I missing?
You,
here?
everybody get
I
different
don't know.
gobble
With
gum.
120 miles away, you probably should have died.
Okay, well,
We're
I just
very
used this
lucky
for free.
that we happened to find you in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
It give
You know,
you
had we
whatever
not
ones you
found
got set in
probably
your
would have
name.
gone
That's
on migration in the next couple of days. And so we
Yeah, rotate
found
through
you.
'em.
We're offering to bring you to shore to guarantee
Gotcha.
that you will get to see your sick daughter and to see your wife and
I gotta
you all
change
to see your
mine. I keep
families
getting
and
some
your friends. And
What's
you're telling
this
us
right here? Drink to recover health.
really something.
Belfast.
But the captain of the Duquesa could not.
That's how I was
convince
getting
them.
myself up
Okay, it's the
before.
dogs.
They were totally not going to do it. And
Some of the
apparently
dogs, you can't be outside. These niggas.
Nah, see, that's the problem. I can't be inside because they trap me in a fucking corner every time. They can jump.
Gave them 18 hours worth of fuel along with a whole bunch of cigarettes and water and food. They watched it. They were waving the whole time. Everything seemed fine. And they vanished over the horizon.
You gotta avoid that shit.
Nigga dropping balls of ice. Bro, why you dropping balls of ice, bro? Thank God what's his name ain't came over here yet.
Back on the call, my friends,
I didn't see that nigga.
hundreds of
Man,
other people from
keep
the
that shit
island
just like that.
went down to the dock and were drinking wine and having a big party, celebrating the
Okay,
imminent
Ma.
return of their friends and their loved ones.
About to go make
But
some
unfortunately,
plates.
7 p.m. came and went, and they didn't show up.
You know you
So,
can
of
make
course,
plates too at the crafting table.
families of the crew became
you can
very
check
worried
the
that, oh my
box
gosh, this
Who the
nightmare
fuck?
started.
I don't even know
Who the
that.
fuck's gonna make crafting fucking plates and tables?
Over to
It
them,
How you
take
do
all
that?
the, you click on it.
authorities who were speaking to the
Don't do it right now before you fucking die.
Oh.
our friends and family, loved
Behind
ones,
us.
Oh yeah, that's what I
Mine.
be buying.
and everything's fine. They have all the supplies they need, they have the fuel they need.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
on shore,
They on my
they're
head.
running a little bit late. Everything is totally fine.
Man, fuck
So
this
friends
game.
and family and some diehard supporters stayed
Hey.
on the dock for several more hours.
I've been told y'all that.
until it became
Y'all
clear
still
that
wanna play this
something's gone wrong, and unfortunately, this nightmare was not over. The next morning, after El Fausto and
Hold on,
crew
Fire, hold
once
on.
again laid their
I'm
missing,
getting-
No, they
Spain
still
kicked off their largest ever
Oh,
search for missing
shit.
Go ahead and let me die.
Bombers flying overhead.
Oh, yeah, I'm-
Military and civilian ships all over
Yeah,
the
just call you
area.
little sis, little sis.
Duquesa had made contact with El Fausto.
You need
Had
help?
so many
Nigga, bring
people
them
Hey,
my
two
way.
dead
so many
bitches right
planes
here.
overhead.
I mean,
And for 2
mom-
weeks,
Two dead motherfuckers right here.
call it off.
Dead motherfuckers. Oh, this is perfect. This perfect. This perfect.
2 months later, on October 9th, an Italian merchant ship
Holy
called
shit,
the
huh?
Mayo who was on their way to
They should
Venezuela,
play this.
spotted a small fishing boat way off in the distance.
Fuck all them
that was just
perks. Now I gotta
bobbing
go buy
around
'em again.
aimlessly. And the first thing they noticed was this ship is far too small to be making a cross.
I do need Judge back
I
though.
can hit the blunt. Finally, shit, I need to hit this
No
blunt.
one came on deck.
Fucking dude.
No one flying. So finally, they got so close they could
Shoot the motherfuckers, bro. Shoot the motherfuckers.
I ain't never
Why
died
you
this much
shooting?
and lost all
Yeah.
my perks. That's crazy.
Yeah, shoot the
That's crazy, you know, I
motherfuckers.
only died one time.
get on board.
Ronnie got down one time.
Yelling out. to see if
Yes, you did.
Shoot him. Nay, shoot.
Yeah,
What the
no,
fuck?
I'm
I'm
saying
trying to
those
reload.
only went down one
Hello.
time.
I know.
obvious damage on the fire.
I had to reload, that's why I had to run or they was gonna kill
They
me.
go into the cabin where the steering wheel is, and they're looking for some sort of logbook. What happened on the ship?
You know this LMG
No
take forever to load.
logbook.
You know
So the
this shit.
Italians were left scratching their heads, thinking, how could a perfectly seaworthy boat wind up abandoned in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? Where's their crew?
What?
But they still needed to go down below in the
What?
little space that was the engine. The two sailors
Oh, it is still
boarded
insecure.
around. They make their way over to the section of the deck where there's
I'll run
this
the bag
hatch.
back up real quick. That's fine.
They look down and they smell the horrible smell. They turn on the light.
I
Man,
ain't
can't
gonna kill
shoot
anymore.
you.
Never mind.
Laying on the ground
Bring him this
inside
way.
of the engine room on his back was a dead man who was partially mummified.
This shit, I give him my head. My head got big.
So
Yeah,
the
my
Italians
head got-
found him to step back and compose himself.
Nah, I ain't getting no
And
problem.
one of them actually went down to look around for clues.
I'm
and see if
reloading.
perhaps there's other bodies down there. And so when he went down, it was just the one body.
No, you
and
didn't.
We find one other clue.
I'm happy I'm staying
Bro,
away
it was
from y'all
against two
niggas.
people. It was against two people.
I'm having a better game away from y'all.
So the
They're like,
Italian
what?
sailors leave the
Hey, you know
engine
what,
room
nigga?
and
Fuck
take the
you.
notebook
How
back
about
to
this?
their ship.
It was against two people. Why you die against
First
two
thing they see
zombies?
is the middle section of the notebook has
know.
been
I was using this other game.
28
At least I
pages
die against a
missing.
horde of
All
them.
they were left with was a couple of pages.
Oh, you trying to be
beginning
funny.
and a
No,
single
not
page
funny at all.
at the end.
Realistic.
The
The
first
hell you
couple
got
of
going on
pages
over
just
there?
Nigga died off The
notes
Walking
and
Dead.
simple
The
math.
Walking Dead reaction.
Nothing significant. The last page appeared
Oh,
to
yeah.
be a farewell of sorts, but the language that was used was a little bit confusing and it was difficult to read, and so the Italians were not
Hey, what
entirely
shot put
sure
is it?
what any of it actually
Right
meant.
there. No,
So
in the
they
middle.
figured it would be best to just give the notebook to authorities and they could figure out what it meant. And so the captain of the Ana de Mayo radios in to Spanish authorities that they found.
I just got the one so I could reload my bullets faster.
Hey, how many I can buy? Can't I buy both of them bitches?
Going, at which point
Yeah,
If you have
chill.
enough to make them.
found, and authorities can take it from
Yeah,
there. So the
chill.
Italians put a tow line on the bow of El Fausto and began towing. 2 days later,
I ain't got no
Spanish
money.
authorities
What is that?
received a crushing telegram. Apparently, the night before, as El Fausto was being towed, it suddenly lurched
because it's the
forward,
other gap.
bowed
This
down
the
into the water,
cover.
and sunk
And this
so
the,
rapidly.
I don't know how
that
to fuck
it
this new
ripped the
headline
tow
thing.
line
Work
off
on
the
the
back
side.
of the Ana de Mayo.
I think I should have put one on the
Underwater
other side.
Before they could do anything to try to stop
Shit, it's fine.
The crew of the Ana de Mayo swore they had followed procedure and they knew what they were doing, and this was just kind of a freak.
Hey, we
thing,
good over
but
here. We strapped
regardless
over here,
of
y'all.
How or why it happened,
Hopefully.
the ship was now gone, and
Yeah,
so
I think we
too
straight.
was the
Oh,
dead
my little
bodies. They
shit's
couldn't
gone.
positively identify whoever that was. All they had was that notebook they recovered from that.
Oh, them bitches shooting for me. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they finna fire shit up. You thought they was gonna be just chill?
Also, very quickly, Julio's wife was able to identify his hands writing and reading it. And she said, that's his writing. In fact, they recognized the notebook. He kept that notebook to track payments. He was a mechanic. This, of course, Julio's wife examined the notebook, and she was able to decipher that last page that we spoke to her. And she said it was a very detailed description of exactly what she needed to do and
Finally getting the hang of this bitch, I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all should see me right now.
First, it says, here's how you access my insurance policy, and here are the properties I own.
We out here, we over here.
Hey, I ain't gonna fake. Them bitches shooting shit.
Oh, I gotta move. I'm
Don't
going
ever
back.
tell our son all that is happening, and know that God wants us to love him. So if Julio was so sure he was about to die that he would take the time to write out a detailed list of instructions for his wife to follow when he died,
One of
well
them
then
broke.
why didn't he take the time to also offer a small
I thought it was
explanation as to what happened to he and the other crew members of El Fausto. He had to have known that whoever was going to find his dead body in this notebook was going to have an awful lot of questions. Unless he did know that and did write a description, except it was in those 28 pages in the middle of the notebook that had been removed. And if that's the case, then who removed them and why? And where's the rest of the El Fausto crew?
Oh shit, run!
Why did they
My
tell
bad,
the
chat. I can't
Duquesa
pay
that
attention
nothing
right now.
was
I'm
wrong
gonna
with their ship? And why didn't they take the tow into shore, which would have guaranteed their safety? There's just so many questions that have never been answered in 50 years. The most widely accepted theory is the crew of El Fausto.
Don't be.
No! What you doing?
Man, you don't see how many motherfucking people over there?
Led to really bad decision making.
Come save me.
Yeah. Others say there are
Come
just
save
too
me,
many
Wild.
anomalies
Get your
and
ass up.
oddities in this case to just be a product of bad decision making. That there has to be something else going on. And so there are lots of alternative theories about what happened, ranging from abduction.
Of course I ain't got the perks I need.
Gone wrong. But sadly, no one will know for sure what happened to these guys
Ooh, I'm finna
until
get
there's
so
a
good.
major
Alright, run around
case.
this shit.
And at this point, people are just hoping those missing 28 pages turn up, and that those will be able to explain what happened to El Fausto and his crew.
Before I became a professional, strange, dark, and mysterious
Welcome on,
storyteller,
DNA.
I served in the military. And during my time
They
in the
should start killing
military,
each other.
I had some pretty wild experiences. But what I
Welcome
remember
on,
most
DNA.
about my time in service
Oh, yeah.
was not my
Hey.
own stories, but rather the stories I heard from other service members. Keep in mind, service members are sent to some of the most isolated and treacherous places in the world that very few people go to.
Alright, it's the
And so
last
some
time
of the
I'm buying
stories
perks, I
that
swear
come
to
out of
God.
those places are totally creepy and weird. And even more than that, a lot of these stories sort of stay in-house. They stay in the military just because it's kind of a cultural thing. You know, people don't necessarily want to go out and tell the world about the totally unsettling and inexplicable thing they
No, you
saw
didn't.
while they were
No, you
deployed.
didn't.
It's like people might think they were crazy. There's lots of stories like
Fuck.
that. And so hearing some of those crazy military stories appeals to you. Boy, do I have a podcast. It's called Wartime Stories.
the
It's
thing
hosted
broke.
by Luke Lamana, who himself is a
And I'm
veteran. He was
reloading.
a reconnaissance marine, which I can tell you
Bring him
is
this
kind
way.
of a big deal. And so because he has access and placement,
Bring
he's
him out the
been
door
able to
again.
extract some of these stories from the military, and he shares them on the show. If you wanted to kind of generalize the types of stories you're going to hear on this podcast,
I'm
it's
coming,
like
I'm
The
coming.
Strange, Dark, and Mysterious meets The Battlefield and
Fuck, are they
beyond.
going?
The Wartime Stories podcast is free and it's available on any podcast platform. So all you have to do is, go to your favorite platform and look up Wartime Stories, or you can search for Baldwin Studios because it's produced by Baldwin Studios. Click on the show, give it a follow, and boom, you can start your binge. New episodes drop every Monday, so if you're a fan of The Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, well, you got yourself a brand new weekly show. So that's going to do it. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, remember, we have a whole slew of strange, dark, and mysterious shows. We have the Mr. Ballin podcast, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, we have Runful, Bedtime Stories, and Wartime Stories. They are all excellent, they are all free, and available on all podcast platforms. All you have to do is just look up
Don't kill
Ballin
each other.
Studios wherever you like to listen to podcasts, and boom, you can find them all and start your binge. Thank you very much. Until next time, see you.
Wait, don't go anywhere. We're looking for more of the strange documents.
Ooh, grab that instant kill.
Today we have a special video for you guys. It'll be a collection of 4 fan favorites about supernatural encounters. These stories have all been completely re-edited, so even if you have heard or seen them before, it'll be a brand new viewing experience. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of The Strange, Dark, and Mysterious delivered in story format, you've come to the right place because that's all
Hey,
we do,
Gray.
and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is doing stand-up comedy,
Run to your right.
as they're getting ready to deliver a joke, yell out the punchline. Also, please subscribe to our channel,
Oh,
turn on
shit.
all
I told you right, I
notifications
meant left.
so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. In
2006, Susan Lewis and her daughter Jamie moved into a new home in Southern California. It was this nice little house that they referred to as their sanctuary. They loved it there. And shortly after moving in, Susan's new boyfriend, Matt, he moved in as well. Matt and Jamie got along great. Also, Matt had a daughter named Marie, who was the same age as Jamie. And so those two got along great. Susan and Matt are getting along great. One happy family living in this beautiful little home that they call their sanctuary. I mean, it's a charmed life. Everything would change when the peanut butter started.
Actually, yeah, keep him alive.
A few weeks after moving in, it's this beautiful summer day, and Matt and Jamie and Marie are all outside goofing around in the pool. And Susan steps away from them to go into the house to make lunch for the group. Susan goes into the kitchen and she sees on the counter that a peanut butter jar had its lid off and had been turned on its side. And oddly enough, the peanut butter seemed to be running out of the jar like it had been melted. It was like in a liquid state, pouring out the jar and all over the ground. She felt the temperature in the air and it wasn't very hot. So she figures one of the kids must have come in here and for whatever reason, microwaved the peanut butter and then dumped it on the counter. And so she reflexively turns around. She's like, Jamie, her daughter, Jamie, get in here. Jamie comes inside and she's like, what, Mom? And she's like, did you do this? And Jamie would say that she literally laughed at her mom. Like, why would I do this? And her mom's like, well, I don't know. Did you know if Marie did this? And she's like, no, we've been outside. So she shoos her daughter away and calls Marie. And Marie, too, is like, touch the peanut butter. Susan ultimately just kind of says, okay, the kids don't want to own up to it. It's a great day today. I'm not going to let this ruin it. And so she's kind of rationalizing what's going on. She's thinking, okay, one of the kids must go over without meaning to, and maybe it was warmer in here and I just didn't realize it. Melted. Any number of things could have been for this, but I just don't care. After cleaning up the peanut butter, Susan leaves the house, and they, all four of them, spend the rest of the day goofing around outside near the pool. When they come back in the house later that day, they find that there have been cans that you would keep in your pantry, like canned food, stacked on each of the steps leading upstairs. They also find that there have been random objects placed all over the house in strange patterns. In the bathroom, they find shampoo bottles stacked on top of one another. Hairbrushes arranged in a star pattern on the counter. They open the microwave and find peanut butter jars and other random canned foods and stuffed animals from the kids' rooms in the microwave. The cleaning materials underneath the sink had been pulled out and arranged in a tight line from shortest to tallest on the kitchen floor. Also, there were just strange liquids all over the walls. It looked like maybe ketchup or other sauces. They couldn't really tell what it was, but it was sprayed all over the house. There was shampoo on the walls and soap on the walls. And so when Susan and Matt and the girls go inside, they think that someone's invaded their house. So they run back out again. They're kind of looking around the property, wondering what they can do. No one's coming near the property. They start filming. They go in to film what's going on. That's why we have all these pictures. And they have no idea what to do. Matt believes it's Jamie, so not his biological daughter. Susan believes it's his daughter, and it starts this awful conflict between Matt and Susan. This would be the start of what would turn out to be a major fracture in this family, because it just continued to grow. You got to put yourself in their position. If you're Matt or Susan,
please somebody come grab me quick. Please somebody come grab me quick. Please, please, please.
If it's not one of the kids, it means you have an intruder.
Fuck, where are you?
If it's not an intruder, then what?
I'm in the back.
They believe that the other child is doing this. They believed it so much that they did not see reason, but more than that,
damn, I'm losing all my fucking
Susan
stuff.
handling this the way I think anyone should have.
Thank you.
Which is get the police involved. They don't. So they start cleaning it up, and the house was
Alright, fuck it.
You go get a selfie line. Alright, man, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm about to go get a selfie.
Nah, you're not gonna leave me over here.
No, come right back. Come right back.
So
I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm coming right now.
I'm already almost done. Fuck it. Say where you at.
And Jamie and Marie are spending some time together.
I don't know, nigga. That's my spot over here.
Marie was sitting at a desk
my spot.
next to the bed.
I was fucking it up over here.
They already dead now. Fuck it.
Coffee down on the desk.
No, I need y'all to move because I don't need no robots to come over here. I ain't had one robot come over here. Not one time.
Marie has her head down.
Oh, look how much of niggas y'all bringing. Y'all need to leave, bro. Y'all need to leave.
Nah, motherfucker, you need somebody to come get your ass,
has now been thrown all over her bed. There's only been one person inside of the room.
Coming to save your ass.
Y'all making my spot hot, bro. I appreciate you. Oh.
You want to leave or not?
She's just as surprised as Jamie is. I didn't do that. Jamie doesn't believe me. She's mad at her because Jamie believes
Marie was the one responsible for placing cans
Wait, come on, let's get
all
it.
over the house. So this was another example of her trying to get attention or something like that. Jamie leaves the
You
room.
fucker. Oh my god!
The dresser. She had all her drawers open with her clothes out. And she has this bottle
You know
of
what?
bleach
You're right. I
sitting
need to.
right
Wait,
at the
come
top
get him!
of
Come
the
get him! Come
dresser.
get him before he
And she
dies!
goes over to the bed, picks up the cup itself that had the coffee. She puts that back on the
Not
table,
me, him.
turns around to get the bleach, and the cap has been turned off. And it's now
Somebody
dumping
got
bleach
I tried. I just pressed. Use the. I used the first
Marie
person.
had been sitting in the chair
What?
the whole time,
I
and
don't
Jamie
know.
had
I don't
seen
even
her
know.
the whole time. And so when she sees the bleach dumping all over her clothes, she knows it could not have been Marie. So she screams. Marie looks over. She sees what's going on. She screams.
Oh, I'm tweaking. I don't got no
hears it,
plates.
comes charging
That's
in the
why I
room.
keep
She's like,
dying.
what's going
Alright.
on? The girls can't describe what's going on. And as they're standing there, a picture frame falls off the wall. And it startles them all. They're looking
Of
over,
course, I
and
ain't
then
got no
another picture.
motherfucking.
It's one thing to have one picture fall, but to have two fall in close succession.
Yeah, me neither. I ain't got no.
That's not a
I'm
coincidence.
not
I
saying.
ain't buying
She
no
sees
more.
the pictures fall. She hears
I'm
her
gonna buy the
kids in
ones I need.
hysterics, and they run out of there. They get in the car and actually just leave the house because the girls just did not want to be there. This was a big moment in this story because to this point, Jamie, without saying anything, believed Marie was responsible for placing everything around the house and making a mess in the house. Marie felt the same way about Jamie. Again, they didn't say it to each other, but it's how they rationalized it. Susan
Top, plate up
was doing the same
if you got
thing,
plates,
but
bro.
for both of the kids. She basically believed that either Marie or Jamie had placed the cans all over the house.
I'm actually gonna put
Now,
this.
This is a long
Susan
game
is
right
starting
here.
to believe that
This is a
something
long fucking
else
game
is
right
going
here.
on in the
I say
house.
this
And
is one
Marie
of the
and
longest ones we've
Jamie
been on.
absolutely believe something's going on in the house. They actually suggested that we believe our house is haunted. And
So I need help.
they're driving around. Susan and Jamie and Marie go back to the house.
Where are you at?
Matt has been
Oh,
around
like
the whole
these
time,
though.
but he's not there. When they get back to the
These
house,
fucking girls,
Oh,
man.
shit.
once again covered in cans
Why
all
did I
up the
bring my phone down
stairs,
here?
placed in weird orientations
No,
on
they
the
gonna
ground,
fuck me
things in the
up.
microwave. The fridge has been open, all the food's been dumped out, there's liquids all over the wall, and they had been. Neither had been. Now combine it with the fact
Oh my god. You bought so many of them over
pictures
here.
falling off the wall. They're talking about the house being haunted. You can imagine what it was like to walk into the house and see it like that all over again when it could not have been. When Matt came home that night, he was just more convinced that it had to have been Marie or Jamie or even Susan. If Susan acted like something's going on here, something paranormal's going on here, and he wasn't there. He didn't see the coffee and bleach incident. He didn't see the pictures falling off the
Well, I
wall.
need speed
And now he
over
sees his
that. That's why
girlfriend
I'm
kind of
moving so
buying into this idea that it's some paranormal thing. He was a really intense skeptic and was just absolutely unwilling to see this as anything other than a bad prank that now his girlfriend is going in on. It causes a huge fight between him and Susan. She's like, why are we letting the kids do this? She's saying, you don't get it. There's something wrong with this house.
I'm
Practically
lagging.
at each other's throats.
Me
They
too.
picked the house up.
I'm lagging with the
Forever. They put everything back. And by the end of it, it's like no one wants to talk to each other. The kids are fighting with each other. Susan and Matt practically hate each other. And that's how that night wraps up. That night, all the power went out in the house. And all they heard all night
Boy, I'm
was
lagging
doors
crazy.
banging.
Hey,
Could somebody say
I'm
something?
lagging too,
And
but
their
I'm hot.
stove is set to light, so all you hear is that clicking sound. They
Wait,
couldn't
who
get it to
hot?
turn off. I mean,
Hold
right
on.
in
Hello?
front of them. There's
Hey, buddy,
all
y'all
this
there?
paranormal activity, and they're recording it. They have no idea what to do. Even though we view this
Why you
story
boxing
and
me
say, come on,
in?
guys. Either this
Bumble
is
clap,
an
bumble
elaborate
clap.
hoax, or you
Get up and
gotta
run.
go to the police. You gotta do something right here. You're
All right,
doing
get
it
up and
wrong.
run.
You're in
3, 2, 1,
denial. You're
go.
fighting with each other. You can't do that. You gotta do something about this. But now put yourself in their position. Their world has been completely
Okay.
turned upside down.
No,
Everything they
nigga.
believed and understood about the world is being questioned right now. They are trying to hold on to every last shred of that former
Fuck
life
you.
and understanding of life that they had before this haunting began. And so they don't handle this well. They just continue to fight and to be at each other's throats, blaming each other for all the things that are blatantly happening in front of them that have nothing to do with Matt, Susan, Jamie, or Marie. So at this point, Susan and Matt and the girls not told to be their friends. that are
Fuck, bro.
So the next day, Susan would actually go to her close friend and say,
I'm on the other
I
side.
was trying to play it up.
no idea what it is. And her friend would say, maybe
Yo,
ought to
Green, come
try
sit. Oh,
giving
thank
a
you,
peace
Green.
offering. Maybe this thing in your house, feels like you're intruding. And if you offer some sort of peace offering to demonstrate that you mean no harm,
shit.
that you want to
coexist, that maybe it'll get along with you. Maybe it'll stop. So whether this was good advice or not, we don't know. But Susan finally has
I ain't gonna
something
lie
that she
to
has
leave him
control
over there,
over.
bro.
And she really gets into this. She knows control, she knows Matt's going to be out for the day at work. And she knows Matt would not be cool with doing this. He would not believe that offering a peace offering is going to be good. It would just cause some fights. And so she saw this window of time to take the girls and do this peace offering. She had this little
Get him over there.
cat figure. Susan loves cats. Figured that a cat
I just used my insta kill.
love.
I'm coming.
Perfect kind of deliberate, intentional offering, showing that she means
There's
no
another
harm,
one.
they mean no harm. It's kind of
Oh, and this one won't last longer.
And she puts candles on this table, and she puts the cat right in the middle, and she doesn't know what to say or how to do it, and the girl's just sitting there like, what's happening? And Susan just kind of says, please accept this.
How the fuck I died? I got insta kill. What the fuck is really going on, gang?
Exist.
Or they hit you
Fuck.
behind.
As they're performing this ritual,
I'm lagging bad.
he had not slept the night before. It had been a really bad night. And doors and all that craziness. And so he left work early.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. It might be time to exhale. I'm fucking lagging.
Susan doing this kind of ritual with his daughter.
Man, we ain't doing shit, bitch ass nigga. We on 40, nigga. We finna be on 40, nigga.
Go to find
We at least gotta wait
Alright,
until...
but I'm gonna try to stay alive. I'm gonna try to stay alive.
And so he goes over and kind of picks up on what we're doing.
Wait, so if we all leave, how we gonna end up getting back on 40 again? Is we gonna quit
Oh,
it?
we
Like,
gotta, yeah, we gotta start
is we
over.
all gonna...
He takes the figurine and he walks out the
Huh?
back deck.
We gotta start
and
over.
throws it onto their backyard.
Oh, you start
Susan,
over? If you leave this
the
bitch?
girls are crying because they're like, oh my gosh, you're making so
You know
much
that-
worse. Everybody's attention is towards
So we
the
could
backyard.
save this shit.
When they all
I
turn
wish.
around,
That
That sucks. So we got
Matt thinking he
so we
had
got
solved
a
the problem.
victory at 40.
There's
That's
the
it.
figurine, an identical
Yeah.
one of the cat that's sitting on the table. They all gasp. They can't believe it. And it doesn't make any sense. They watch.
Hold on, y'all. Let me take a shot real quick and now I'm mad.
Matt doesn't care. Picks it up and
Can
throws
you
it
not die while you take the shot?
right then and there. And it's just this
Maybe.
crazy sequence of
God.
events that when you hear the first interviews with Susan, she can barely
Nope.
describe this because you're seeing something reappear. And then Matt is destroying it. It's a very deliberate, aggressive act towards this thing in the house. The very opposite of what it was meant to do. Susan would say that she knew they were going to go through hell.
I was about to
That
die,
night,
brother.
after
Thank
we
you.
finally fell asleep,
Scared the
Jamie
shit
wakes
out
up
of
in the
me.
middle of the night and goes down into the kitchen to get a snack. When she goes in there, she sees written all over the walls, everywhere, is the word cat. Everywhere.
I'm
Oh,
lagging
I'm
bad.
trapped myself in the
Mom,
corner.
she gets
Fuck.
Matt and Marie. Everybody sees that there's this word cat written everywhere. Matt looks at Jamie and says, "Wait, you did this." Susan comes to defend Jamie and says, "You're the one, Matt, that smashed the cat figurine. There's no wonder this is happening." And so this horrible fight happens where they aren't seeing what's actually going on. They're just seeing red
I'm
fighting
lagging
with
crazy.
each other.
Why am I
Meanwhile,
lagging and
they're
fucking?
blatantly being haunted. In addition to cat being written everywhere, the house had been completely ransacked. I mean, everything's been dumped out of doors. Everywhere you could make a mess, there had been a mess made. And no one woke up to it. They were all in bed. No one woke up to this much of a mess. It didn't make any sense. They start cleaning up this horrible mess. And as they moved some things aside,
Go.
they
Let it down.
what looks to be a huge footprint. It is not Matt's footprint. It's certainly not
Fine.
Matt's footprint. It's easy
Go
to
behind us.
walk
Stay inside,
and
too.
go why didn't you go to police? You gotta remember that when you're in real crisis mode, your brain will tell you that everything is fine. It will be in complete denial of things that are right in front of you because it's a coping mechanism. And so they did nothing and just let it continue. Susan desperately wanted to leave the house, but she couldn't do it financially. They couldn't leave the house. They couldn't afford to. So they're trapped. At this point, the kids are getting very withdrawn. They don't want to be in the house, so Marie would end up staying in her room all day. Jamie would do the same thing. Matt and Susan were talking. There was just nothing being done to correct the situation, and everybody was so upset and angry with each other. It was just
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I made it the right 40. Fuck
so,
you, man.
in
I'm
the
gone.
last couple of weeks, if they ever stayed at this house, they would leave.
Oh my god, I lied. I wasn't gonna leave, but fuck, damn, you ain't had to kill me like that, bitch ass nigga.
Alright, so you didn't need to say you was done?
I ain't gonna pay they got to. I mean, how they got cut though.
Not gonna leave her alone. They didn't have another choice, and Jamie wasn't there. So Marie's gonna be home alone.
Ooh, go get him quick.
So this is like straight out of a horror movie. She's sitting in the living room.
I
watching
tried.
TV,
I'm down.
And at some point, the TV starts turning off and on.
Got you. I got you. I got you.
I agree,
She knows
Gummy.
because she's been in this house now and seen the craziness.
Appreciate you.
It's
Oh
something
my
that-
god, I'm still
Oh,
stuck!
And the TV
Yo.
I'm still stuck on the door. What
Nah,
is
they
happening?
on bullshit.
And now she's
They
just
on
sitting there.
bullshit.
Oh my god, I can't revive you!
She watches as the rocking chair right in front of her
I gotta run.
as
Shit.
if the person or thing that had pulled
Oh
away the
my
remote
God, that was
had
scary.
walked over and sat down
Now
in the
done
rocking
picked up the
chair
wrong
and is now
fucking-
looking at her rocking back and forth. Marie is looking at the rocking chair as all the
Where my
pictures
sight grenades go?
one by one falling off the wall. Marie and Jamie had a habit of always having a digital camera with them at all times
There you go.
because they were taking pictures and filming everything strange happening in their house. And so as she's laying there, just absolutely horrified, she takes her camera in her hand and kind of turns it and just starts taking pictures of the room. Before running out of the room to the phone, where she calls Susan, she calls her dad, she calls everything, she's screaming into the phone, got it down here, something's going on. And
That hunter body.
Hello.
Shit.
Jamie flies home, they rush inside and grab her. She's unhurt, but the house is once again.
Yeah, my gun not even hitting that hard no more. Damn.
Settles down. Marie says, I took pictures. And so Susan
Oh my
and
god, they
Matt
swinging
and
on
Jamie
me.
look at these pictures. There are these weird orbs of light.
Like he said, it was about to happen sooner or later.
That are moving around the room. She managed to get a couple pictures of them. They're just totally out.
Oh my god.
At this point, Matt is convinced that there's something paranormal happening in the house. He's not even putting up his parade. This is Jamie.
Oh
Because
my
it wasn't-
gosh, alright,
It
run,
wasn't
run,
his
run.
daughter. It wasn't anyone. How can you explain these pictures? You can't. And so Matt decides, well, I don't know who we call for this, but I think you call the church. And so he tried calling a bunch of priests and
Damn.
pastors and tried to get anybody to come over. And the best thing to do is get a pastor to come over and pray with them before leaving and saying, "Please don't come." So
Bro, they hitting hard as fuck.
they know
What?
something horrible's happening, and they're just
Bro, they
They got
hitting
it,
hard
bro.
as fuck.
and
They
finally,
hitting hard.
They got it, bro.
major event that occurred in those final 2
It ain't no
weeks
baby hit.
happened.
Them niggas swinging hard as fuck at us, gang.
Like they swinging. Oh my god, and Oscar behind me. Why are you down again? Get up!
She started filming.
Go, come get me, come get me.
And you just hearing her voice, it's terrifying.
I'm lagging.
Someone is
Oh, I'm either lagging or really just running slow as shit.
her bedroom door. And at some point she knows.
Ain't no
Bro, they
way.
slapped the fuck out of me,
She
gang.
goes to the door,
You look right behind me. What the fuck just happened?
open the door, and as soon as her hand.
Man, they slapping, bro, they slapping. One hit, slap is
The
dead.
door would stop. Like it knew she was about to come out the door. And so she didn't know
They behind you.
back into her bed, and she just sat there in the fetal position for
Damn it.
3 hours,
Oh,
listening to someone
shit.
smashing non-stop into the door. At some point, the banging stopped.
Hey, stay-
And after a few
me
minutes,
stay her.
the
Stay
banging
me, stay
being
her.
done, she thinks this is her chance to escape the house. She opens the door,
Yeah,
and there's
okay.
no
Stay me,
one
stay her, brother. Stay me, stay
But
her.
the door on the outside, with a knocking at the
Here, I'm a
door,
Thank
little
you.
mad
was
now.
two dead
Ah, shit.
divots.
Appreciate you,
And the
Zay.
door handle on
Get
the
behind me.
outside from the
Oh my
other
God.
side has been bent down. On the ground,
I should've took our run.
is a pile of utensils, pots, pans,
The
silverware,
armored one's
knives.
hard as fuck
This
to
thing has
beat.
been
What the
using
hell?
tools to try to open the
Yes,
door.
yes.
Next door to
You
her
made the
room was a
40.
bathroom,
This is your
and the
last
bathroom
motherfucking
door
40.
did not have a doorknob on it. You basically
Damn.
pulled it shut. But there was a space for a doorknob that you could actually look through. They just hadn't put it on there yet. And she noticed in the bathroom that the light was flickering. And she thought, I think it's in there. And she decides she's going to try to trap this thing.
Hey, come get me
She goes
first,
to
then come
desk
get
where
her.
She had some
Called
string.
myself trying
She
to
goes
run.
back
Come get me
there,
first.
loops the string through this hole. in
I'm
the
gonna run.
back.
Shit,
She
me.
leans back and pulls the door shut, thinking she's
Appreciate
trapped
you,
this
bro.
thing
He a
inside.
real.
As
I've
soon
been
as
knocked
she
down
does,
too
she
many
starts feeling
times.
resistance on the door. Someone is pulling back.
Yeah, I
At some
think you
point,
suck.
the string gets
You
cut
suck.
and she falls
Alright, you been
back
down
into
more
her
than me.
room. At which point, the bathroom door swings open
Let's
and she
see.
says, I'm about to come face to face with something. I've been
It looks like I've been hitting
But
more
before
than
she could see this
you.
thing come out of the
I don't
bathroom,
even believe
her
that,
bedroom
alright.
door slammed shut. And she
Eh.
hears the rustling of pans and tools and metal clinking
I open
against
more
the
doors
door
than
right
you.
outside.
Probably
She
did
knows this thing is interacting with all those tools and pots and pans right on the other side of the door. It's this
Are
horrible
you down again?
and after just a moment or two, she sees smoke coming into
you down
her
again?
bedroom. And so she immediately runs to the door to try to open it.
You know I'm down,
And
bro.
when she does, she sees that now
Show
there's a
ass up.
frying pan sitting in the hall that has a toilet paper roll completely on fire. And that there's been toilet paper strewn all over the
Oh,
hall.
I just got 30K
Like this
essence.
is a wick, and it's gonna
This
light
gonna
the
be the
hall
last
on
one of those.
fire.
I ain't even gonna use
She grabs
this.
the sweatshirt and she smothers the fire. At this point, she's in full survival mode. She
'Cause where did
knows
this
she has
go?
to get out of
Oh, I
this
didn't
house. It's
see.
trying to kill her. And so she walks down this hall, pulling aside all of the toilet
I'm
paper,
for sure
getting
gonna
ready to
buy
come
my
face to
first
face
bag
with
of
this
that
horrible thing. She goes into the living room. The whole thing has been covered in toilet paper, paper towels.
What's up,
papers
brother?
have been strewn everywhere. This
I'm about
thing
to
is trying like
turn
house
on the
fire.
rampage.
What's up, brother?
You
What's
better
up,
fuck
brother?
now. We
Manages
all
to make her
finna
way
die.
through this maze of toilet paper.
I'm about to
If
turn on the
anybody accept
rampage.
that
Got
shit,
it.
y'all
Hold on.
crazy.
What you say?
She goes outside, defeated,
We
and
leaving.
just sits
Fuck
on the
this.
front
It's what?
steps of her house.
It's on
waiting
extra,
for
bro.
her to come back. Susan, Matt, and Marie were all together, so they came back and they saw
It's
on
her
extra,
on
brother.
the front steps just crying. They go inside,
gotta
they
get
see
to the
the
thing.
scene.
Extras.
Jamie
Go
explains
in there,
what
like, go
happens, and that
modify
was
your
it.
shit and go into extras,
They
brother.
knew they were going to have to go bankrupt to leave the house. They did not
We
have
got
the
an
money
extra
to leave,
over here.
but they had to leave. And so they barely packed up and they left that house. It didn't sell. Susan literally went bankrupt. And soon after they left the neighborhood,
Oh my
Hey,
god, I'm stuck,
hey,
I'm
these
stuck, I'm stuck,
hungry
I'm
niggas
stuck.
wanted to shoot
I'm
y'all.
stuck.
neighbors in
Stop,
their
I'm
immediate
stuck.
vicinity all left. All of the houses did not sell. They're all vacant.
Oh my
No one knows
god.
why. Susan, Jamie,
Thank you,
Matt,
brother.
and Marie, since leaving that neighborhood, even though they were ruined financially, they were very happy to
Fuck
get out of
these
there. They've
zombies,
had
man.
no other paranormal activity since they left, and they're just glad they got out of there.
Oh,
with their lives.
God. Help you.
Oh my god.
Reminder, very
Wait,
first
wait.
book,
Send it over
Events,
again so I can
Dark
accept that
Mysteries,
shit?
the graphic stories,
We did, we gotta get to
right
it
now,
now.
and shipping worldwide. You can find it wherever books or audiobooks
I'm
are
not
sold.
I'm
trying to
down.
This
leave.
book is truly a brand
Yes,
new
we
I'm up.
experience for anybody who's a fan of the strange,
I need
dark,
some
and
food.
mysterious. Never had a book.
My fucking fingers hurt. I don't know about you, but my fingers hurt.
Stories. Some are new, some are
I ain't
old.
gonna lie, I just died. Nigga, we gotta go against all these
Artwork is
niggas.
incredible. The storytelling.
you.
Y'all
is
got me
just
fucked up.
superb. So if you have not purchased your copy yet,
It's
or
really
you
just
haven't
that
You
big
should've
thing we
stayed
gotta
in.
kill in
friends
there.
yet, come on. Go to
I'm not killing.
book.fallenstudios.com
Yes,
or go to
fucking
wherever books are sold and get a copy.
I'm not killing
Again,
him.
that is book.fallenstudios.com or go to
You did it, brother?
books or audiobooks
Yeah,
are
there you
sold. Get your copy first go.
Oh! I'm stuck on him. Get off me.
911 dispatch.
I didn't get a fire in the ball and everything, yeah.
But one group of dispatchers out of Reno, Nevada,
No,
mainly
not I'm out of
the
ammo.
creepiest 911 calls ever received.
Ooh, I had
When the
just enough to buy
details
ammo,
of these
too.
calls they got were put online, the internet went crazy. Here is the there was this old
We
couple
almost
that
won.
lived
We got
10
two
miles
part and then
east
it's
of
a little
Reno,
part
Nevada.
on.
In 2010, the husband
got
died,
46
leaving the
seconds.
wife all alone. Shortly after this happened, she began calling 911 2, 3 times a week, requesting things like, can you please put some water on the oil? Hey, can you change the thermostat? It was clear she was showing signs of dementia, and the dispatchers were respectful
Everybody
of her
come over here and go to
gently
this.
told her that
Come
this
here.
is
Look for the
911,
time we're now.
only call if it's an emergency, and at some point
Yay!
the woman would understand
We
her
left this
mistake,
bitch.
and she would say sorry, and she would hang up. No first responders were ever sent
My
out for these
critical
calls
kills
because it didn't seem like
demolishing
an
them.
emergency. It just seemed like a confused elderly person. But no matter how many times they told her, she kept calling back. And eventually her calls took a turn. Instead of calling 911 to ask for help with mundane tasks around the house, she would call 911 believing she was talking directly to her deceased husband, John. The dispatcher would pick up and the woman would say, John, where are you? John, John. By this time, the dispatchers had gotten so many calls from this woman, they would recognize her address coming through and they knew what to expect. They would answer the phone, they'd be respectful, and they would tell her like they always did, this is 911. You can't call here. You need to talk to your family. And again, they did not send a responding unit out to her because it just seemed like she was confused, not in any danger. But one day
Yo
when she
shit
called,
cracking,
she
yo
sounded
shit
frantic
cracking,
and
cracking.
scared.
Like extra.
John, please come home.
What
Help
you
me. I
mean?
need help. John, come home.
This time,
5
they would
Emperor,
send first
5
responders
Emperor.
out to the woman's house. When the responding unit arrives at her house, just minutes after she had placed the 911 call, they go
Yeah,
to the
you
door,
still need
they're
to fix
knocking,
that.
and they're yelling for
Fix
her,
that
and
shit
she's not
still.
coming to the door, and it's all quiet in the house. The door's unlocked, so they open it up and they announce themselves. They walk inside and immediately they can tell the heat is not on because it's very, very cold inside the house. They look around the first floor and they can't find her, and there's no sign of a struggle or any
Back up,
obvious
finna grab some
problems
chips
that could
real
have
quick.
happened inside of the
Chips
house.
real quick.
So they go upstairs and they start searching all the rooms
Yeah.
and no one's there until they get to the last room, and it's the bedroom. They go inside and there's an older woman who's lying on the bed and she's clearly deceased, and has been for several hours because rigor mortis had already set in. The police are able to confirm that the woman who's lying on the bed is the same woman who owns the house and lives there. And at this point, they call back to dispatch and they tell them, hey, you know, the woman that you claim made this 911 call, well, it can't have been her. Because based on rigor mortis, she was dead at the time that 911 call was made. But the dispatchers are like, no way. We know what she sounds like. We speak to her multiple times a week. We have a whole protocol built when we see her address come across because we speak to her so often. That 911 call that you got that led you to that house where she was, that call was made by her. What they ultimately decide is the reason for this discrepancy is she didn't have rigor mortis. She was just stiff because it was really cold inside of her house, and that she had died in those couple of minutes between leaving the 911 call and when officers arrived. But in the back of everybody's minds, they're a little freaked out. A few days go by and another call is placed to 911 coming from that woman's home address. The dispatcher sees that and has to do a double take, like that's not possible. But they're thinking, okay, this could be a relative, it could be a friend, it could be anything. Picks up the phone and she's shocked when it's the same woman who is frantically yelling for John to come here, save me, help me, I need help. And the dispatcher, who's well aware of the history and well aware that this woman's supposed to be dead, stays calm, goes through the procedure, tries to get more information from this woman, but the call ends abruptly and there's no more information to be had. And so not knowing what else to do, she asks a responding unit to go check this house out. The responding unit goes over to the property, they knock on the door, no one's inside, the door is actually still open, they go in, the house is empty, there's no one there, there's no one that could have made that call. At this point, dispatch is like, okay, this has got to be a prank. But the next day, same thing happens. Here comes a call from the dead woman's house. They pick it up and it's this distraught woman yelling for help. I need my husband. And the dispatcher is trying to get more information, but they can't. And then the line cuts out. Once again, they have to send responders to this location because this woman has called 911 and is saying that she needs help. And once again, the officers get to the house and it's vacant. Just like when she was alive, these calls would persist multiple times a week. They continued even after her house was broken into and burned to the ground. There's not even a house anymore. And there are still calls coming through from that address to 911. Finally, the police get in touch with the phone company and they explain the situation, and the phone company looks at their records and they say, actually, her phone line was disconnected almost immediately after she was deceased. But they tell police there's a chance that it might not have been disconnected properly at the site, and that could be a reason why it's still working. So they send a lineman to go check out the actual property to confirm her lines were disconnected properly and that no wires were getting crossed, and he said all of it checked out. Everything has been detached this whole time. The phone company thought perhaps there was a digital recording of her that got trapped in their system and was randomly bouncing to their call center. But the dispatchers would say, you know, it doesn't sound like a recording that's playing the same every single time. It's always the same message. She's yelling for her husband to come save her. But the way she sounds is always different. It's a unique phone call every single time. So because there wasn't a definitive explanation for why this was happening, they had to treat each call like it was serious. And so multiple times a week for a year, they received these ghost calls and had to send out responding officers to check on her, even though the house was gone and there was nothing there and there was never anyone there. It was just a vacant lot. And then finally, a year after this woman has died, the calls just abruptly stopped. And the police did not launch an investigation into what it was, because the reality is police need to prioritize things that are threats to people or places. And this really wasn't either of those things. It was just really bizarre. And so the official explanation for how a dead woman could be calling 911 from a non-existent phone line in a non-existent house for a year is, we don't know. In 2006, Dave Murphy had just become a police officer in Salt Lake City, Utah. His first role was as a protective service officer, which meant he'd be in charge of physical security in a number of the county facilities. Dave's first facility was the Capital City Theater, which is a landmark inside of Salt Lake City. It's been around since the early 1900s. It's this beautiful, grand theater.
So in early August, Dave reports to the Capital City Theater for his first day on the job, and he meets his partner, an officer by the name of Morgan Matthews. He gets there on this first day, and right away, Dave would say that Morgan was just strictly business. The first place that Morgan takes Dave is the control room, which sits on the first floor of the theater. The theater had 3 floors, and then it also had a basement as well. So the control room was on that first floor. Inside of the control room were all of the security monitors, because there was all these cameras set up inside of the theater. The cameras weren't great though. You pretty much could only tell what was in frame if there was a light on, and most of the time at night especially, lights were off. Once they were done looking at the control room, Morgan says to Dave, now we're gonna go do our rounds. This is something we do every time you get to the theater. You do a security round and make sure everything's locked, all the lights are off. Before you come back to the control room, you'll do that at the beginning of your shift and at the end of your shift. Morgan brings Dave downstairs, and it's the first time Dave is seeing the basement, and he's shocked by how big it is. It is this massive hallway that stretches way down. In the middle of the hall is a piano that's just sitting out in the middle, and the lighting's not good down there. This is a very old theater. You know, everything in the building was pretty old. And Dave remembers thinking that he was immediately creeped out by this scene, this long hallway with all these doors and this piano right in the middle of the hallway. And he's thinking to himself, I don't want to spend much time down here. This is so creepy. But they go down the hall, they check all the doors, they make their way up to the main floor, the second floor, the third floor, everything gets checked. And so after they do this security round, Dave and Morgan go back to the control room, and Dave is anticipating getting to know Morgan a little bit. This is their first night. They're going to be working together a lot. And Dave would say that Morgan just seemed really cold and just did not want to talk to Dave very much. And as soon as their shift was almost over, Morgan was very eager to just knock out the security rounds and just get out of that building. At the end of that night, Dave remembers thinking that there's just something off about Morgan's behavior. It seemed like Morgan really didn't like being in the theater. And it would turn out that he was onto something, because Morgan didn't like being in that building. But it would take him a while to share with Dave why. Over the next couple of days, Morgan and Dave would do their security rounds together, because Dave's in training, Morgan's teaching him. But on August 9th, which is 2 days after Dave's first day on the job, Morgan was confident that Dave knew how to secure the whole building. And so at the end of the night, he tells Dave, why don't you do the security rounds yourself? Dave feels very confident that he knows how to do it. He goes down into the basement, makes sure all the doors are shut and locked, that the lights are off, finishes the basement, goes up to the first floor where the control room is, and checks all the rooms on that floor. He goes into the main auditorium space. He's checking all the different nooks and crannies to make sure there's nobody hiding in there. He goes up to the second floor. He checks all the different rooms up there and the balcony, makes his way up to the third floor where there's all the offices of staff that work at the theater. At the end of the search, the last room he would check was the rehearsal room. And it was the only room where there was no door to it. So you'd poke your head in, kind of look around, make sure no one was in there, and then you would leave, and that's the end of your check. So Dave gets to the rehearsal room, he flips the light on, and he looks inside, doesn't see anybody, is satisfied that no one's in there, turns the light off, and as he's about to turn back into the hallway, he hears a door slam with tremendous force right across the hallway from where he was, and it was the bathroom door. And his first reaction is someone just ran out of the bathroom. Someone who had snuck into the building must have run out of the bathroom, and they're making a break for it to get out of the theater before I catch them. And so he instinctively picks up his radio and he calls to Morgan and says, someone's on the third floor. But when Morgan looks at the camera, he doesn't see anybody. At this point, Dave's drawn his weapon, and he's looking down the hall, he doesn't see anybody. And as he's waiting for Morgan to come upstairs to back him up so they can go look for this person that's just ran down the hall, he realizes 2 things. One, just because he heard the door slam doesn't mean they left and slammed it. They could be in the bathroom. And so he's thinking to himself, someone could be in the bathroom right now. Maybe that's why we didn't see him on the camera. And then the second thing he thought of is that door, the bathroom door, can't slam. It's got this huge hydraulic hinge to it. It can't slam. So his gun is drawn and he's aiming it at the bathroom door right as Morgan comes up on his right. Morgan draws his pistol, he's got it on the door as well, and they make entry into the bathroom. They clear all the different spaces in the bathroom and no one's in there. And there's no way to get out of it. Morgan and Dave are like, okay, well they must not have come in here. They must have run out of the bathroom. They're somewhere in the theater. And so they decide they're going to search the entire building and find this person that clearly was just in the bathroom, and that's how they slammed the door. We're not going to worry about how they slammed the door with the hydraulic hinge. We just know it was slammed somehow. So they leave the bathroom, guns still drawn, and they start making their way down the hall. They're checking all the doors, everything is locked. When they start making their way downstairs to the second floor, Dave recognizes through the door, because there's a door leading onto the second floor. He can see that the lights are on, and he had turned them off. And so as they're walking down the stairs, he says to Morgan, "Hey, did you turn the lights on the second floor?" And Morgan's like, "No." And so they think that whoever was here, whoever was in the bathroom is on the second floor. They must have turned the lights on. They go into the second floor, and not only are the lights on, but all the doors on the second floor had been opened. They search the entire second floor. They search every single room. No one's on the second floor. They turn off the lights, they shut all the doors, everything's locked. When they went down to the first floor, everything was the way it should have been, locked, lights off, nothing down there. And they go down to the basement, and even though it was creepy being down there because they've now searched the whole building and they're anticipating coming in contact with whoever is here, assuming they haven't left the building yet, and there's no one down there. They decided to review the footage from the third floor to see if they could pick up someone running in the hall around the time that that door slammed, but the camera was not trained on the bathroom door. So you just have this view down the hall. You can't see the bathroom specifically, not to mention the hallway is dark and the cameras are terrible without light. And so all they're able to see is the light go on in the rehearsal room.
Hold up.
What's up? What's up? Oh, so I have a zombies build in particular? What the hell? Hello? Todd. Put it on speaker. Put the shit on speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's the word?
While Dave is doing his last check in there, the lights turn off because Dave's about to turn around. And then after that, you just hear this massive slam of this door, but you can't see what happened. So they don't know what to make of it. They're both very much on edge that someone might still be in the building. And so they do another sweep of the building and no one's there. And so they decide to just chalk it up and say, "We're hearing things and seeing things. I'm sure it's fine. Let's just get out of here." And they leave. A couple of...
already put together.
Oh, it's already put together. Oh, shit. Lucky. Bad.
I'm fucking in the backseat chilling.
Oh yeah, that's lit. Alright, so what we streaming today? Cause now we got to. Cause now you ready.
Yeah. I'm lit too.
Oh god, not you too. Why everybody lit today? I need something that's gonna increase my firepower. Oh. Fire mod does not even unlock yet.
Lit.
You said what?
I'm lit.
Oh, you lit? Lord.
Yes.
You need to get your ass home then.
A couple of days later, on August 11th, Morgan is working alone.
be
He wasn't coming in that day, so Morgan's alone.
Or be lit at home. You don't need to be lit.
And at some point in the night, as he's sitting in the control room, he thinks he hears whispering in the hall right behind him. And so after the experience he had with Dave a couple nights ago, he's on edge. So he draws his pistol right away. And so he goes out.
We should have a Discord party today. It's one of them days.
The whispering seems to go farther and farther away from him down the hall. Ooh. So he gets out there, he's looking around, he can't see anything. He makes his way down the hallway towards the stairs that go down into the basement, or if he wanted to go up to the second floor. And when he gets to the top of the stairwell, he's gun drawn, looking down, looking up. He hears what sounds like coughing coming from the basement. And at this point, Morgan said that he was actually pretty scared. I mean, imagine being alone in this theater. Just a couple of days earlier, you've had this weird experience with slamming doors and doors being open and lights going on, that somebody else, another police officer, witnessed with you. You're alone in this theater and you're hearing coughing coming from the basement after hearing voices behind you. That's pretty terrifying. So he very slowly starts going down the stairwell. He's getting ready to clear the corner, and just as he does, the coughing stops. He turns the lights on and he looks down the hall, and there's nothing there. He starts making his way down the hall. He's checking every door, making sure it's locked, making sure that everything is secure. And he gets all the way down the hall, and as he's almost done checking the basement, he smells smoke, and it's coming from a door right next to him. And so he unlocks that door and he goes in, and there's no fire, but all he can smell is smoke. So he turns the light on, he's looking around, there's no fire. He's convinced that somewhere down in the basement there's a fire. He goes to every single room, and he keeps checking, and there's nothing. And then at some point, the smoke smell dissipates. He checks every space in the theater to look for a fire, and there's no fire. He's wondering if he should call the fire department, but he's thinking, what would I tell them? There's no fire. And so he ultimately, after checking 3 or 4 times, being very confident there wasn't a fire, he just says, okay, no fire. I guess I was just smelling things. A few weeks later, on September 4th, Dave has just arrived at the theater. He's there a little bit early. Their shift started at 5 p.m. He was there at about 4:30. And when he walked into the building, he sees that there are 3 staff members sitting at the front desk talking to each other. And as he walks past, one of them is talking about ghosts inside of the theater. And it immediately piques his interest. And so he walked over to the guy talking about ghosts, and he introduced himself. And it turned out that this guy was a man named Blair Fuller, who was a senior accountant at the theater. And so Dave asked Blair, what are you talking about with ghosts in the theater? Because I provide physical security here, and I've seen some strange things here. I'd just love to hear what you have to say about it. So they head up to the 3rd floor where Blair's office was, and they sit down, and Blair says, okay, I got a doozy for you. This happened to me a couple years ago. I was actually in this office. It was about 9, 10 o'clock at night. I was doing some work, and I heard the elevator kick on. Now, the elevator was right outside of his office, and anytime it was on, the engine was really loud. It was really obvious if the elevator was moving around. And so he's doing his accounting work, and he hears that engine kick on. He doesn't think much of it, but then it clicks that he's the only one in the building. And so he kind of looks out the glass window of his office. He had a closed door office with 2 windows looking out into the foyer where there's this elevator. And he looks out, and he can see that the little lights above the elevator showing what floor it's on have lit up, and it's going up. So the elevator was in the basement, and now it's on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, 3rd floor. The door's open, and there's no one there. And at this point, Blair says that he wasn't concerned. He figured, okay, maybe there's some maintenance, maybe it's scheduled to do that, who knows. But after a little while, the alarm goes off in the elevator to signify that something is obstructing the door from shutting. And he's looking out the window, and he hears this alarm, this like ringing sound going off, but the door isn't shutting. And he's like, there's nothing obstructing the door, why isn't it shutting? And so he leaves his office, and he kind of walks over to the elevator, and he walks into the elevator. And he said immediately he felt this massive drop in temperature inside of the elevator. And as he's standing there, he turns around. Now he's looking back towards his office inside of the elevator. The doors start to shut. And for whatever reason, he said, I didn't get off. I just decided I'm going to ride this elevator. The basement button lights up as if someone had pressed basement. And they start going down. And he's sitting there thinking, what in the world is going on? It was just on an alarm because the door wasn't shutting. And then miraculously, when I go inside of it, it suddenly works again, and it's going to the basement. So he goes to the basement, the door opens, there's no one there. He steps out, and Blair says that it took all of his courage to yell out, hey, is anyone down here? And as soon as he did, and he didn't hear a response, he said he didn't want to make any more sound. The elevator sat in the middle of the hall in the basement. It's that huge hall with that piano sitting right in the middle. The lights are off. And he pokes his head down one way, there's nothing down there. He sees the piano barely from the light of the elevator.
Oh, Envy's online.
And he looks down the other way, there's no one there. And at this point, he's just so spooked, he just gets back in the elevator and he hits floor 3, floor 3, floor 3. And he's hitting like door closed, door closed, door closed. The door closes, and he goes back up to his office. He goes into his office, and he shuts the door, and he sits down, and he's thinking like, what was that? Why did that just happen? I got to find out if they're running maintenance or something. And as he's sitting in his chair thinking about this strange experience, he hears what sounds like banging sounds coming from outside of his office in that foyer near the elevator. He just goes to his door and he opens it up and he pokes his head into the foyer and he looks to the side and there's this big filing cabinet and all of the cabinets are out. They've all been pulled out. He certainly didn't do this. And it was as if someone was one by one pushing each of them shut, these big heavy cabinets. And he's watching as one by one these things are slamming shut. One by one until the whole thing is shut. And so he goes over and he's like trying to disprove what he just saw. That he can open up a drawer and that it will shut on its own. but none of them shut on their own. You have to shut it. Something has to shut it for it to shut. And so he packed up for the day and left and did not work another night shift at the theater. Later that night, Dave would share Blair's story with Morgan. He wasn't really sure how Morgan was going to react, but Morgan actually would open up. And he would say, you know, before you started working here, I always felt like I was being watched when I was here. And then we had that experience, obviously, where the lights are coming on and you heard that banging from that bathroom door. And then just a few days ago, I heard voices coming from the hall and I heard someone coughing in the basement and I smelled smoke and there was no one there. And so they start going back and forth, exchanging stories of just how uncomfortable this place made them feel. And so they're wondering what they should do about this. And Dave has this idea. He's like, my best friend, I'll invite him to come over here one night and we'll tell him that we're giving him a tour of the building and we'll just see what he says. We'll see if he reacts to anything here. Who knows? You know, maybe something strange will happen and then we'll have another person validate it. Morgan thinks that's a good idea, and so Dave reaches out to his best friend, Greg. Greg would say that he was a little bit surprised to be getting this offer to come take a tour of the theater, but he was interested, and since Dave was asking, he figured he would oblige him, and so Greg agrees to come to the theater and take a tour. So the next day, Dave and Morgan are at the theater, and Greg shows up, and so they start this tour. They go in the main auditorium, they're looking around, and they make their way into the basement. Morgan turns on the light, and Morgan and Dave instantly see a little ways down the hall on the left, one of the doors has been opened. And so Dave and Morgan push Greg out of the way. They draw their pistols and they're aimed at the open door. And so Greg just stays behind them as Morgan and Dave make their way down to this open door. And when they get right outside the door and they're about to push it open to go inside, the door slams shut right in front of Greg and Dave and Morgan. And they all are looking at each other like, what's going on? But before they can do anything, the door handle starts rattling really aggressively. After the rattling stops, Dave and Morgan look at each other and they nod their head like, we gotta go in there. Greg is scared about being out in the hall alone, and so he just follows them in. And so the three of them go into this room. Dave and Morgan are, pistols drawn. It's a small room. There's no one in there. Light switch on, no one in there. Greg suddenly gasps and he points to the corner and he says, someone's sitting in the corner. And Dave and Morgan immediately train their guns on what's in the corner, but no one's there. And Greg's like, I just saw someone sitting in the corner. It looked like he had a hood on, he had like a sweatshirt on, I don't know, but he was right there. And so Dave and Morgan, they're freaked out because they brought Greg here on some level to disprove the strangeness. And now the three of them have seen a door slam that shouldn't have been open in the first place. Greg's claiming to have seen a figure sitting in the corner. This scared the crap out of all three of them. They quickly left, locked, shut off the lights, went upstairs. Greg's like, I'm out of here. Greg leaves. And Dave and Morgan are like, now what? So at this point, all the strangeness that was happening in the theater was getting reported, but it was being reported in a way that Dave and Morgan didn't seem like they were referencing something haunted, but rather someone was breaking in. Ultimately, the county installed new cameras inside of the theater. These updated cameras had infrared technology, which allowed them to see better when the lights were off. They were hoping that this would allow them to catch whoever was breaking in practically every time Dave and Morgan are on shift. So on the day that it was installed, September 15th, Morgan is working there alone. And he's sitting in the control room looking at the different cameras, and he's kind of playing around with the different screens and seeing what each of the cameras can do. And at some point, something catches his eye in one of the screens. In the main auditorium, it appeared like someone might be sitting in one of the seats, but the camera was zoomed back enough that he couldn't get a clear picture, and he didn't know what was normal in any of these cameras, because this is the first time he's looking at any of these screens. And so he's looking at the camera really closely, and he thinks he sees someone, he can't really tell, that has a hood on or a shroud on that's just sitting in the middle of the theater. And it starts turning its head like this. And he can see clear as day a set of eyes. And before Morgan has a chance to do it, it just starts raising into the ceiling and disappears. Morgan didn't even check to see what it was. He was done. He literally quit that day. That was his last day at the theater. A couple of weeks after Morgan has quit and Dave is working alone at the theater, he's in the control room, and all of a sudden he hears a piano playing.
Oh my gosh.
Sitting in the basement. It's his job to protect this place, so he knows he has to go down and check because it could be some hooligan in the building somewhere. So he leaves the control room, and as he starts walking over to the stairs with his gun drawn, The music is getting louder and louder. The piano is getting louder and louder and louder. He makes his way down the steps, and as he's about to turn the corner, he hears the guard that protects the keys on the piano slam.
Yo, I woke up this morning feeling like P. Diddy, brother.
He turns around the corner and looks, and there's no one down there. He flips on the light. No one's in the hall. He knows he's not going to find anyone down here. It's this entity that's causing all this mayhem inside of the theater. Dave's seen enough. He's done. He is done with this theater, and he goes right back upstairs. He goes in the control room, locks it, stays there till the end of his shift, and then he is out. The next day, he goes to his sergeant and he says, "You can't ever put me back inside that theater or I will quit." And so sure enough, he was transferred. Over the next 2 months, they didn't have anyone who could do full-time security at the theater. So different random officers would be there for a couple hours, a couple of days a week, until November 26th. They found another officer, a veteran police officer named Josh Thomas, who was going to be working at the theater full time. On November 26th, the first night that Josh Thomas was going to be there, he didn't have anyone to turn over with, so he was just alone at the theater. And it just so happens that Dave is in a patrol car near the theater. When at some point in the night, Josh comes over the radio and says, "Hey, I need backup right now. Someone has broken into the theater." Dave knows that it's probably not someone breaking in. He knows what's going on inside the theater. He's the closest to it. And even though he did not want to go, he felt like it was his responsibility to go to that theater and be Josh's backup. And if it was that he thought it would be, that he would be able to explain to him what he had seen before he ultimately decided never to go back. And when Dave gets to the theater, there's this back door that they would go into, and he sees Josh is standing just outside the theater. And Dave would say that Josh's eyes were, like saucers. He looked terrified. And so Dave has an inkling of what's going on. He goes over to Josh and says, "What's going on? Is someone still in there?" He said that he'd been doing security rounds, and he had heard what sounded like voices when he was in the basement. And he didn't think much of it. He checked all the rooms. Everything was shut. And when he made his way
anybody know how to do Easter egg or what?
He saw that the elevator had kicked on. It was in the basement, and suddenly the light was on.
You trying to do?
Roaring up to the third floor.
The Easter egg, you know how to do it?
I don't know how to do it without following your lead.
Looking at it.
Oh, no.
The alarm goes off. That's when he called him for backup. Dave says, "Look, let's just go search the building and do it together." They clear the whole theater. No one's there. And before Dave leaves, they go into the main auditorium where the stage is, and they're just standing on the stage, chatting with each other. And Dave, his back is to where the audience would be. And Josh is facing Dave, facing towards the seats. Josh just suddenly stopped. Mid-sentence, he's just frozen, looking just beyond Dave's shoulder. And Dave goes, "What?" And Josh goes, "There's something behind you." Dave slowly turns around, and as soon as he does, he can tell immediately what Josh is looking at. Standing in the very back of the theater away from them is a man standing in the corner with its hands by its sides. Its back is to them, and it's looking down with a hood over its head. Dave turns his whole body around to look at this thing. Right as this thing turns around real quick and looks directly at them. It has these deep, dark, sunken eyes, and its face looks like it had been very badly burned, like it was black and charred. And it's looking at them before it just turns and runs out the back of the theater. Josh believed that that was an intruder. Dave was pretty certain that that was just another instructions entity against the leader. But they would search the building and they could never find that close finger. That was when Dave sat Josh down in the control room and filled him in on why Morgan had quit and why he ultimately had quit. And he also told him the story from Blair. So Josh is like, "Great, I'm glad I work here now." This was the last time that Dave would go to the theater. But Dave would do some theater. It turned out that in the 40s there was this horrible fire, and a man had been trapped in the basement when the fire erupted, and he had died inside of the theater. So Dave, Morgan, and Josh, and the three of them all believed that what they were witnessing was the ghost of that man who died in that fire. On the morning of November 13th, 1964, 6 members of the DeFeo family were asleep in their home in Amityville, New York. The 7th member of the family, Ron, was sitting on his bed in the basement. At around 1 a.m., he gets up off his bed, he grabs a rifle, and he starts walking up the stairs. He goes across the first floor, goes up the second floor stairs, and he gets to the second floor landing, and he walks right into his parents' bedroom, which was totally dark besides this little cane right next to his father's bedside. And he raises his rifle and he puts 2 rounds into his father's back. And then as soon as his father is still, he aims at his mother and shoots her 2 times. And
then he puts the gun down and he walks out and he goes across the hall into his brother's room. He raises his rifle and he fires one shot into his 12-year-old brother Mark, and then he aims at his 9-year-old brother Sean and fires one shot into him as well. Then he leaves their bedroom and he walks down the hall to another bedroom where he finds his 13-year-old sister Allison. He raises his rifle and he fires one shot. He leaves her room, he goes up the third set of stairs, up on the third floor, finds his 18-year-old sister Dawn, and he fires one shot into her, and then he's done. Altogether, it took him about 15 minutes to massacre his family. At no point was he panicked or running around or acting crazy. He was just walking calmly room to room, taking very well-aimed shots to ensure they did it. He took the rifle and he went outside and he jogged into the bar. He went inside and he put on the big facade that he was family, her, helped them, and he got to the house. Around Amityville for heavy drug use, for being total alcoholic, and for getting really aggressive. He was just a guy who didn't want to be there. And so when news got out in Amityville, what happened, and it looks like Ron is the one who did it, no one was really that shocked. But when the details of the crime scene, specifically the way the bodies were positioned, made people wonder, is there more to this case that we don't know about? All of the DeFeo family members had been found lying face down in their beds, and none of them showed any signs of putting up a struggle against their attacker, which led investigators initially to think that they must have been sedated, that Ron must have drugged them somehow before he started his attack. But when the toxicology reports came back, no one in the family had any substance. At first, the police did not think sleep and everybody else is asleep upstairs, he starts hearing a voice in his head that's saying, "Touch them, kill them." He thinks he's just losing his mind. But then out of the shadows, straight across from him, from underneath the steps in the basement, the shadowy figure emerges and starts walking towards him. Saying the words, "Kill them." And Ron's looking up at it as this figure walks all the way up to him and says right into his ear, "Kill them." As Ron said, involuntarily he reached over the rifle that was on the bed and he stood up and began walking towards the steps. He knew what was going to happen. He was going to go kill his family and he didn't want to do it, but he felt like he didn't have any more control over his body. And that's when he realized that he was being possessed by this demon in the basement. While Ron's confession terrified everybody in Amityville, the idea that there was a demon living in the basement of his house that possessed someone to go kill their family, I mean, that terrified everybody, but it didn't hold up anymore, and ultimately Ron was sent to jail for life. 1 year after the attacks, another family, the Lutz family, moved into the house in Amityville, but they left 28 days later because they were hearing voices coming from the basement. After hearing about the mass murder that occurred in the house, and now the Lutz family saying there's something in the basement, world-renowned demonologist Ed Warren had to send on the And in fact, to this day, the Amityville house is considered one of the most haunted places in the entire world. But while Ed and Lorraine were there, they took their very things. Lorraine was walking on the second floor near where the brother's room was, and she was snapping pictures. And the only people in the house at the time these pictures were being taken was her and Ed. Here is the picture that she took on the second floor. She claims this boy standing on the left side of the picture. Today the house still stands. It's been bought and sold a number of times over the years.
because apparently no one likes to live in this house for a very long time.
And now, a clip from the newest episode of Wartime Stories. Enjoy.
Welcome to the smoke pit. In the military, the smoke pit is simply any odd place that service members will gather to have a smoke, drink with their buddies, or just hang around and swap stories. Sometimes these stories are about experiences that the individual sharing doesn't really expect anyone to believe, possibly because they themselves have a hard time believing it or making sense of it, or otherwise crazy. But since they feel the need to get it off their chest, smoke stories often circulate. In this episode, we are going to cover a number of encounters and other ghostly stories as folks who experience them. Some of them being service members, others spouses. As I've noticed in reading of many similar types of ghostly stories, one of the most common themes with regard to haunted buildings and other places is that these often seem to be places where something terrible happens, an unnatural taking of life, whether by the person's own hand or by murder. As such, the sensitive members have to be aware that some of these stories may be difficult to listen to, especially as one of the final episodes of two young children. These are stories where no one else had to call
So that's going to do it. And want more mysterious content, remember we have a whole slew of podcasts under the Ballard Studios umbrella. They are the Ballard Podcast, Mr. Ballard's Medical Mysteries, Runpool, Bedtime Stories, and Wartime Stories. All of them are free. There are loads of episodes, and they're all of the strange, dark, and mysterious variety. All you have to do is go to the platform, look up Ballard Studios, and boom, there are all of our podcasts for you to go binge. Thank you very much. Until next time, see ya. Today, I'm going to share 3 stories that all fall into the category of paranormal. But before we get to those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to cook the like button a really nice, big, and round meal. But don't tell them every time it calls for olive oil, you used motor oil. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. One night in the summer of 1921, a young man named Carl Wilkins walked across the farm in Ohio. He was on his way to check on the horses and his cattle one last time before he got sick. Gun on his hip, and from any other reason. As he walked across the farm, he sort of looked out at the farmhouse and the barn up ahead and the water well and all this land, and he couldn't help but feel really proud of what he had. I mean, this was all his. So Carl had always dreamed of having this. He was able to get this one for a really low price. Apparently, the people before him had been very eager to get rid of it, and he had seen it. Carl didn't really wanted to move it so bad. But he didn't care. He just meant to go. So Carl wanted to move this cabin in his home. As he got closer, keep in mind it's dark house, he had this unmistakable feeling. But Carl, he lives alone. It's just him and his animals. There's no reason there would be anybody nearby to watch him. And so instinctively, he stops where he is, whips around, and shines the lamp in all directions to see somebody there. But there's no. Granted, his field of vision is pretty limited. I mean, it's dark outside, and the lantern's not that bright, but for the most part, you can tell that there's no one in the immediate vicinity. He's all alone.
Then his thought is, well, is there a predator nearby? And is there an animal watching me? But Carl, I mean, he's looking around. It's a peaceful, quiet night, and you know the previous owners certainly hadn't mentioned any risk of predators in the area. Carl tells him, really know what it's like. He tells himself, you're just overthinking it. Go to the barn, take care of your animals. And so Carl turns around and he walks over to the barn. He goes inside and busies himself getting the horses, the cattle ready for the night. And you know, he's in there for a few minutes, and for the most part, he's forgotten about that strange feeling he had when he came over, that feeling of being watched. But after he was wrapping up, he couldn't help but start to feel like he had that feeling again, that there was somebody watching him. And so he's looking out his back door, he's talking out there, he's kind of looking around the inside of his barn, and again, he's telling himself that you're being paranoid, everything is fine. But admittedly, deep down, Carl was feeling pretty nervous about just this walk he was going to have to make through the darkness across his property back over to the farmhouse. But, you know, he steeled his resolve, he grabbed his lantern and he checked his gun on his hip, and then he walked out the doors of his barn and began quickly making his way towards his house. As he's walking with his steam on both sides, checking to make sure nobody's out here, he's not seeing anything. Right as he's about halfway to his house, something catches his eye on the far side of the property, something kind of off in the distance. He stops. He aims his lantern in that direction. It doesn't really illuminate that much, but it illuminates enough to see that there's actually somebody standing on his property. And he's so alarmed he's standing there holding his lantern, looking at this person. It's this white silhouette just standing still right over Carl. They're sort of in the vicinity of this water well. And after he throws it, Carl snapped out of it and said, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" And this figure doesn't move, doesn't move. They just stand there staring at Carl. And then they go and begin kind of moving away from Carl in the direction of Carl. And Carl at this point doesn't know what's happening. He thinks that this person clearly is some sort of trespasser. They must have been here earlier. Like, that's what I was feeling. They were here. They've been watching. Are they going to stop? Like, so he draws his gun and he starts chasing after this person. And as he's running, you know, his lantern's waving back and forth. And like as he's running, he loses sight of this white figure. And by the time he actually gets to the water well, he realizes he's lost this person. They're just gone. At this point, Carl really didn't know what to make of this. He didn't know where this person went. Like, he has no idea if they doubled back around and they're gonna, like, you know, try to go in his house or something. He does not understand what's happened or where they've gone. He doesn't know who they are. And so all he can think to do as he's standing there by the well, out of breath, running, is just to yell out that, you know, he's got a gun and he's not afraid to use it, and don't you dare come back here. But despite yelling out these sort of open-ended threats, there's no response. And he doesn't see this white figure anywhere. It's just dark and silent in all directions. And so for a while, Carl just stood there at the well, just, you know, looking out, almost expecting to see this figure reappear. But they never did. Eventually, everything had kind of calmed down on his property. He just turned, run the rest of the way over to his farmhouse, went inside, and locked the door behind him. Now, the next morning when Carl woke up, he tried to tell himself that whatever happened the night before, it had to be an anomaly. Like, maybe that was a neighbor who came over and they were shy, or maybe it was, you know, a potential trespasser or something, and they were scared off of Carl's threats of being willing to use his weapon. Like, Carl is telling himself that whatever that was last night, he likely would never encounter that person ever again, and, you know, it was handled. But Carl was wrong. Almost every single night from that night onward for the next year, at about 9:30 p.m. every night, around the time that Carl would go to the barn to check on his animals before bed, he would always see that figure. And they were never close enough that Carl could actually see who it was or get any sense of what they wanted. They were always just kind of off on the side of the property, always watching Carl every time he came out of the barn. And when he would invariably scream at them, run towards them, and at one point he fired his weapon in their direction. Every time, this figure would just, without saying anything, move away from Carl in the direction of the water. Down there, Carl would lose sight of him, just vanish. Now, as much as Carl really wanted to pretend that this was just something explainable, this was some person on the property, awaiting his capture every single night. As much as he wished that could be the explanation, Carl knew, despite not being a believer in the paranormal, despite not being those things, he felt like what he was witnessing was a ghost. What else could it be? A white figure that floats away from him and vanishes into him. That's a ghost. Also, another part of Carl's thinking. Previous owners were really excited to sell this property, effectively at a loss. It's like they just wanted to be rid of this property. And he couldn't help but feel like maybe there's a connection between what I'm seeing and why they left. But the one thing that Carl hung on to was that despite how unsettling this whole thing was and how terrifying it was to see this figure floating around on his property, despite that, the reality was it was pretty predictable. Every night around 10:30, he could see this ghost, whatever it was, but it didn't really affect him, those animals. It was just terrifying. And he accepted that. It just sort of became his new life. And it is until August 1st of 1922, which happened to be almost exactly a year after Carl had purchased this property. On that day, Carl noticed his horses, his cattle, they stopped drinking the water, the well water that he gave them all year long since he had been here. They'd never had any issues with it, but on that day, they just stopped drinking it. And in fact, they were kind of skittish around the water. Like there was something in the water that was upsetting them. Carl tasted the water, it tasted fine to him, but he assumed there just must be something in it that made it unclean to the animals. And so what he had to do was clean the water, which meant he needed to drain the well, get rid of all this dirty water, and let the well refill, and hopefully at that point it would be clean. So Carl goes over to the water well. Remember, this is always where the figure goes off and disappears to. And as the water began to drain, he realized there was something in the well, really deep in the well, he never would have been able to see unless he drained it. Where he is draining it, he's looking down, and he can't quite tell what it is, but eventually the water was shallow enough that it was obvious what was in the bottom of the well. At that point, he went and got the shovel. It would turn out 5 years earlier, Carl's farm had been owned by another man whose name was Frank Norman. Frank, when he was here, had multiple employees, including a young farmhand named Henry Livingston. One day, Henry had gone missing. Henry didn't have any family or close friends who lived nearby, and so basically everybody in town assumed that Henry must have just left town. But one of Frank's neighbors had told the sheriff at the time that she didn't actually believe that. She thought maybe Frank himself had done something to Henry. Because according to her, Frank and Henry argued all the time about money. Like there was clearly real tension between those two. The sheriff tried to legitimacy to his claim. But at the same time this investigation was beginning, Frank abruptly sold the property to Henry without any real evidence. The sheriff couldn't prove there was any fraud. So he just had to lose the case and until Carl, 5 years later, drained that well. Suddenly, the Henry Livingston case was solved. Because at the bottom of the well, Carl found Henry's very body. It was practically skeletal at this point, but they could tell that was Henry. An autopsy later revealed that Henry had died of blunt force trauma to the head. Frank was arrested and found guilty of second-degree murder, but he only served 7 months before his charges were dropped due to insufficient evidence, and he was released. When they pulled Henry's remains out of the well to give him a proper burial, they noticed he was wearing a watch. And the watch had stopped at 9:35 p.m., precisely the time that Carl, for a whole year, saw that figure running off, disappearing over the waterway. After Henry's body was properly buried, Carl never saw that white figure ever again. Also, it's believed that the previous owners right before Carl, who sold him the property at a discount, likely they were selling it because they too had seen Henry's ghost. Happy New Year, everybody. And to celebrate this new year, I actually have a pretty huge announcement. So beginning this Monday and going forward, we're going old school on this channel. We're going back to 2, 3, even 4 uploads a week. And this is none of that like oh, we edited it differently so it's brand new. No, we're talking new content up to 4 times a week. So how will it actually work? Well, this week, you're going to be getting new stories on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and of course Saturday. Saturday is the same as it's always been and will continue to be. And then each and every week after that, you're going to be getting 2, 3, even 4 brand new Mr. Ballin episodes every single week. You've told me that you want more strange, dark, and mysterious stories. Now, you're going to get it. Can't wait to see you guys. Thank you.
There's no way.
Late one night in the winter of 1933, a young nobleman named Anton Holberg poured another round of drinks for all of his buddies who were sitting inside of one of Anton's many sitting rooms inside of his huge castle that he owned in southern Poland. And after pouring these drinks, Anton kind of clumsily began walking his way over to the table where his buddies were. And because Anton was pretty drunk, because he and his friends had been drinking for hours and playing cards and partying, Anton stumbled at some point and basically spilled half of the drinks onto the carpet. But because he was so drunk, he just thought it was really funny. And so did his friends. They were all roaring with laughter as he's on the carpet, picking up all these basically empty glasses. But then instead of going back and re-pouring drinks, Anton, sort of as a joke, walked over to the table, sat down, and handed out these basically empty cups to his friends. And everybody thought it was so funny. And they didn't even get up to get more drinks. They were just all so drunk and happy, they just kept on playing their card game. And so as Anton's sitting there and everyone's laughing and smiling, the friend of his that was the dealer for this round of blackjack began to deal. But as he did, there was this sudden, really loud creaking sound that came from right above them. And it was so loud and so pronounced that even amongst this loud room of drunk men playing cards, everybody heard it. And there was a moment of silence where everyone sort of registered, like, what's going on above us? And in this sudden stillness, Anton, he sort of made a jest, and he goes, oh boy, that's the monk. Now, for the most part, everybody at the table, all of Anton's friends that were there, they had heard the story of the so-called hooded monk that apparently haunted the castle. That's at least what Anton would say. But one person who was there that night was a new friend of Anton's, and they had not heard of, the monk's story. And they said, well, what are you talking about? That's the monk. And immediately everyone's like, oh, geez, here we go. Because Anton, he looked over at the friends and he was like, oh, you haven't heard the story of the hooded monk? Let me tell you. And then Anton basically told this friend, as the rest of the friends are all like, give me a break, this is just crap, this is not real. But Anton would tell this person, this newbie, that when he took ownership of this huge castle, he was told that everything's fine, except there's one bedroom upstairs that's totally off limits. Apparently, it is haunted by a hooded monk. Evil hooded monk sort of patrols this room. And Anton told this friend that he actually had never gone in that bedroom because he believed the story was true. That maybe, just maybe, there really was a malevolent spirit, a hooded monk figure that was in there. And also, he had tons of bedrooms in his castle. He didn't need to go in there, but, right above us is that off-limits bedroom. And so maybe that creak we heard was the monk. Now, again, basically everybody in the room knew this story because Anton loved to tell the story of how his castle was haunted. But that's all it ever was. It was just some story that Anton told. But this friend, when they heard this from Anton, their reaction was, wait a minute, you have a bedroom in this castle that you own that you literally haven't gone inside of because there's a ghost in there? Are you kidding me? You literally haven't gone in that room for that reason? And as they said it out loud, all of Anton's other friends sort of picked up on how cowardly it seemed for Anton to have never gone in. Suddenly the story just made it seem like Anton was just kind of a coward. And everybody just piled on. They're like, yeah, Anton, why haven't you gone in there? Come on, man, this is your castle. Go in that bedroom. And before long, Anton was no longer happy to be talking about the story. He was like, oh yeah, just forget about it, guys. Let's get back to our game. But nobody would let it go until finally they dared him hey, not only should you go in there, but tonight, you should stay the night in that bedroom to show us that you're really not afraid. And eventually, because Anton was so drunk and he was sort of standing up for his pride, he finally said, fine, fine. I'll go in there and I'll spend the night. Fine, I'll show you that this is just a story, it's no big deal. Now, after Anton loosely agreed to this, he likely thought that, the guys will forget about this and we'll go back to playing cards, and by the end of the night, nobody's gonna make sure I really go into that bedroom tonight. They're gonna forget about this. But no, the friends would not let this go. And at the end of the night, when they had kind of wound down their card game and everybody was feeling pretty tired, they all were like, okay, Anton, we're gonna walk you up to your bedroom to make sure you sleep inside of that haunted room. And because Anton had already publicly declared that he wasn't afraid and he would do it, he was like, okay, let's go. And so the group, with Anton in the lead, they left the sitting room and they went up the stairs to the second floor, and they go down the hallway to the bedroom where supposedly, this hooded monk ghost resided. And the door, it wasn't like barred up or anything, but again, Anton had never been in there, but he had grabbed the key. Anton goes up and sort of nervously unlocks the door, and before pushing it open, he turns and looks at his friends and he's like, all right, I'm going in, trying to see if they really wanted him to do it. All his friends are sort of looking at him sort of hesitantly, but they're like, yeah, go inside, go, do it. All right, pushes the door open, and he and his friends, they all look inside. For the first time, Anton is now laying eyes on the inside of this bedroom. And really, there was not much to see. I mean, it was a bedroom, and there was old furniture in there that looked like it had been there for hundreds of years, covered in dust. There's cobwebs everywhere, but it basically just looked like a really old bedroom that nobody used. And so his friends are like, all right, Anton, get in there. And Anton's like, all right, I'll see you in the morning. And he goes inside the room and he shuts the door. And then the friends, they all walked back down the hall, went into their respective bedrooms where they were sleeping, and everybody went to bed. Several hours later, in the middle of the night, as all the friends are all asleep, there's this sudden, extremely loud, blood-curdling scream that appeared to be coming from the bedroom where Anton was, inside the haunted room. And so the friends, they jump out of bed, they run into the hallway, they go down the hall, and they get to the door and they try to open it, the room that Anton's in, but it's locked. And they start banging on the door, yelling, Anton, are you okay? Are you okay? Because even though they had put him up to this, they had dared him to do this, they didn't really think there was any risk, but at the same time, maybe there was something bad in there, so they're worried. They're worried about Anton. They want to make sure he's okay. But after pounding and yelling on the door, there was no response. The haunted bedroom where Anton was completely silent. And the friends, they all kind of exchanged worried glances, and they're like, we got to get in there. We got to make sure he's okay. Something just goes wrong. That scream, that's somebody in danger. Like Anton could be hurt here. And so they began smashing this door, ramming into it, until finally they literally blew the door off its hinges. And when they looked into the room and saw what was going on, they couldn't believe it. When Anton went into the bedroom to spend the night, his friends would recall hearing the sound of him turning the key and locking the bedroom door behind him. So Anton is in this haunted bedroom and he's locked inside, and there's no other way in or out of this bedroom. So he is in there totally alone and he's locked the door. So keep that in mind. So now, a few hours later, after hearing the scream, the friends blow the door open, literally knock it off its hinges because it was locked, and they find Anton. And he's dead. And he's laying on the bed on his back, and the only sign of something that happened to him is there's this red mark around his neck, like a ligature mark, a thin red ligature mark around his neck. But there's no rope or line anywhere in the room. There's no sign of a struggle. There's nothing else really in this room except for Anton. And he's just inexplicably dead with this mark on his neck. Authorities got involved and they searched the room top to bottom, and they never found any rope or any line, nothing that could have left those marks on his neck. And they also did an autopsy on Anton, but they couldn't figure out what his cause of death was. So just the fact that Anton died in this really inexplicable way in a bedroom that he claimed was haunted is pretty mysterious. But it becomes even more mysterious when you consider the whole story about this ghost that haunted this castle. So Anton, when he would typically tell the story, would just basically say, well, there's this evil hooded monk that is upstairs in one of the bedrooms, and that's why I don't go in it. And that's kind of the whole story. But that's not the whole story. That's just kind of the version that Anton would tell. The whole story was, this castle has been haunted for hundreds of years. There is an evil monk that lives in that bedroom upstairs, and if you go in there, the evil monk will kill you by strangling you with a thin rope. That's the story. And so it really makes you wonder, because to this day, nobody knows how Anton Holberg died alone in that locked bedroom after seemingly being strangled by a rope that didn't exist. Around 1 a.m. on Sunday, January 20th, 1907, a 57-year-old man named Samuel Hughes was riding on a passenger train that was moving through southeastern Wales. Sam had spent basically the last 24 hours working the entire time. He was a salt merchant, and he had left the town where he lived, a town called Blackwood, and taken a train south about an hour to another town called Newport, where he did a lot of business. And basically all day Saturday, from early morning all the way until late at night, he had been working. And now finally, 1 a.m. on Sunday, he's back on a train heading back to his town in Blackwood. But despite how utterly exhausted he was on this ride back home, barely able to keep his eyes open, Sam was just so relieved that soon, very soon, he would get off the train, he'd be back in his house, and he could just collapse in bed. And so that's all he's thinking about. And so for a little bit longer, Sam is, fighting to keep his eyes open, and the train's rumbling along, and he can tell he's getting close to home. I mean, he rides this train all the time. This is a pretty, regular route for him. And then finally, Sam feels the train start to slow down, at which point he gathers up all his things, gets up and kind of shuffles his way into the hall, and then once the train came to a full stop, he stepped off the train onto the platform, relieved that, he's now maybe 10 minutes from home. But as the train took off from the station, Sam, who's again standing on this platform, it's late at night here, he's looking around and he realizes something. In his stupor, in his exhaustion, he didn't realize this was not his stop. He had gotten off one stop too early. It was like he was on autopilot. He was so tired, he got off thinking he was home, but he wasn't. And now the train is gone. And remember, this is the early 1900s. He didn't have a quick way to get from where he was to his home. Like, there wasn't going to be another train anytime soon, nor did he know the train schedule. He also didn't have a way to call a cab or anything. It's 1, 2 in the morning here. And so Sam realizes he basically can either find a place to stay in whatever town this is, or he can basically walk to Blackwood, which is, a pretty good walk away, but he figured, maybe, this town was close enough he could do it. And so he figured, his first step here is just leave the platform and just go find somebody, anybody in town that maybe is out and about, and just kind of figure out where we are, how do I get to Blackwood, is there a hotel nearby or an inn or something, but he needs to go find somebody. And so even though Sam at this point is furious with himself and really just wants to spend time dwelling on the fact that he's made this mistake, he's sort of over that, and he's just focused on finding a solution. And so Sam leaves the platform and he starts walking, in the general direction of lights that he sees off in the distance. But this is a small train platform. He's clearly not near any major city. It's pretty much dark and just rural roads going in different directions. And so he really does not have high hopes that he's going to run into anybody anytime soon. But surprisingly, after leaving the platform and walking not very far, he got to an intersection where he saw another person walking up the other street. And he quickly realized it was a police officer. And so Sam is so relieved, an authority figure, they can help me. He flags down the police officer, and the officer comes over, and they're kind of sizing up Sam, like, what are you doing out here? It's the middle of the night, you got luggage with you, like, what's going on here? And Sam explained the mistake he had made and asked the officer, like, hey, is there a place to stay here? Or maybe, is it walkable to get to my town, Blackwood? And the officer would tell him, like, there is places to stay in this town, but if you're up for it, it would only take you, maybe an hour if you did want to make the walk to Blackwood. And, if I was in your shoes, I might do that. And Sam, he thought about it, and he said, you know what? I just want to get home. I want to get in my own bed. So yes, just point me in the right direction. And so the officer, he explained to Sam that luckily it's really simple. You just basically go straight down that road and you walk for about an hour until you reach a bridge. Once you get over the bridge, follow some signs, and it'll be really obvious that you're right near Blackwood, and you'll make it the rest of the way. And so Sam thanked the officer, and gathered up his things, and he began walking in the direction of his town. Several hours later, a little after 3 a.m., Sam's wife, Bess, was awake inside of their home in Blackwood. She was awake because she was waiting for Sam to get home. She knew he would have a long day in Newport, but by now she knew he should be home. He went on this trip fairly regularly. She knew how long it took, even on the long end, and it being 3 a.m. and him not being home was starting to be pretty concerning. And so she's up, she's kind of anxious. All of a sudden, she hears Sam calling out to her. He's clearly out in front of the property. You know, he must have known that she was awake. He could see the lights on inside the house, and he was calling out to her that, you know, he was returning. And so Bess, you know, she's overcome with relief. She knows her husband is safe. She grabs a candle and she goes to the front door to greet her husband. She opens the door and she looks out, and it's not her husband. Her husband is nowhere to be found. Instead, there is this dark figure standing on her porch, just inches away, looking right at Bess. And Bess, you know, she freezes when she sees it, but she isn't scared. There's a weird calm about what she's looking at. She doesn't know what it is. She has no idea what to do, but she's just standing there calm as this figure is right in front of her, not moving. And as she's just staring at it, she realizes it's dressed in this long black cloak, and it had on a black silk hat. And her husband always wore a black silk hat, and she knew specifically he had worn it that morning when he went to Newport. And so for a minute, she's just staring sort of unbelievably at this apparition, apparently wearing clothes, at least a hat, that belonged to her husband. And she knows she just heard her husband call to her. She didn't imagine that. He just called to her. But then Bess blinked, and the figure just vanished. The hat, the cloak, it's all just gone. And there's nobody standing on her porch. And now Bess is scared, because as much as there was a calm about this figure, now she's thinking, like, did I just imagine that? Like, what's going on here? Is my husband outside somewhere? Did he call to me because he's hurt or something? And so she leaves her house with this candle, and she's running around her house calling out for Sam, but Sam's not out there. And so eventually Bess goes back inside the house and just continues to sit up waiting for Sam. But Sam doesn't come home. And eventually, you know, by 5 or 6 in the morning, Bess just goes to bed. When Bess woke up later that afternoon, Sam still had not come home yet. But now, you know, the sun is out, and she's telling herself that that weird thing that happened last night, she must have imagined that, you know, like, that didn't happen. And, you know, Sam's fine, he'll be home. You know, he's stayed late before and not told me, like, everything's okay. But as Bess is reassuring herself that everything's okay, she hears a knock on the front door. And for a second, she thinks maybe it's Sam, maybe he's home. But she goes to the door, she opens it up, and it's a police officer. And he just says to her, I have some terrible news. It would turn out the night before, when Sam met that police officer who told him to walk this way to get back to Blackwood, well, Sam had followed the directions, and apparently he was on the right path because he got all the way to that bridge that the officer said would, you know, demarcate that he was close to Blackwood. But perhaps because he was so exhausted, or maybe just because it was still so dark outside, he fell off the bridge to his death. And so the police officer is telling Bess this, and she's totally overcome with grief. But then for whatever reason, her mind immediately went to that dark figure she saw on the porch a little after 3 a.m. And without really thinking this through, she just said to the officer, what time do you think he died? The officer was like, well, you know, based on the officer that directed Samuel in that direction, you know, towards the bridge, and how long it would have taken him to get there, we estimate he likely fell off the bridge around 3 in the morning. And so for Bess, she's thinking, that's around the same time I saw that figure on my porch. And then she also began to think about that hat, the black silk hat that Sam always wore, that she knew he had worn that morning when he went to Newport. And so Bess's next question was, well, when you found him, was he wearing his black silk hat? And the officer was kind of confused and said, no, he wasn't wearing a hat at all. And so when Bess heard that, those details confirmed that who or what she saw on her porch earlier that morning, the dark figure with the black silk hat, that must have been Sam's soul. He was coming to say goodbye to his wife because he had just fallen off the bridge and died. And, you know, this figure having that black silk hat on was a way of showing her that, yes, that really was her husband. Bess would later tell this story to a reporter who would have this story printed all over Wales, and that's how we know it today.
Did I exfil on my own?
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see ya.
I don't think I did what I was supposed to do this match. I was on with my friends. They got off.
Today, we have a very special bonus video for you guys. It's a collection of 4 claustrophobia-inducing diving stories. Now, these 4 stories, even if you've heard or seen them before, they have been completely re-edited. So it's like a brand new viewing experience for everybody. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to house sit for the like button while they're away on vacation, but instead of taking care of their house, simply burn it to the ground. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
For any diver who can stomach the risks, Bushman's Hole is a world-class diving spot. It's located on a privately owned game farm in South Africa. In the middle of the farm's 11,000 acres sits this massive crater in the ground that from rim to rim is hundreds of feet wide. If you hike down the crater to the middle, there's this little tiny basin of water that almost looks like an oversized puddle. This is the entrance to Bushman's Hole. Once you step into this little puddle and push your way through the very claustrophobia-inducing entrance, you open up into the biggest freshwater cave in the world that goes down to nearly 900 feet. For the people that have been in there, they say it's unbelievable and it's like spacewalking. For young South African Dion Dreyer, the pull to go to Bushman and explore it was irresistible. Dion had always been a bit of an adrenaline junkie. By the time he was 17, he was racing cars and building motorcycles, and by the time he was 20, he had picked up a new activity, cave diving. Dion had logged about 200 dives before he was invited by a diving group to go to Bushman's Hole and explore it on Christmas break 1994. They were planning a descent to 492 feet, so about the halfway point of the cave, and they needed one more diver, and so Dion was thrilled to go. The dive was going great, but on the way up, as they were making their ascent, the diver ahead of Dion looked back at him, and Dion seemed fine. He gave the hand signal that everything was going great. He had his flashlight out, and then about 30 feet higher in the water, that same diver turned around to check on Dion, and Dion wasn't there anymore. And in fact, this guy saw his flashlight that was still attached to him, basically wavering as it sunk farther and farther down Bushman's Hole. This diver immediately stops the group above him, and he turns around and starts swimming as fast as he can down to try to get to Dion. But Dion was sinking so quickly that this diver realized that it's a suicide mission if I try to go down there. I will either pass out or run out of air. And so deeply saddened, this group of divers had to turn around and leave Dion at the bottom of Bushman's Hole. Although the other divers didn't know for sure, they told Dion's parents that most likely he had suffered from a deep water blackout and then had drowned. When authorities were notified about what happened to Dion, they sent a robot down to the bottom of Bushman's Hole to just locate his body before they sent a person down there. But they never could find his body. They could only ever find his helmet. Dion's parents are devastated. They're never going to see their son again. And since they don't have a body to bury, they decide to go down to Bushman's Hole and put a plaque up next to the entrance to commemorate their son. 10 years later, Dave Shaw, who was a 50-year-old extremely audacious cave diver, was passing the 800-foot mark inside of Bushman's Hole, becoming the 3rd person ever to reach this depth. Shaw touched down on the sloping bottom of the cave. He detached from the cave reel, took out his flashlight, and began swimming around the bottom. As he was scanning around, he looked about 50 feet to his left, and he saw something he immediately recognized. It was a human body. They were on their back with their arms stretched out towards the surface, and when Shaw went over to them, he immediately recognized that this is Dion Dreyer. Ever since Dion died inside of Bushman and had never been recovered, any diver that went in there was keeping their eye out in case they saw him. Shaw examines Dion to see if he's going to be able to be pulled to the surface, if he's solid enough to be pulled to the surface, and he can tell that his hands have skeletonized as well as his skull, although his mask is still placed directly on his skull. But his wetsuit and his tanks had kind of kept the rest of his body pretty tight, which gave him some mass, which meant he'd be able to move him. But as soon as Shaw tried to move him, he couldn't get him to budge because his tanks were caught on something. And so Shaw stayed there for a minute trying to get him free, but he couldn't do it. And that's when Shaw started to think, okay, this is getting irresponsible. I'm going to die down here too if I don't start making my sense. So he ended up tying a line to Dion's body so he could be located again, and then Shaw began the very slow ascent back to the surface. On the way back up, Shaw felt an extreme sense of connection with Dion. He really felt bad for this kid, and all he wanted to do was get him back on land to give back to his family, to give them some closure. And so when he got on the surface, he immediately contacted authorities and said, I'm going to go back down and I'm going to get him. And Shaw also called Dion's parents and told them, I am going to retrieve your son. And his parents were apparently overjoyed. They couldn't believe they were going to get to see their son again. After lots and lots of planning, Shaw's recovery of Dion was scheduled for January 8th, 2005. The dive was going to take 12 hours, and it wasn't just going to be Dave doing the retrieval. It was going to be like a relay race. Dave would be the first one down, and a couple minutes after he entered the water, another diver would go in who would stop about 100 feet above Dave, and then a third diver would go in and stop 100 feet above the second diver, and so on and so forth. Dave would put the body bag over Dion and then carry his body up to the first guy, who would turn around, bring the body up to the next guy, and the next guy to the next guy until Dion was out of the water. At 6:13 in the morning, Shaw entered the water with a camera on his helmet to film the operation. Shortly after he submerged, Dion's parents walked down to the edge of the water to watch. They showed up intentionally late so as not to put added pressure on Shaw. Shaw dropped very quickly to the bottom of Bushman's Hole. He actually arrived about a minute and a half faster than he expected to. As soon as he got down, he shined his light and he found Dion's body. He went over to him, he got the body bag out, and he got to work. 13 minutes after Shaw had submerged, the diver who was slotted above him, that would be the first to receive Dion's body, began looking for signs that Shaw was done and was moving up towards him. But when he looked down, he saw Shaw's flashlight wasn't moving. This diver continued to watch the flashlight very intently to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. And after a couple of minutes and still no movement, this diver begins going deeper and deeper to try to get a better look at Shaw to see what's going on. And when he got a little bit closer, it became very clear that Shaw was not moving. This diver immediately goes into rescue mode and starts going straight down to get to Shaw to try to help him if he still can. And as he's moving down, he hears this fizzling sound and he looks at his wrist and he can tell that one of his gauges has broken. And this gauge was vital to the dive, and it meant he would not be able to get down there. And so with a heavy heart, he had to turn around and go back up. And because of the depth at which they were diving, he could not just go right to the surface and tell everybody what had happened. He needed to stop at various decompression stops along the way. But he had a slate, and on it he wrote in his grease pen, "Dave's not coming back." And he swam the slate up to the next diver who would have received Dion's body, but instead receives this slate. He takes the slate up to the next diver, to the next diver, to the next diver, all the way up to the surface.
Don's okay. Dave's not coming back.
As soon as this message was read out loud to the group standing around Bushman's Hole, which included Dion's parents, there was 30 seconds of stunned silence. No one could believe this was happening. And then after the silence, Dion's parents are beside themselves. Not only are they not going to see their son probably ever again, but they feel like they are somehow responsible for Shaw's death. Eventually, by the end of the night, all of the other divers that were in the water that day successfully exited the cave and were just fine. As for Shaw, much like Dion, there really wasn't a good way to get him out, and so everyone came to terms with the reality that he was going to be down there with Dion probably forever. The news was so devastating that the team decided to leave all their equipment in place. Eventually, they did need to go down and collect their gear, so everybody goes down to the edge of Bushman's Hole, and before they begin retrieving all of the lines, they sang Amazing Grace in memoriam for the lost diver. Afterwards, they started pulling up the lines, and as they're doing that, they notice all these bubbles coming up from the bottom of the cave. And they looked a little bit closer, and it was Shaw's body and Dion's body. Basically, Shaw had been attached to this line, and he had managed to free Dion before he had passed. And so when they pulled the line, both of them were freed and they floated to the surface. And so even though Shaw would die doing it, he was able to get Dion out of Bushman's Cave for his family. After the two bodies were taken out, they noticed that the camera on Dave's head was still intact, and it had filmed everything all the way through his final moments. And so they took the tape out and they watched it forward and backwards, slow-mo, frame by frame, and they analyzed it to the point where they understood what happened. When Shaw gets down to Dion, Dion's body that had previously been stuck, and that was the reason Shaw had not been able to free him the first time, somehow he's become unfree and he's now free-floating. And Shaw is having a really hard time trying to control his free-floating body, and his body is literally breaking apart in front of him. As Shaw is trying to wrangle his body, you can hear him start grunting, his breathing is getting elevated, and he's totally losing control of the situation, and The bottom of this cave is slanted and it's all silty and muddy. And so in the camera, you see all this mud and silt getting kicked around and the visibility is very poor. And after it clears,
Okay,
you
so
see
what
Shaw
I
is, like,
needed to
completely
say,
tangled in some
after you plug in
line
the two
that's also
HDMI
tangled on
cords
Dion.
to the
basically,
PC,
Dion
so
is
from
behind
each
At this point, Shaw shifts his focus to
monitor
try to
to
get
the
the lines
PC,
off of himself.
you go to your
and you can
display
hear him
settings.
breathing
So you
out,
right click
becoming
this
much
on
more
home screen,
desperate. It
identify
almost
your
sounds like he's
displays, make
gulping
whichever
for
one
air.
you need to
Probably at this
your
point,
home,
although we
like
don't
your
know for
main
sure,
screen.
he's suffering from narcosis, which is
And
a condition
then
that divers will run
you'll
into,
have both of your
where it's like
things
you
set
drank
up,
a
they'll
whole
both
bunch
be
of
working.
alcohol on an empty stomach. It's like you're totally drunk and you're confused. And it's clear that he's becoming a little bit disoriented. Instead of going away from Dion's body to try to go back up and save yourself, instead he turns and starts fumbling with Dion's midsection.
I'm
and
so
then he gets
mad.
a
I
pair of
didn't know I
scissors,
was
but
muted.
he
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
use them, he just holds them. Finally, he turns away from Dion because it's clear you're not going to be able to get him out at this point. And with the scissors in hand that he never used, because again, he's probably suffering from narcosis and he's confused, he starts beginning to make his way over to the area where you can go back up. But he starts slowing down, his breathing becomes tragically desperate, and then it becomes silent, and there's no more movement, and Dave Shaw is dead. 10 days after the bodies were recovered from Bushman's Hole, Dion's parents, although they are absolutely devastated about what happened to Shaw, and they feel very guilty, but at the same time, they're so excited that they get to
I
do
think this
more.
one of Max is done out now.
First time in 10 years. They don't care what state
I'm
his
about to
body's
have
in.
this
Just
done
the fact
maxed
that
out.
he's actually here, that their actual son
But yeah,
in
so
front of them was
that's
just
it's real easy.
overwhelming
If
for
you need
them.
to, you can
And when they went in,
call me and I
they
can
were
walk
really
you through how to do
fixated
it
on
when
the
you're ready to
fact
set
that
it
he
up.
had underwear on that they both recognized. Apparently, they had bought him a set of jockey underwear, and he was wearing jockey underwear. As strange as it is, it was like they got to bond with their child one more time.
As many of you may know, aside from telling stories on this YouTube channel, I also tell stories on my podcast.
Oh, and then
It's
then you
called
might have to
Podcast
actually set it
Strange,
to
Dark,
do
and
dual
Mysterious
display.
Stories. But that's not all.
So
In
there's a
addition to that
setting
podcast,
where
under the
you,
Ballin
when you
Studios
click on
umbrella,
the-
there is a whole host
what is that
of
little
other
bar where the
podcasts
speaker is?
that you can binge right now.
The home
and
bar
their
thing.
content, all of
There's a
them,
setting that
fall
you
into
right-
the
that
strange,
you
dark,
click
and
on,
mysterious category.
and
For example,
let me
if
see
you're
what it's
into
called.
baffling and
So you click
horrifying
here.
medical mysteries, well,
Oh,
you should go
God,
check
not
out
right
my
click,
other
hold on.
podcast called Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries.
So you
Or
click right
maybe
here.
you want to hear from some other voices within our studio.
And you gotta
like
change
Luke
this
LaManna.
right
Luke LaManna is a
here.
military veteran.
This
he has
one.
a super iconic, really deep radio voice, and
I
he
think
has
it's that
two
one.
shows.
So yeah, you click on
One
where it
is
says
called
project,
Wartime
and you want to
Stories,
make
where
sure
he
it says
basically looks at
extend
strange,
and
dark,
not
and
duplicate.
mysterious wartime stories. And his other show is called Redacted, where he looks at information that used to be classified
And I
he
just make
dives
sure
into
both
it with
of the
his
screens
military
actually is
expertise and
projected to both
experience.
screens.
He basically
So making them two
shows
separate
lies
screens.
and secrets and half-truths that the most powerful institutions in the world have been keeping from us. We also have shows that are just plain creepy and unsettling, like Bedtime Stories, hosted by Richard Weil, where he dives into the supernatural and cryptids and mysterious deaths. I mean, basically, his whole kind of niche is things that keep you up at night. And then two other shows that fall into that sort of unsettling, creepy vibe are Late Nights with Nexpo, hosted by the famous YouTuber Nexpo, where he dives into true, crazy, scary stories.
Shit, I
And then we
walk you
also
through
have
how to do
another
it. It's
show
actually
called
kinda
Run
easy.
Fool, hosted by Rodney Barnes. And Rodney is like an icon in the horror genre at large. And on his show, he just dives into this wild, chilling lore, like horror lore. People love that show. Or if you're a history buff and you really want stories that are really rooted in the fabric of our time now, and stories that are truly historically accurate, but still strange, dark, mysterious, and crazy, well, check out A Twist of History, hosted by Joel. He's great, great voice, he's a very thorough host. Those stories all have really cool endings, big plot twists at the end. So if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, go check out these shows. You can look for them either by name or simply by looking for Ballin Studios on any podcast platform. They are available right now. Enjoy.
At 4 a.m. on February 25th, 2022, a 36-year-old father of three named Christopher Boudram woke up inside of his modest home in Point Upia, which is a city
We find
on the
out green
Caribbean
screen is
island
tripping.
of Trinidad and Tobago. After quietly getting out of his bed so as not to wake up his wife, who was still asleep, Christopher walked into the other room and did his typical
Why is that
morning
one side
exercise
showing?
routine.
Alright,
And then
Christopher.
afterward, he made himself some breakfast in the kitchen. And by 5:30 a.m., he was out of his door in his car, making the commute to work. Christopher was a professional scuba diver and had been for over 10 years. Commercial diving is a very broad field to work in, but generally it meant that Christopher was able to do various tasks underwater, things like inspection, welding, or just moving equipment around. For the last 8 months, Christopher was fortunate to be working for a company located just 2 minutes drive from his house. It was an oil and gas company called Perea Fuel. And Christopher's duties at Perea Fuel centered primarily on the upkeep and maintenance of several of these underwater pipelines that Perea Fuel used to get the oil off of their ships and onto land where it could be processed. These underwater pipelines, of which Perea had at least 6, were basically U-shaped. They had these 2 vertical sections on either end that would jut out of the water. And then connecting these 2 vertical sections was a 1,200-foot-long section of pipe that ran along the seabed at roughly 60 feet below the surface. And so one of these vertical sections was out at sea, so 1,200 feet off the coast, and ships would literally come by this opening to the pipe that was out of the water.
Y'all can't even stay alive for the regular chick.
The oil would go
the
down,
fuck y'all need
shoot across this long horizontal section, and then go up the other vertical section, much closer to shore, where workers could collect the oil and bring it onto land. So on this particular day in February of 2022, when Christopher arrived at Perea Fuel, he was not surprised at all to find out that he and his diving colleagues would be doing some maintenance on one of these underwater pipelines. However, there was something unique about the particular pipeline they were working on. It was called Berth Number 6, and unlike the rest of Perea Fuel's underwater oil transport pipelines, this one had not been active since 2018. So for the past 4 years, it had just sat idle. Now, this was on purpose. For whatever reason, the company had decided not to use Berth Number 6, and so they put it into a sort of storage mode, where the vertical section of Berth Number 6 that was out at sea was untouched. It was still just poking out of the water, no changes. However, the other vertical section of Berth Number 6 that was closest to the shore was first plugged up, like imagine putting a cork inside of a wine bottle. That's basically what they did to this vertical section, except they used this huge inflatable cork. Imagine like a huge pool toy. They basically jammed it inside of the vertical section, and then they inflated it so much that it was completely airtight inside of this pipe. And then, once it was all plugged up, they submerged this section of the vertical pipe underwater, 5 or 10 feet below the surface, to kind of keep it out of the way of all the ships that would be moving around close to shore. And then, also what they did is they put something called habitat on top of the opening of this now submerged vertical section of Berth Number 6. To understand it, you got to picture something else. Okay, so imagine you're in a bathtub and you have a bucket. And you flip it upside down above the surface, so there's nothing inside of the bucket, and you just take the bucket and push it straight down into the water. No matter how deep you push that bucket, as long as you don't rotate it to one side or the other and you just keep it steady, that air pocket inside of the bucket will remain. You can literally reach your hand under the bucket, underwater, and it will be dry. And so basically, that's what this habitat is. Perea Fuel took a huge bucket, if you will, and they lowered it straight into the water and pressed it down and anchored it right above the opening of this submerged vertical section. So there was a permanent air pocket over the opening to this pipe. And the reason for this is because if they needed to do work on this pipe, like for example, today they wanted Christopher and his colleagues to make this pipe active again, which meant doing work on it, the divers could swim down, get inside of this habitat, stand on the little metal platform they put in there, and then they could take off all of their cumbersome diving equipment and just work on the pipe while breathing air. It was really kind of a luxury. And so after Christopher and the 4 other divers he was with that day got their instructions, to get Berth Number 6 active again, they began getting all the gear together and going over who would be responsible for what, so that they could habitat. And then once they were all ready, they made their way out of the boat. The 4 other divers that Christopher would be working with,
trying to shoot at my gun.
were men he had worked with many times before, men he would consider his friends. Their names were Sam Kelly Jr., Jason Henry, Faisal Kaban, and Rishi Nadasar. Once their boat had moved just off the coast, it stopped and roughly over the area where below the surface was this submerged berth number 6 vertical pipe and the habitat. The divers hopped off the boat and they swam straight down. They went up and under the side of this habitat wall, and they entered into this breathable airspace right around the entrance to this pipe. And so they climbed up onto the platform, they took off all of their gear, and then once they were just in their wetsuits, they got to work. Now, the job was relatively straightforward. They just needed to basically pull a lever inside of the pipe that would then deflate the big inflatable plug that had been set inside of this pipe to seal it. However, when one of the divers began to pull on the lever, it was jammed, and so they needed a wrench to kind of free the lever. And so Kazim volunteered to go back to the surface and get a wrench because no one had one in the habitat. And so Kazim put his diving back on, he dove underneath his habitat, stand back to the surface, he talked to the boat, and then once he poked himself back up, he handed the wrench up to the nearest diver. And the diver took the wrench, turned back into the facing pipe, he reached down inside and began fiddling with the lever, and eventually he freed it. However, the second this lever was activated, something horrific happened inside of that space. We don't know exactly how this happened or what exactly could have been done to prevent it, but in short, the second that lever was activated, it began to deflate this big cork that had been plugging up this inactive pipeline for the past 4 years. And when that happened, it broke the seal, and suddenly all this low-pressure air that was sitting in 1,200 feet of pipeline made contact with the extremely high-pressure air that was inside of this habitat. And air likes to go from high pressure to low pressure. And so the second that seal was broken, the high pressure air in the habitat expanded down into the pipe. But this happened so quickly. It was almost instantaneous. It was almost like the pipe opening became the world's strongest vacuum, and it sucked everything inside of the habitat, all the air, all the equipment, all 5 men into the pipe, and it also began sucking in seawater. Basically everything was going in this pipe. And so these 5 men didn't have their scuba gear on, went from just standing outside the pipe to feet first flying into this pipe with all of the heavy equipment all around them, and there's seawater all over them. They're holding their breath, so they get sucked down the vertical section, turn the corner, and they get rocketed out to the sea. They're on the 1,200-foot-long section, the horizontal section, just blazing a trail. Now think about this. All 5 of these guys have no idea what's happened. They're on a breath hold. They are shooting down a pipe. They can't see anything. The space inside of this pipe is so narrow. It's 2.5 feet across. And so they're getting compressed. Their shoulders can barely fit inside of this pipe. And so you gotta figure that all of them are expecting to die. But eventually, the pressure in this pipe did equalize, at which point this vacuum phenomenon stopped up at the habitat, and actually the habitat kind of refilled the air. And when that happened, all the seawater that was getting pulled into the pipe also stopped. So no more air, no more seawater is going into this pipe. It's kind of like whatever went into the pipe, that's what's down there. And when this equalization happened, these men, who by this point are on a several-minute-long breath hold, they eventually begin to slow down and come to a stop. And by some miracle, they came to stop in a section of this horizontal pipe that was not totally flat to the seabed. It was slightly elevated, which meant there was a small air pocket where they stopped. And so they come to a stop and they just start gasping for air, and then they begin yelling out to each other, and they realize all 5 of them are alive, and they're all kind of roughly grouped together in this air pocket. And we know this because one of the cameras on their bodies was rolling when they were pulled into the pipe. And so you can see it thick black inside of the pipe, but we can hear them talking to each other once they're initial volley of communication up and down the pipe, where again, these guys are on their backs, they can't move it, completely kind of strapped in position, and even though they're in the air
Shit,
pocket,
am I
there
looking
is
here just
water
long
kind
needed?
of close to their face. And so they have this little area to breathe in. They're panicking, they're screaming at each other. But in this volley, they're able to figure out that Christopher was the closest to the way they had come into the pipe, meaning his head was closest to the vertical section closest to shore, and all four other men were right below him. And so Christopher knew if they were going to get out, their best chance was to backtrack, head towards the way they came in, which meant Christopher would have to leave them. And so Christopher kind of found it within himself. Again, you can hear him on audio. And he told the others to calm down and link their feet onto the person below them's shoulders. And so to do that, the only way these guys could move in this tight little pipe is just by pushing with their feet. And so painfully, slowly, these guys were very fast drivers at this point. I mean, they came flying in here, surrounded by all their heavy equipment crashing into them. Guys had broken bones, they were moved down and up, but they finally made their way and they were all linked, feet under each other's shoulders. Then Christopher, in the lead, began kind of going in reverse, inching their way up the pipe back towards the door. Now, the reason they felt strongly that they needed to act right away and not wait for rescue is because they didn't really understand how this would happen. They didn't know if at any moment more water was going to pour into the pipe. They also understood that there was limited air, and at some point they would suffocate. And so with that in mind, they begin this journey. And right away, Christopher reaches the first flooded section. Now, you have to understand, they have no idea how long this flooded section of pipe is. And so once you start moving into this flooded section behind you, once you go underwater, you're either going to find another air pocket at some point, or you're going to drown. And so it would turn out that only Christopher and the guy right below him, Faisal, were willing and physically able to attempt this potential suicide. And so the others, they began panicking. The others were not going to go, and they're screaming out to Christopher and Faisal not to leave them. You can hear it on audio, but Christopher and Faisal, they felt strongly that somebody has to go to the surface and get help. And so Christopher and Faisal, linked together, begin inching into this flooded section of pipe. Pitch black, they have no idea what's going to happen. They're slowly going under the water, and they just begin inching their way on a breath hold. And by some miracle, this first flooded section they entered into was not very long. And so both Christopher and Faisal were able to barely, coughing and gagging, get out the other side into yet another air pocket. And by an even bigger miracle, in that new air pocket, Christopher, above him, he managed to get one hand above his head, he felt scuba tanks, 2 of them. And he was able to take one of them and somehow force it past the side of his body down to Faisal. And so both men suddenly had an air tank. Now they had to kind of awkwardly pin the tank above their head. These tanks are not light. If you've not scuba dived, it's like pushing a pretty heavy weight. And they had the regulator, the mouthpiece that actually gives you the air in their mouths, but they couldn't really hold the mouthpiece in place. It was a very awkward thing they could do. But this meant they could now enter much longer flooded sections of pipe and potentially make it out the other side. And so, with their air tanks on top of their heads, mouthpieces in their mouth, dripping down as hard as they can with their teeth, they continued to inch along with their heels, and they entered into more and more of these flooded sections of pipe. As they're doing this, they know they have to scuba tanks, but they have no idea how much air is in these tanks. They can't see the gauge. And so it's kind of the same thing as going in on a breath hold. You don't know when you're going to run out of air. You don't know how long these flooded sections are. So you can only imagine how terrifying this must have been. But they kept on going, and finally, after hours of this, the Christopher and Faisal are going through these terrifying stretches, hoping they can hold on to that mouthpiece, hoping they got enough air to get through these flooded sections, hit the next air pocket. After hours of doing that, they reach this air pocket where Faisal starts to kind of lose it. And he starts yelling to Christopher in the total dark to stop, but he didn't have a reason. And Christopher could kind of sense that, Faisal's starting to lose it, and we're running out of time here. And Christopher, he can hear the other divers that they had left behind in the beginning screaming out all the way back down the pipe. And so Christopher, he stayed composed, and he tried to get Faisal to calm down and come with him, but when it was clear he wasn't going to, he told Faisal that, hey, I'm going to keep going alone then. I'm going to get us help, and I'll be back for you. And so Faisal, he was still panicking, and he yelled at Christopher not to go any further. but Christopher knew he had to go. And so, with the sound of his friends screaming out for him to stop, Christopher then cinched down with his teeth on the mouthpiece, continued to push the air tank above his head, and inched his way closer and closer to the entrance of this pipe. And after reaching a very long underwater section where he knows he's running out of air, his tank hit in the pipe where it went vertical again, which meant right above him was the exit. The habitat is right up there. And so Christopher was able to kind of turn and swim up this vertical section until he popped up. And it was again another air pocket, except the water level in this vertical section was not close enough to the exit of the pipe to actually pull himself out. It was like Christopher was stuck at the bottom of the well. Like there's nothing he could do. But luckily there was a chain that was getting him down in arm's reach. And so Christopher grabbed the chain and just had to wait, having no idea if anybody was coming to get them. But eventually, 2 rescue divers did get into the habitat, and they reached down and pulled Christopher out of the pipe to safety. And when they brought him up to the surface, Christopher saw that Korea Fuel had their emergency
Hanging
response
shit ain't
team
gonna
on
get
site.
nobody to you
The
faster,
Trinidad
bro.
and Tobago Coast Guard was there, and it's clear that getting ready to do something rescue operation. And so Christopher, totally terrified and badly hurt, he still ran up to a door and told them, all 4 of my colleagues are still alive. I heard them banging in the pipes. I know they're in air pockets. You've got to go back down. You've got to save them. But ultimately, the authorities decided it was not safe to rescue them down in this pipe. And so when Christopher found out that he was not going to try to rescue his friends who were literally banging the pipe, he can hear them, he tried to jump back in the water to do it himself. It stopped him, and then Christopher was rushed to the hospital where once he was admitted to the intensive care unit, he tried to check himself out, to go back to the water to save his friends. But again, Christopher was stopped. For 2 whole days after Christopher was rescued from this pipe, his colleagues, the 4 other divers, remained trapped in the most claustrophobic, horrible situation imaginable, and they continued to bang on the pipe and make noises that could be heard on the surface, but nobody did anything. And so finally, on February 27th, the noises stopped inside of the pipe because all of the men died. They either died of suffocation because they ran out of air in the pipe, or they died from one of their injuries, or they attempted to do one of those long underwater sections of pipe on a breath hold because they didn't have scuba tanks, and they drowned. On February 28th, 3 of the divers' bodies were recovered, and the final body, the 4th diver, was recovered on March 3rd. It's unclear why Christopher and the other divers did not do something to pressure inside of the habitat and inside of this pipe before undoing the plug, because this reaction, which is known as delta P, is actually easy to anticipate and relatively easy to prevent. But the investigation into exactly what happened, who was to blame, is still on. However, the only survivor, Christopher, and many other people who are following this case, they believe these 4 deaths are directly attributable to Korea Fuel, who were primarily responsible for not allowing the rescue operation to happen in those first 2 days, where you can clearly hear the sounds of these divers banging on the pipe. And so to finish this story, I'm going to show you the final footage taken by one of the divers, Kazim, who was the one who got the wrench and brought it back inside the habitat, handed it off, and then that wrench was used to push the lever, which created the vacuum. You'll see in this video that it looks like nothing is going on, and Kazim is just inside of this habitat, all the divers are fine, and then it's like his camera just turns black. What's happening there is he was pulled so quickly into the pipe that it looks like it was a cut from the camera, when in reality, that's just how fast everything inside of that habitat was pulled into the pipe. This video is highly distressing, and your discretion is advised. Pittsburgh and Africa. Fossils that have been found there, and also whose walls have like Swiss all these tunnels that spider all over the place. Many of them are unexplored, and no one knows how deep the cave actually goes. In 1984, cave diver Peter Verhusel, along with two of his friends, decided they wanted to explore these passageways in the lake, and specifically they wanted to check out a chamber called Milner Hall, which is fairly far down in the lake. There was a guideline that was anchored from the surface of the lake all the way down into the different sections that had been explored. And this was so cave divers could hold on to it and make their way through without getting lost. Not that I've ever been cave diving, but from what I've read, there is one golden rule. You never let go of the diving. If you do, it better be extremely well planned. You should do it with other divers present. Peter was a notorious risk taker and was the least experienced cave diver of the three. When they entered the lake, they were all holding the guideline, and Peter was the lake. At some point, Peter's curiosity got the better of him, and he left the line to go look at the wall where there was, something he wanted to look at. And luckily, the other two divers noticed it. They saw him.
Is my dog
and they
dead?
swam
Like,
over
is
and
it just
got him
not
and
doing
brought him
shit
back to the
anymore?
guideline. And even though you can't communicate
He might be
underwater,
dead.
I'm sure they looked at him like, come on, don't do that. And they kept going down, and then once again, Peter's curiosity gets the better of him. He leaves the guideline and goes over and checks something else out. The other two divers turn around, they grab him, pull him back, and now they're looking at him. No more. And so Peter's body language indicated that he got it, and he was back on the guideline. He's not going to do it again. And they continue down, and they're getting closer to Milner Hall when the first two turn around to check on Peter. He's gone. And now previously, when they found him those other two times when he left the guideline, he was just over right against the wall. Nowhere to be found. And they're not prepared to go deep into the tunnels they're looking for. So many. It was like Swiss cheese burn with all these different tunnels he should have gone into, and they didn't know which one to take. And so after he was waiting, looking around for a couple of minutes, thinking maybe they'd come back, they were running into it. The two men surfaced, they called the police, they explained what happened. Rescue divers were sent to the cave to Peter, but by the time they even got there, it had been several. It takes a while. And now, Peter was we're just not prepared to look through all these different tunnels he could have gone in just to find his body. Because at this point, there's no way to survive. He's been down here for hours, air, and one of us, the rescue divers, is going to get trapped in one of these tunnels, and we don't want to lose anyone, so we're terminating the search. Peter's friends are devastated, and they say, hey, can you let us go down and look into his body for his family? And the police said, no, we're banning diving. 6 weeks after Peter went missing inside of his lake, a group of dive divers were doing some work in the chamber that was right next to the lake. And they were shaking the wall, and all of a sudden the wall kind of collapsed, revealing another chamber on the other side of this wall. They took their flashlight out and they looked inside, and it looked like a tunnel that kind of weaved around the corner. And they shined their light on the ground, and it looked like there was some muddy or sandy footprints that were left, as if someone had been walking there. The cavers were initially terrified, the idea that there was anything living behind the walls inside of the cave. But they stepped over and they walked around the corner and revealed this huge air pocket that clearly was connected to the underground lake, because there was water right in the middle of this air pocket and there was no other way in besides, this wall that collapsed. And in the middle of the water, there was this island, like a sandy, muddy, rocky island right in the middle of this air pocket. And laying on them was Peter. In a stroke of luck, after Peter went missing from his dive, he had discovered this air pocket, and he had surfaced and climbed onto this island. He knew he didn't have enough air in his air tank to get to the surface of it. So he figured, okay, I'll just sit on this island. There seems to be enough air in here for me. I'll wait. And invariably, go get help and he wrote a message in the sand to his mother and his wife, telling them that he loved her. To this day, Diamond is still protected. In 1938, a farmer in southeastern Australia decided to bring his horses to a watering hole on the other side of his large property. As he was leading the horses across this big, wide open field, one of his horses suddenly collapsed to the ground. The farmer ran over to see what was going on, but as soon as he got over to it, the horse had stood back up again and seemed to return. The farmer was puzzled because he had no idea why the horse fell in the first place, and so he looked down to see if maybe it tripped on something. And he saw on the ground, right beneath the horse, was this small hole. And so he moved his horse out of the way, and then when he came back to look at this thing, he saw it was only maybe a foot across, but when he peered down into it, he saw it was very deep. And so he got down on his hands and knees to get a closer look, and when his eyes adjusted, he could not believe what he was seeing. 10 or 15 feet below the surface was this huge pool of clear water. The horse had just stepped into the roof of an underground cave. And so the farmer was really excited to see how big this cave was, and so he grabbed all his horses and he brought them back to the stable, and he got this long edward bed with a weight at the end of it. He runs back out to the hole, he puts the weight into the hole, and he begins paying out this rope. And so down it goes, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, it keeps on going and going, until finally the weight hits solid land at 150 feet. The farmer's like, wow, this is a huge cave. So he pulls it back up thinking that's the bottom, but in reality it wasn't. It actually extended down to 300 feet. The farmer and his horse had just accidentally found one of the most water caves in the world, called the Shaft. The reason it's called the Shaft is because the only way in or out of this underwater cave is through this hole in the middle of this field that this horse created, and it's literally a shaft that goes down 18 feet until it reaches the surface of this massive underground body of water. The opening to this shaft is so narrow that cave divers, they can't get into it with their gear on their backs. So they literally have to be lowered into the
water. Over there?
And then their gear is lowered down after them, and they put it on while they're treading water. The solid ground that the farmer's weighted line had cut, so 120 feet, he believed this was the bottom of the cave. What he had actually cut was the rock pile. The rock pile is basically this huge underwater pyramid that sits at the bottom of the middle of this cave. And from the top of this rock pile, you can go down it in all different directions. But once you get to the bottom, there's only one tunnel to choose from. There's one that goes west, basically down at an angle of 260 feet. And then on the other side of this underwater pyramid is the east tunnel. Much more dangerous. It goes down The few elite divers that have explored the deepest recesses of this cave say there are 3 distinct stages to it. Stage 1 is from the surface down to the top of the rock. During this stage, the diver swims unobstructed in beautiful clear water with sunlight poking through the hole. It's a very easy section of the cave. And there's a safety line that's anchored from the surface straight down to the top of the rock pile.
From over there!
So you have something to hold on to as you go down and back up. Stage 2 is where things get a bit dicey. Stage 2 begins at the top of the rock pile and extends down all the way to the bottom of the rock pile. Or down where you come to something called the rock pile ledge. And it's quite literally a ledge in the middle of the tunnel, where beyond it there's a fairly steep drop off, and it leads down to an area that's so treacherous it's started at one stage. Starting with stage 2 and then with stage 3, there is no safety line to guide you in the direction you need to go. So you're on your own as soon as you reach the top of the rock. And so you make your way down any direction you want down the rock pile until you reach either of these tunnels, and as soon as you go into them, you immediately start to lose visibility because the sunlight cannot penetrate all the way into the tunnels. And so the diver becomes increasingly reliant on their flashlight. As such, they have to be very careful as they navigate down stage 2 to not bump into the walls, because doing so will not prevent them so off the walls, get crowded with the face and blind them. It's like using a fog, so a flashlight is good. The diver has to either wait for the take a very long time, or they have to...
I did it! I
Also,
proceeded.
anyone entering stage 2 and stage 3, they can't breathe regular air out of their tanks. There's too much nitrogen in regular air. The deeper you dive, the more nitrogen your body will absorb, And if you have too much nitrogen in your system, it can give you something called nitrogen narcosis, which is like being really drunk. And in extreme cases, people have been known to take their mouthpiece out and inhale water, believing they're on the surface, or they'll confuse the direction up with the direction down, and to get to the surface, they will swim straight down until it's too late and they can't get back up again. And so divers that are going to be in stage 2 or stage 3 of this cave will breathe a special mix of gases that are low in nitrogen. The final stage of the shaft, stage 3, is just from the 200-foot mark of the easterly cave, so that drop-off ledge, all the way down to the bottom at 400 feet. This stage is unbelievably dangerous. As soon as you cross that ledge, all the sunlight goes away. It is pitch black, and the tunnel narrows considerably and stays incredibly narrow. In fact, many times divers have to squeeze themselves past sections where the rocks are too close together. And so because you're inherently bumping into the walls all through stage 3, you're pretty much guaranteed to be soaked out. After death, nitrogen narcosis is virtually guaranteed, even if you're breathing a special low nitrogen mix of gases. And so divers need to be ready to abort the dive at any moment if they feel symptoms coming on. Once the diver has turned around and is making their return trip, but they're still in the third stage section of the cave, they need to be careful of false stones. These are offshoots on the ceiling only in this third stage that look like the way out. And especially when people go out, frogs are not very easy to confuse these with the way out. But in fact, these false domes are exactly what their name implies. They are false. They are dead ends. They go nowhere. Stage 3 is reserved exclusively who gets special. In 1973, divers got to dive in the first and second stages of the shaft cave. They did
I need you to just follow me or something.
On May 28th of that year, the 8 divers arrived in a big open field near the cave opening and began prepping their gear. Their plan was to dive down all the way to the edge of the drop-off ledge, so looking into the third stage, and then once they got there, look around for a minute and then turn around and dive to the surface. These 8 divers were experienced divers, but their experience was all in open water environments. None of them had dove in a cave, and so they were confident divers, but they were a little bit naive. They believed the dive down to the edge of the third stage was going to be fairly routine and would just be simple and fun. But before any of them had even gotten into the water, they had already made a critical mistake. Instead of jamming their bottle with the special low nitrogen mixed gas that they would need since they were going into stage 2, and so that's a requirement, instead of doing that, they just jammed their bottles with regular air. So they were basically guaranteeing that they would get nitrogen narcosis. But once they had all their gear prepped, they made their way over to the entrance to the shaft, and one by one they lowered their water, and their gear would follow, and then once all of them were all jocked up, they grabbed the safety line and they began their descent. It only took about 2 minutes to get down to the top of the water, and there they took 5 minutes to each other before heading down. 3 of the divers were siblings, Glenn, Stephen, and Christine, who were 25, 22, and 19 respectively. And Glenn remembers after they made their way all the way down to the tunnel and they reached the drop-off ledge, he remembers seeing his sister, his brother, and all the other divers. Everyone seemed just fine. Everyone's just looking over this ledge, they're taking turns, and peering down the black abyss that is stage 2. And then after 5 minutes or so, Glenn looked at the gauge and he saw his air was getting fairly low. Not emergency situation, but it was time to leave. And everybody else had the same amount of air as he did, and so everybody else was running low on air. And so Glenn was about to grab his sister, who was several feet right in front of him. She was still looking over the ledge down into stage 3. But when he reached out to grab her, she and all the other divers just suddenly jumped forward and dove straight down into the abyss out of sight. They dove into the stage 3 section. This was not something that Glenn was tracking anybody doing. This was not something anyone said they were going to do. This was not part of the dive. This was very dangerous, and they weren't allowed to go down there. And so Glenn immediately swam down after them to try to grab his sister and stop her or grab his brother or grab anything. But as soon as he went over that ledge, he saw it was totally pitch black, and it was completely silted out from all these divers suddenly launching over the edge. And so Glenn knows he's not going to find them in the silt. It's also very dangerous for him alone to just dive down there. And so he figures, you know what, I'm sure they're fine. They'll probably jam this out. They're just going to go down a little ways and they'll come back up again. And so all the things Glenn turns around and back over the ledge. He makes his way to the rock top and he sits there facing the tunnel, waiting for his brother, his sister, and the other divers to come back out again. But they don't. And finally, his air gauge gets so low that he literally has to go to the surface. And he's thinking to himself, if my air is this low, what are they doing down there? 24-year-old Larry Reynolds was one of the divers that went with Glenn's sister and brother and the other two divers into this forbidden third stage section of the cave. Although he doesn't say this, it sounded like he and the others just wanted to go a little ways into this off-limit section, check it out, and then turn around and go back to the surface. And so Larry would say, as soon as they went over the ledge and they're in this third stage, it went completely pitch black and the tunnel immediately constricted dramatically. And so as they're going down this very tight pitch black tunnel, they reach a section that's so tight they're down on the stomachs, literally pulling themselves through. So after a few minutes of the group forcing themselves into this unbelievable place, it's like they all collectively realize this was terrible. And so as they all began to move around, just back up to the drop-off ledge, which was only maybe 25 feet, was completely silted up. And so Larry is in the back of this return trip line, and right in front of him is Christine. And so as soon as they all make their way into the silt, the only thing Larry can see with his flashlight is Christine's fins. And so he's staying right up on her and keeping his light on that fin to make sure he's going in the right direction. And so after only a few moments, Christine's fins just suddenly disappear. And so Larry's thinking, but I don't have enough time, I'm almost in air. And so he just keeps on swimming, believing he's going the right way. And sure enough, he veers out of the silt and goes up and back over the drop-off ledge. He shoves his ledge back up the eastern tunnel, back up towards the rock pile, expecting to see Christine and the other divers he was just with. But he's looking, and there's no one, no silt, it's totally clear, and there's not one diver in front of him. As he looks at his gauge again, he's got a little bit of go down and make sure nobody is still down there. He's thinking, I don't think it's possible they could have swum all the way through this tunnel in the space of time. So he turns around, he goes back over the drop-off ledge, back into the tunnel, and as he's moving very slowly and cautiously, up ahead he sees flashlights moving around on the ceiling of the tunnel. And so he moves down towards the flashing light, and he realizes the light is coming from inside the false dome right above him. And so he looks up and he saw there was Christine and another man named Robert, age 28, frantically swimming around, shining their lights, looking for the way out, not realizing they're in this dead end. And so Larry was about to shine his light to get their attention when Larry stopped taking fire. And so now Larry is in complete darkness. He is completely silted out. He doesn't even know how much air he has left. He can't shine the light on him. So he starts standing on his flashlight, and finally the light comes back on. And when it does, he shines it straight up again, try to shine it towards Christine and Roberts, but he had drifted farther down the tunnel. And so by the time he shined his light, he wasn't underneath the false dome. But when he shined his light in the other direction, he saw he was at the very far end of where the group had gone. And so farther down into stage 3 was clear. There was no silt. And so he shined his light down into the stage 3 tunnel. And way down there, barely visible, he sees there's one diver with his flashlight out swimming the wrong direction down into the lake. So he's gone, and almost certainly Larry knew he could not save him. And so Larry turned around and went back into the silt, back up in the direction of the rock pile, touching the ceiling, looking for that entrance into the false dome to try to help Christine and Roberts. But he's not finding it, and he's looking at his air gauge, it's getting critically low, and he knows if he doesn't go soon, he's going to die. And so at some point, after not finding the entrance to this false dome, he decides he's going to have to go himself. And so he manages to get out of the silt, he over the drop-off ledge, he gets to the rock pile, he grabs the safety line, and he fins himself up to the surface. And when he gets to the surface, he looks around, and there's only 3 other divers up there, one of which is Glenn. And Glenn, he yells at Larry, hey, have you seen my brother and my sister? Have you seen the others? Are they coming up after you? And Larry looks at him and shakes his head. He didn't know what to say. He knew they were gone. But for Glenn, this was his baby brother, his baby sister. He had to go back down. And so with the little bit of air he had left, staring towards the opening of the eastern tunnel, praying that his family members, that his friends are going to come out of there. But as he's swimming down and he's running out of air, so finally he gets there. 7 months Locate and recover all 4 of the bodies. John, the 20-year-old who Larry saw swimming in the wrong direction, was found fairly far down the eastern tunnel, laying on the rocky outcrop. Glenn's 22-year-old brother Steven was found just 50 feet from the entrance of the shaft, but it's believed he died at a much lower depth and then floated up to that position. Glenn's 19-year-old sister, Christina, and the 28-year-old Amanda Roberts that she was with inside of the false dome were found in the basement just under the false dome of the tunnel. Investigators believed when they were in there, they couldn't find the exit, and then realized that there was so little air that even if they found the exit, they would outside. So knowing they were just minutes away from death, they abandoned looking for the exit and instead just embraced each other while they died. And then afterwards, they floated down and out of the false dome. After this tragedy, the shaft was permanently closed, but years later, it was reopened.
It's a hit. Let me see.
In case you haven't heard yet, our newest graphic novel, Mr. Baller's Defense, Where Nightmares Live, is available for pre-order right now.
Ooh, almost got myself. Chisel.
Heart-stopping, strange, dark, mysterious stories. This passion project took a lot of time, a lot of people involved, from artwork to storytelling. Added to the collection, so you got to check it out. The book comes out on September 30th, but again, you can pre-order your copy at book.fallenstudios.com, or you can click the link in the description below. There are a limited number of hand-signed copies available, but those are going to sell out very quickly. So please pre-order today. Remember, good night. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. Remember,
oh yeah, y'all finna get on my nerves. Y'all die
right now.
too much.
But if you're looking for a recommendation from me, that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see you. Today, I'm going to tell you 3 stories that all, in their own way, fall into the category of ghost stories. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, mysterious stories, come to the next place. So, that's it. You sneak into the lighthouse house and replace all of their light bulbs with light bulbs that flicker. Also, please subscribe to the channel.
Oh my god, dude, get your ass up!
Okay, let's get into the
Somebody go get him.
There's no getting up from that.
One night in April of 1919, a middle-aged man named Eric Mark woke up in his bedroom in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because his entire bed was shaking. He saw his wife, Margaret, was lying next to him, and she was thrashing around and gasping for air. But Eric didn't panic, because he knew exactly what was happening. So Eric and Margaret had moved into this house just a few weeks ago, but pretty much right away after moving in, Margaret had begun having these very intense nightmares that would wake her up almost violently, like what was happening right now. Now, from Eric's perspective, these nightmares she was having looked horrifying, but there really was not any physical evidence of Margaret.
Oh shit, no.
Dream, shake around.
No.
So, Eric just reached over and gently put his hands on his wife's shoulders and began repeating her name very gently over and over again to try to kind of get her out of this trance she was in. And sure enough, a moment later, Margaret, who kind of stopped flailing, she let out this huge gasp. And then she sat up straight and panted for air, and she turned to her husband and she said, "I saw the ghost again." And when Eric heard this, he wasn't like, "Oh my goodness, there's a ghost." Instead, he was just kind of annoyed. So he did his best to comfort her. So a few years ago, Margaret had joined the spiritualism movement, which was a very popular religious movement at the time. And spiritualists thought they could contact the dead. Now, Eric absolutely did not believe in ghosts, and he was pretty sure that Margaret's staunch belief in spiritualism was now effectively the cause of all this. It was not the house, just her belief system. It's kind of manifesting. However, Margaret felt the opposite. She felt like it was the house itself that was haunted. It was haunted by a vengeful spirit that attacked her every night in these dreams. Eric, it's the middle of the night, he's tired, he's annoyed, he didn't feel like discussing whatever she believed about this ghost right now. So after she said, I saw the ghost, I saw the spirit again, he just told her to be calm and then go back to sleep. And this night, Margaret didn't like it. She actually turned to her and she said, no, I have to figure out what's going on. I have to figure out who this ghost is and why they're haunting me. A week later, very resigned Eric sat at his kitchen table and across from them sat a medium, which is a person who spiritualists believed could talk directly to the dead by conducting a ritual called seance. The medium began to light some candles, and as they did, told Eric Margaret was in her office because she was ready to begin the seance, where she would ask the spirit haunting her house what it wanted. They needed, silence in their eyes closed to do that. So Eric totally believed this seance would be a place to come, and he didn't believe in this stuff at all. But he did, and it meant a lot to her. And so he's thinking, maybe this can help my wife sleep through the night again. And so Margaret and Eric did as they were told. Closed his eyes, listened, back and forth in her chair, and began sort of dramatically calling out to the ghost. And at first, nothing happened, which is exactly what he expected. But after a minute, Margaret suddenly jumped up from the table and ran out of the kitchen across the living room. Eric, knowing it, couldn't follow her. Margaret, she ran down the hallway and she threw open a door that led down to the cellar and she raced down the steps. Now, Eric was doing his best not to ridicule it, just to play along. But it's like, what's happening here? And so as he's chasing after his wife, he starts saying, honey, what's going on here? Where are you going? What is this? But she didn't respond. She was on a mission. And then finally, when Eric got down the steps and he's in the cellar, he saw his wife, who was now standing in the middle of the cellar with her arms out wide. Slowly, she began to point to a spot on the floor. And in this really weird and hollow voice with this sort of vacant expression on her face, she told Eric to dig. Now, at this point, Eric was totally freaked out. Not because he believed that the seance had worked or that there was a ghost here, but because his wife genuinely was acting totally she was acting possessed. Even if that was an act, it was a terrifying. And so he just said, no. There was no way he was just going to start digging up the cellar floor. What is going on? And the medium came rushing down the stairs to help. They said Margaret was in a trance. The ghost in this house was channeling her. And that basically, Eric had to do whatever it is. Suddenly, Margaret's voice cut across the room again, and she said to Eric to dig up the floor. And this time she was more forceful and almost desperate. We must do this. And so Eric was looking at his wife, looking at the medium, like, what in the world is happening here? But he's like, you know what? I don't know what's happening. I'm just going to do it. The shovel began digging up the cellar. After a few minutes, Eric's shovel hit something in the ground, something hard. He thought it was just maybe like a big rock or something. But a few minutes later, after he and the medium, so Margaret and Captain over at this point, kind of cleared off whatever it was, they saw in the ground what had previously been covered by the earth was this rotten wooden box. So he, Margaret, and the medium pulled it out of the hole, opened up the lid, and all three of them immediately inside the box was a human skeleton. And so after a minute of just, again, stunned silence, Eric just looked up at Margaret, not so shocked by what she was looking at. This was like confirmation of silence. And he says to Margaret, is this the skeleton of the ghost that's been haunting you? And Margaret, with that same hollow voice, like it wasn't her voice, looked at Eric and just said, no. It would turn out, according to the story that has been passed down about whatever happened in this house, that the ghost was a doctor who used to live in the house that Eric had moved into. And 18 years earlier, this doctor had performed illegal surgery on a woman. This woman had died during this procedure. And as the surgery was illegal, the doctor knew if word of what happened here got out, he would be arrested. So what did he do? He dismembered the girl's body and shoved it into this wooden box, filled the box with quicklime, and he buried it in his basement. And amazingly, the doctor never got caught for what he did. And so he basically spent the rest of his life feeling very ashamed and guilty. And then finally, when he did die, it was like his spirit couldn't actually rest until he confessed. And so this haunting was basically to get Margaret to go down into the basement and see what he had done. Everyday life is full of moments that you plan for, and also moments that just happen. Least expected, whether it's part of your normal routine or something unexpected. Amazon is everyday stuff. Simple. From running out of household basics to last-minute surprises, Amazon's great deals and low prices, everyday essentials, make it easier to manage. Everything is in one place, with no extra stress, jumping through hoops, something you buy regularly or something you suddenly realize you need right now. Amazon makes it easy to find what you're looking for quickly and at a price that feels good. It's straightforward, dependable shopping that makes everyday moments feel more manageable. Less stress, more steps, more confidence that your money is well spent. Shop Amazon. Save on essentials. Save the everyday. One afternoon in April of 1925, a wealthy teenager named Lacey raced his horse around the huge estate where he lived in eastern Hungary and took in all the land that he knew he would inherit. He stopped when he reached the gardens on the far side of the estate. But before he could ride his horse into the gardens as he wanted to, a field worker ran up to Lacey and asked him to stop and turn around. The field worker, who was about Lacey's age, explained that Lacey was not allowed to ride his horse through the gardening because the last time he had rode through some flower beds and Lacey's father was really mad about it. And at this, Lacey felt totally exasperated because he was tired of his father always bossing him around. And it embarrassed him to be reminded of this by someone as low class as a field worker. So Lacey's family was part of the His dad was a baron, he was a baroness. They lived together in an old castle on this beautiful estate. And for the most part, Lacey lived a noble life, where his father could be harsh and really controlling. Sometimes Lacey inherited his title, because then he, Lacey, would be in charge of the estate. And so Lacey decided he wanted to show his father and this field worker and the other field workers that they couldn't order him around all the time. So he rode his horse right into the gardens and intentionally rode all over their prized flowers. Lacey's plan was to head back home to the castle and talk to his father about field workers' rudeness. But when Lacey got back to the castle, he didn't have a chance to even speak to his father. Because that whole day, his dad was very busy with the state papers. And then that night, his father died of a heart attack. A week after his father died, Lacey walked through the crowded banquet hall in his family's castle. He was pumped. Sure, he was wrong. Now there was a reception. Everyone was attending. But Lacey couldn't find his mother anywhere inside this banquet hall. So he realized there was only one place she could go. So after Lacey's father died, his mother had gone a little bit crazy. She refused to believe that her husband had died of a heart attack, and instead kept insisting that he had been murdered. More specifically, she thought he had been scared to death because when she had seen his body his facial expression looked horrified. He was actually scared as he died. Now, the doctor had explained to her that, it was entirely possible that he was murdered. He was scared about what was happening, and so he was scared he died. But the Baroness was listening, and she said this with the intention of someone guest. So ever since, she basically spent all of her time in Lacey's father's bedroom searching for clues about her husband's killing. So now, Lacey left the banquet hall, climbed the stairs up the castle up to his father's bedroom, and just as he suspected, on the door, his mom answered. Totally figured. Lacey told her to come downstairs and the guests. She said no, but she was too busy for before Lacey could say anything.
Damn.
The next 6 months went by basically the same. Lacey's mother spent all the time locked up in his bedroom around the clock. Lacey spent most of his time riding his horse, including in the garden.
Trying to rob a bank.
His mother was now technically in charge of the estate. She had really let things go since her life. She basically had not taken up any of the responsibilities that she was now in charge of. And so at this point, Lacey basically believed that he was in charge of the castle and the estate himself. One night in mid-October, so this is at 6 months when Lacey's father had died. Lacey ate dinner alone, which was common at this point, since his mom basically still refused to come downstairs at all. And then after he ate dinner, Lacey began making his way upstairs to go to bed. And as he walked upstairs, Lacey just felt overcome with anger, isolation, just kind of general angst about the whole situation. He longed so desperately to just be alone and in charge of the estate. He hated the current setup with his mother in charge, but not really doing anything. I mean, the whole estate was just falling apart. But eventually, despite feeling kind of riled up, Lacey, got into bed and closed his eyes, and did eventually fall asleep. But right after he had fallen asleep, he was suddenly awoken by this ear-piercing scream that was echoing down the hallway. And he realized it was his mother, and she was screaming for help. And so Lacey jumped out of bed and he raced down the hallway to his father's bedroom. And as he ran, other servants were flooding the hallway, racing towards the room as well. Lacey got to the door, he locked it, rushed inside. And when he got in there, he saw his mother pointing at the foot of the Baron's bed. And she was saying that a demon had appeared in the bedroom and had loomed over her like it wanted to kill her. And so she told Lacey that the demon had to be what scared his father to death. The demon was the murderer. Lacey's mother looked absolutely convinced here. Lacey and all the servants as well just kind of collectively sighed, because there was obviously no demon for the bed here. And his mom clearly had just had a bad dream. Or, was just basically acting crazy. And so as the servants kind of, went back to their rooms to be able to deal with this, Lacey told his mother to just go back to sleep. And then he turned, walked back down to his room, feeling completely defeated. Because to Lacey, his mom was basically losing her mind here. And he had no idea
You only have one
how much longer this current setup is going to last. On both of the next 2 nights, Lacey woke up yet again to the sound of his mother screaming about a demon inside his bedroom. He decided he was going to force his mother out of that bedroom and insist that she come downstairs and eat breakfast with him, just as normal. However, then he walked to the Baron's bedroom and knocked on the door to speak to his mother. It was not his mother who answered. It was a police detective. Lacey
Nigga, get me up!
He walked into the bedroom and saw his mother, who was standing there with 2 more detectives. And Lacey asked, what's going on here? Lacey's mother explained that she called the police to help her catch the demon that was haunting her at night and very likely was responsible for killing her husband. And at this point, Lacey thought he might die of embarrassment. And this was unbelievable that now the police were involved. But instead of talking about that, he just begged his mother to please send the police home. They do not need to be here. But his mother refused. She was fully committed to the idea. There was a demon here. The police were going to help her find it. Police, to be honest, didn't really know what was going on. They were just trying to figure out if this was serious or not. If it was some sort of intruder, but they were just kind of like, we'll see. And so Lacey optimistic. That night, Lacey called into his own bed. He knew that down the hallway, his mom was home, and that 3 detectives were watching over her room in case of a demon. Again, Lacey felt but, like normal, at some point in the middle of the night, he woke up because his mother was screaming. Lacey was, oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. It's only getting worse, but he got out of bed, he went to the hallway, and he began walking down towards where his mother was. She was screaming in his bedroom, expecting that once again the room would be empty and the police would see, this is just complete illusion here. There's no demon, there's no problem. However, Lacey got to the doorway and looked inside. he saw one of the detectives running across the room and then tackle something that really did look like a demon to the floor. And then Lacey's mother turned on the light. It would turn out that even though Lacey fully expected to inherit his father's title, he was actually not the Baron's firstborn. Before the Baron had he'd had a relationship with a local peasant woman, and they had had a son together. And the Baron had given that peasant woman a plot of land on the edge of the estate to raise their son in secret. And then the Baron had basically observed them both. He had given them the opportunity to live on the estate and living for themselves. Functionally, he didn't interact with them at all. He didn't recognize them at all. They were on their own. Now, the peasant woman, the mother of this child, had sort of accepted that this was their reality. But the secret son buried that feeling forever. Until Lacey rode his horse through the gardens, despite being told not to, and destroyed those flower beds. Because the secret son was that field worker. His job was looking out for the gardens, and it just felt like a step too far. And so the secret son, field worker, decided he was going to teach this family. He was going to kill the Baron and the Baroness by scaring them. That was his plan, and it sort of worked. He went to the castle and pretended to be a demon in the middle of the night, and he scared the father of the Baron so bad he literally had a heart attack and died. However, the secret son continued pretending to be a demon around the Baroness after killing the Baron. The Baroness would get really, really scared and would scream and claim there's a demon in here. But she didn't die from this. She did not have a heart attack. So ultimately, the plan was foiled. And so in the end, there was no demon. It was just his mother wrapped in a cloak, wearing a horrifying mask.
I figured it out. What I think. Oh. Oh, damn. So it's just flat out clear either way.
One morning in early August of 1947, a 24-year-old woman named Inez Perry walked in the back door of her house where her parents lived. And as soon as she walked in, she went into the kitchen where her father was at the kitchen table with a man she'd never seen before. And the two were shaking hands, and she heard her father say, "We have a deal." And then right after that, Inez's father was open and he explained his plans to leave those women in secret. And then he encouraged just agreed to swap houses. Inez was confused, but then it all came. So Inez's parents had raised her and her other three siblings in this farmhouse. But Inez's siblings all moved away. His health in particular was starting to fail, and keeping up the farmhouse.
Wow, way too much.
So her father was trying to sell the farm for a while, but nobody seemed to want it. However, now it seems that he finally found a solution. Her dad explained that the parents had recently now, to me, this arrangement did seem a few weeks later, Ned was inside of her own house, looking to the living room, when she heard the clattering sound of the horse stop. It's hot. So she walked to the door and she opened it up, but the second she saw her, she slammed the door. Because the person getting out of that door wasn't Wilson either, the man who Inez's dad had swapped homes with. The home swap had not yet. Inez's parents made her had started acting he'd come back to the old home. He would beg Inez's dad to switch houses.
What is your list?
He had not given them. There was no real reason.
Look at me.
Clarence hopped out of his bed, watching the fridge, and he looked at his hair
Not even the
was messed
right
up,
fucking
greasy,
person.
dark circles under his eyes, and he really looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. And Clarence promptly began pounding on the front door, shouting that his family could not live in their farmhouse, and that this was now a matter of Now, that was the last time Clarence came to the house. As family here. A few weeks later,
I ain't gonna lie, I think that's the highest I ever got.
Inez picked up the newspaper
Yep.
and saw that their old neighborhood had been basically washed away. Included their old farmhouse paid off, and the family that had been living in the farmhouse.
It seem like them babies getting fast. This nigga do a muscle. He ain't going after the muscle.
His family had moved into said farmhouse, where his dead mother would appear to him, tell him to move out of this farmhouse right now, because something terrible is going to happen. Now, at first, Clarence ignored this and chalked it out to a bad dream, you know, but the dream kept happening. So eventually, he did. He felt like this dream really meant something, but as his father kept saying no, it's it made no sense to him either, but he ultimately listened to his dead mother in his dream, and he wound up just selling the farmhouse just to not live there anymore. That decision would ultimately save his
Oh, fuck yeah.
Thank you so much for let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Of that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. Alright, until next time, see you.
Oh, I'm just praying and praying right now. That's all that's happening right now.
Today, I'm going to tell you about a mystery that is both incredibly haunting and incredibly weird. There are so many clues and pieces of evidence in this mystery, but they all basically point in different directions, or, in some cases, literally defy the laws of physics. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious story format, you come to the right place. All we do, we upload literally 4 times a week. So, that's right. Please offer a nice, tasty dessert, a mud pie. But don't tell them you're using it. Also, please subscribe to our channel.
Bro, that's what this is.
So you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Around 1 a.m. on May 16, 2006, a 35-year-old woman named Allison Rivera suddenly intervened.
Bitch, you were being nude. Why are you still hitting me?
But even though that was obviously pretty surprising, it didn't really surprise her, because the alarm went off at almost the exact same time the night before. And so now, Allison was looking for her husband, Ray, as he grabbed the baseball. And Ray rushed out of the room down the stairs. And Allison quickly trailed right behind him. And when the two of them got downstairs, with the alarm still going off, they flipped on the lights and looked around, but Allison didn't see anybody inside of their house, and all the doors were shut. And when she looked at one specific window, she saw it was just slightly open. But again, this didn't totally surprise her, because the previous night when their alarm had gone off, they had gotten in touch with the police, and the police had looked around, and even though they didn't find anybody, they discovered that that particular window that was currently open slightly had been tampered with the night before. The alarm, it apparently had happened again tonight, but the police didn't think this was an attempt to break it. They said the alarm had probably been set off by a squirrel. Now, at the time, Allison and Ray had, thought that was pretty crazy that a squirrel had set off the alarm.
Locked all the way, and I am.
And the police seemed to be certain of it, and so they had accepted it. Just gone back to bed after turning off the alarm.
I gotta be locked in. I'm not playing with like my regular team. I'm playing with a random.
Clearly, this window has been lifted up again. It just seemed weird that.
Because of that, I gotta be locked in. Because I'm with my team. We all play the same way.
I couldn't help but feel like the police were wrong. Maybe this is
somebody keep me up.
Not a squirrel. In fact, Allison has this nagging fear about what was maybe going on here, but she couldn't shake it. She wondered
why did
Ray and Allison recently moved to Baltimore. Ray had a job at this financial investment firm that stands for Associates that was in the city. Ray's actual job was to write the firm's email newsletter, which gave advice to subscribers about buying and selling stocks. But Ray didn't actually know anything about investing. His background was in screenwriting and freelance videography and finance. And the only reason he'd gotten the job was because one of his friends owned the company and had basically hired him as a favor. So even though Ray was sort of trying his best here, some of the advice that he was pumping out in this newsletter was terrible, and people had very likely lost money because of it. So it felt possible that maybe one of these disgruntled subscribers could have found Allison and Ray's address and was now trying to get even with Ray. But even though this seemed plausible, that theory was conspiratorial, and so on this night, Allison didn't say anything about these fears to Ray. Instead, she just went over and turned off the alarm while Ray did sweep the house and then also made sure this window was firmly shut.
Stop wasting money on this shit.
Allison asked Ray if maybe they should call the police again. But, Ray just said no. He said, very likely it was.
That's what he need to be
like
giving niggas dumb shit, dog.
The house is safe. We're okay. Let's just go to bed. And so even though Allison felt pretty uneasy here, she said okay. And the two of them went back to bed. Early the next morning, Allison sat at the dining room table and quickly ate the breakfast that Ray had made for her. She was leaving that morning for a business trip 3 hours away in Virginia, and she needed to get on the road. So, after finishing her food, she put her plate in the sink, and then Ray carried her suitcase out to the car for her, and then she and Ray exchanged.
You keep dying.
And then Allison got into the car and drove off, waving at Ray as she
Rampage inducer my ass. You can't even stay alive when they're not induced.
She would spend the entire day working, and then finally at about 6:30 p.m. she checked the
fuck you thought this was? You died of most.
So exhausted that she
oh shit.
one of Allison's colleagues, whose name was Claudia, was actually with them in Baltimore, traveling through the area. So that night, she was going to be there, right? So Allison called Claudia, who did pick up, and she asked Claudia if Ray was there. What Claudia said was pretty surprising. She said a couple hours earlier, so between 5 and 6 o'clock, Ray he'd been doing something on his computer down the hall from the guest room where Claudia was staying. And from the guest room, Claudia said she heard Ray's cell phone ring. He picked up the call, and a few seconds later, he said, quote, "Oh shit." Then Ray, literally, according to Claudia, sprinted out of the house. Claudia heard him climb into his car and peeled out of the neighborhood. Now, obviously, Allison was confused when she heard this, but she did not immediately. She figured that whoever had sent Ray running out of the house was probably just an emergency with work, friends, and family, which, could be bad, but she assumed Ray would call her back and explain everything as soon as she changed. Allison begged Claudia to do her best to give up the lie because she was worried, and then she went up and began getting ready for bed. The whole time, Allison was on her phone, waiting for what she is sure was a call from Ray. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., Allison opened her phone finally ringing. She felt this immediate jolt of hope that it was Ray calling calling to explain what was going on. But when she looked at the face of her phone, she saw it was actually Claudia. But she figured, okay, maybe Claudia is with Ray, and she has an update, that everything's fine, and that this is all going to be explained. And so Allison picked up, and she goes, hey, Claudia, is my husband back? Is everything okay? Claudia said, you know, your husband has not come home. I have no idea what's going on with him, but I have to leave. I have to go to the airport. At this point, Allison couldn't even hide her worry in her voice. She basically was completely panic-stricken. What was going on with Ray? It was completely unlike him to stay out all night, miss her calls, and still not be home. Like, she had no idea what was going on. So she told Claudia, at this point, basically saying, do you want me to stay?
God damn.
Allison told Claudia, go ahead, you report. I'm going to cancel my work trip, coming home, and figure out what's going on. As soon as Allison was off the phone, she packed up her stuff, she checked out of the hotel, and began the 3-hour drive.
Oh, I can only use it per game.
As she drove, she did her best to stay calm, but she's calling Ray's cell phone basically the whole time, over and over again, and he wasn't answering. And eventually, when she would call, it wouldn't even ring. It would just go straight to voicemail, suggesting that his phone was turned off, maybe, you know, had died. And at that point, Allison really couldn't control her panic. I mean, she knew something's wrong. She had this theory that that had something to do with her husband. She couldn't prove it. She had no evidence. It just felt like something bad has happened here, and she had no idea what it was. And so Allison spent the rest of the drive frantically calling Ray's workplace, his friends, his family, asking everybody if they had heard from him or if they had called him and said something that freaked him out the previous evening, anything. But everyone she spoke to said they had not seen or heard from Ray. When Allison finally
Damn, you on the one that's alive.
she had this hope, this small hope that she would get home and Ray's car would be there and Ray would be inside and he'd have a story that would explain this whole crazy thing. But no, she got there, his car was gone, the house is empty, and she just knew something was definitely wrong. And so she turned right around and drove to the police station. However, when Allison reported her husband was missing to the police, it was immediately clear to her that the police were not really that concerned. Ray was an adult and apparently left the house of his own volition. He also hadn't even been gone for a full 24 hours yet. So the police took down Allison's report and they did tell her they would look for him. But she just felt like they were not nearly as concerned as she was. But Allison and Ray's friends and family were definitely concerned.
Oh,
Over the next
God.
few days, they
What's
flocked
up,
to
Chris?
That little nigga was finna get blocked. I thought I'd come join the girl that I love the most, you feel me? But I don't want to play zombies.
Oh, we don't gotta play zombies then. We can play Warzone. I've been
called
just
local
running
hospitals
zombies.
and
Just running
asked about
cool.
any John Does.
Ah,
maybe
shit.
but
Damn
none of them
me.
matched Ray's description.
Mm.
They also checked
Mm-mm.
Ray's bank records.
I'm only playing for a little
He
bit.
hadn't used any of his cards.
Oh, well,
since
shit.
he had
Hold on.
disappeared.
I think I just
And as
prestige
days
max
passed,
another one of my
no new
guns.
information and no new updates from police.
Man, don't nobody give a shit.
I do.
Finally,
Hold on real
one
quick.
afternoon, a couple of days after Ray first went missing, she
Oh,
just
no, this shit gotta get the
down. Yeah, she love that
looking
shit.
for any clues
I gotta get
about
it to level
where Ray had
250. It's
gone. And eventually,
crazy. And
when
I'm
she
only
was
at
in that
46.
room
I thought I
where
did
Ray had been
something.
in his computer when Claudia had heard him, you know, swear
Yeah,
into
you
the
thought
phone
you
and
did
bolt
something.
out of the
I
house. In that
thought for
room,
sure
at
I did
Ray's
something.
desk,
Let me see
she
something.
did find something
Yeah,
strange.
you thought. See, that's your
Oh
problem.
my
You thought. You
God.
thought wrong.
Really small.
Yeah, okay, so to get the next skin, I gotta get to
and
level
it was
100 with this
taped
bitch.
to the back of his computer
Oh
monitor.
my
And so
God.
Allison peeled off the tape. She opened
You
up
gotta
the
get to
bag,
level
and she unwrapped the
100.
paper.
Oh,
And
poor
what she found is it
baby.
was a typed letter
That
addressed
gun is-
to, quote,
She's going
brothers
down,
and
it's going
sisters.
down, it's
I'm finna
going
make you burn
down,
my leader.
little bitch.
Of this letter made
Cause I'm a
absolutely
dick
no
her
sense.
down, yeah, she
It
love that
Okay, I
shit.
am live,
secret
so-
society called the Council. It talked about
Chill out.
secrets.
Second
some
of
kind
all,
game.
Fuck that mean?
And it
I'll
also
be right back.
contained
I have to
3
drink.
lists.
You can't be
One
cursing
with
on my
technologies
live.
like Wi-Fi and
Nigga.
There was one with a bunch of movie titles that seemed to be completely random, and also
See?
there was one
Alright,
with
light
names
skin.
of real people.
That's
But
the
they
problem.
included celebrities and also some of Ray's family members. Now, to any random person, this note would have probably looked pretty unhinged, maybe even like a possible manifestation of serious mental illness. But to Allison, it actually didn't read that way. She knew Ray was very interested in conspiracies and secret societies from a creative standpoint. And so after a brief moment of confusion when she first read this thing, she decided, maybe this document was him collecting ideas for a new screenplay. It wouldn't have surprised her at all if he was trying to write a script about the council, whatever that was. But what did surprise Allison was the way this letter was printed, folded up, and then taped to the computer.
Ow, shit.
It just seems
Alright, hold on. Let me see something real
Allison
quick.
actually took the note to the police station and handed it
But,
over to the
I
officer.
know
in
that.
charge
I
of
see
this case.
that.
The officer took it as evidence
Right.
and said they'd be in touch with her about it. But they weren't in touch. And
They
more
buried
days
my
went
aunt
by,
today.
Ray didn't show up, and there were no updates from the police. And
Just
so
mad that I
Allison
wasn't able to be there to see
But
or
then,
be there for
May
it.
22nd, so 6 days after Ray disappeared, Allison was at home when she got her call from her parents. They said they'd been driving around the city looking for Ray, and they had found something.
Do I want to?
BetterHelp is the paid partner
Is my
of
car
today's
locked?
video.
Hold on.
Heaviness in your life doesn't usually announce itself. Typically, it just sort of hits you.
I think,
For example,
damn.
when I left the military and had to reintegrate back into civilian life, that meant I was leaving behind a clear mission, I was leaving behind tight-knit bonds, and an identity that was built on service and purpose.
Damn.
While I was also trying to
Alright,
find
so
my place in a world that felt
yeah, I
very
gotta take it easy this week.
And so this made me carry this really deep emotional weight that I was not expecting. Now, at the time,
Everything
I kinda
is done
told
and
myself
is on
that
me.
feeling, that heaviness inside of me, that it would just sort of pass with time. You know, once I get situated as a civilian, it would just go away. But it didn't. And eventually, I began to wonder, like, why am I still struggling with this? Why do I still feel this really intense weight on me? Well, the reason for that is emotional weight does not just disappear because your life moves on. It stays with you unless you deal with it. That heaviness, it's not like a
What the hell am I
of a
hearing?
failure in your life. In reality, it's just your brain holding on to what at one point
What it
was
sound like?
keeping you safe. Now, if you're feeling this way, having some awareness around this,
I don't know. I
really
hear
helps.
somebody saying,
Untangling it,
what the
getting this
fuck?
weight sort of off your shoulders,
What are you hearing?
often requires someone trained.
oh, you want somebody live?
No,
The
I'm
new
not.
year is not about pretending the past didn't
I'm
happen.
live myself.
It's about finding support that helps you feel lighter moving forward.
I don't see
A
you
great
on.
starting point for
I'm not live
anybody
on
who thinks they
TikTok.
could
I'm
use
live
this type of
on
service
Twitch
is
and
BetterHelp.
YouTube.
With over
But
30,000 licensed therapists,
I have a
you'll
podcast
have
playing
access
in the
to a
background.
diverse
That's what I
community
was
of
doing while I was
professionals
playing
across
zombies.
different specialties, backgrounds, and locations. Click the
Oh.
link in the description
But how do
or
you
go
hear
to
it?
betterhelp.com/MrBallin for 10% off
Did I
your
hear
first
it?
month
Are
and
you
take
in
a
my
step
live or
toward
something?
feeling
What the
lighter
fuck?
in 2026.
No.
So how the hell can
I
you
hear it.
But how?
A few minutes later, Allison skidded into a parking
Cause I
lot
hear
in
it.
downtown Baltimore and parked her
Really?
car right next to her parents'
I
home.
wouldn't just
The
say it.
area was swarming with police officers and news vans.
But
I'm
since
waiting
you
on this
playing-
new daggone.
Crowd, Allison could
How's your
I'm waiting on this new daggone. What you call it? The drop.
What?
Is that new the new mode that they trying to drop?
What mode?
What? No, dead ass African Queen, huh, mama?
What?
Yo, is that? Okay, so that was me hearing something on TikTok. How was I hearing somebody else's live and I wasn't even in that live?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
But now I gotta pause my podcast since you about to play Warzone.
Oh, hold on.
Oh wait, go back, cancel, please, cancel. I didn't set up a loadout.
Nigga, you already have a loadout set.
No, I don't. I prestige.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I said I prestige last night and I haven't been on Warzone since. Alright, we're good to go now. What do you gotta buy a USB for your PS4 controller, Bruce?
Hold on.
So you wasn't even ready.
trying to see if I got a. Oh, alright. Alright. That's fine.
Oh, I just realized you said PS4 controller. Shit. I was literally looking for my PS5 controller. I'm just like, they should be Bluetooth, and you know, Bluetooth capable. So link to the PC.
Literally got upset because I. Okay, we should get upset off of that. Let's see if she finna get some good. Yeah, I was joking with y'all.
Well, see, the problem is, I don't think you understand how to talk to women properly. That's not something we want to hear as a joke.
That's just my thing.
But still, that's not something we want.
Talk
That's
to her
not
like
something we
that.
want to hear as a joke, though. That's not a joke. Like, you're making her seem like a whore.
Oh
That's
my
why everybody's
God.
always getting mad at you when you say shit like that.
Oh my God.
I don't think you
It's
understand.
another one.
No, I don't think you understand.
Here's another one.
Which is why she mad at
Here's
you.
another one.
And she can continue to be mad. Why you need a fat USB? On that note, I need a stand.
Fat USB. Why she gotta be fat?
Shut up, cause ain't nobody talking about somebody.
She had a fat USB.
Exactly.
All I said, why she gotta be fat?
Who is this?
Why the USB gotta be fat?
It Bluetooth, but it needs charging. Oh, you don't have the wireless charger for it? Like one of the little stands like this? It's like a little wireless charging stand or something? Or did mine just come with a whole bunch of shit it was not supposed to come with?
What the fuck?
Like for my PS5 controller, I have a charging stand. I just gotta find it. I got the controller out, but I don't know where the stand is. I should go back to
I
playing
wasn't
with
talking
my
about you.
Oh. I should go back to playing with this thing. Cause the PS.
I was definitely talking about something I was looking at on Facebook.
Freaky ass shit. I know, cause he don't understand that people can hear him. And
He knows that I
that
love
shit
to.
is. He an old head.
I'm not an old head. I still eat booty.
Again, old head. Cause why are you saying this shit on live? Only old heads say shit like that cause they want the attention. Get your shit together.
Actually, I don't. I'd rather not have the attention.
Well, then stop saying the shit.
I don't like attention.
What fucking map is this? Oh.
You do know that I make people's lives fun. I'm going to the waterfall.
Niggas calling you a freaky.
Hip doggy. They're good. Let them call me that. Shit.
Oh fuck, I fucked up.
I love them.
Pick up the gun. Okay, my dumb ass got 2 SMGs, but alright, I'm finna see what happens.
Where you at? Where did you land at?
The same place I always do.
Oh, barn. Come on, baby!
I know I'm headed over to you now, shit.
No, going!
You said no? Bet.
Oh, damn, I tried to fucking hit the zip line as I was free falling up the sky. I thought I could do it. I did it once before. Who this? Who this for me? This blue. Who are you?
Read the names on the screen.
Where is your mother?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on? Oh, no. Got him. Got your mother.
Oh my god, what is this? Bitch.
I don't know. What is it? Wee.
Swapping mags.
Wiggle flaggle, wiggle flaggle. Ooh.
If it wasn't for the fact that we in Warzone, y'all, I promise I would still have a podcast on. I just need to hear. I can't hear with the podcast on.
Yeah, she got old people ears.
No, I can't be having multiple shit playing when I'm listening for footsteps. What do you mean?
Oh, she dyslexic. That's what it is.
No, you just suck. That's why you be. That's why you be sucking. That right there is why you be sucking, because you be trying to do too much.
But I ain't sucking.
Yes, you do.
I don't do that. That's nasty.
You do suck.
No, I don't.
Chewing your folk
I
here.
lick it. I don't suck it. What? Hold on. Where the fuck? Hey, who all got mics besides my my party partner?
Yeah, I'm mic'd up.
Alright, cool. Ooh. God damn.
Now what? Alright, there's people to the left and to the right of us.
Right on.
I got him. I got
damn.
one.
That's an airstrike.
That's 6. Oh shit. Good shit, good shit, good shit.
Why did I start lagging all of a sudden?
Oh! Fucking whore. Somebody probably got a lag switch in the lobby.
No, I spend all day like periodically just lagging no matter what game I'm on. I mean, what matter what mode.
Oh.
Like all those zombies and it started lagging out the blue. Lagging on zombies is crazy. Oh, the aim is not there. What am I doing?
Yeah,
Oh
what are you
my
doing?
word.
'Cause
I don't know what the fuck that was.
I don't know either.
Fuck.
I don't know who needed help with that, but damn. I'm glad I was right there to help shoot.
You did.
Go ahead, Lodi.
Ah, shit.
You finished my kill. Like what?
Nah, your ass was struggling.
I wasn't. Prince, we not about to
You
do
was.
this first of all, cause I'm better than you. I am better than you at this game, so please don't
Your
do this.
your ass was struggling.
Please don't do this
But
like
it's
I'm
alright
not better
though.
than you at this shit. Consistently.
Consistently.
I am consistently better than you at this damn game.
No, you're not.
I am.
Or not. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, I ran out of ammo. And he right here. He in the train.
He's in the train.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the
Alright.
gun I'm talking about,
I'm
Mom.
coming to
I'm about
avenge her
kill him.
death.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
Sure.
Oh,
That's one.
alright.
Oh, you motherfucker.
What happened to avenging my death, bro?
Nigga, I did avenge your death. I killed one of them.
You didn't kill the nigga that killed me. Hey, this Coda
Well.
be fucking shit up.
You win some, you lose some. Oh, going back. I'm a boy.
I wanted my fucking gun back.
Oh, damn.
Oh, fuck.
Nigga didn't even let me get my shit, bro. We lost that one, but we'll get a W next time. Alright, alright. Let's with it? Where we at with it? I gotta figure out what's up with my damn Call of Duty though.
What do you mean?
Shit, load slow and then it's lagging when I fucking join. When I load in. I gotta figure out what the fuck that shit is. I might have to delete Call of Duty and re-download.
Possible.
What's that? Not about to do that shit today.
Do I want to prestige again tonight?
I'm about to prestige.
Where are you at now? What prestige are you on?
Yeah, I'm prestige 5. I haven't played the game in a week.
Oh. I'm halfway through prestige 5.
I'm aware. I'm past these still, but I'm aware.
I say, please don't make me pop one of these XP tokens and pass your ass. What the fuck was that?
I just
Super
wanna
fast, your
know if she's a pretty little whore. 'Cause she drank my soda. And I said I was gonna go to her order. Oh baby, I don't want to know it. Oh my god. Let me see, let me see, let me see. She's live on Twitch and YouTube. Let's see what that looks like.
It's the full screen. You know what Twitch looks like.
Wait a minute. Hey, this is... Oh, that boy is stupid. Desi Banks. Gucci Mane offers $2 million for an artist to sign. What? Offering $2 million to sign an artist to a new label? I take that $2 million. Oh, hold up now. I don't know. Every time somebody join one of his labels, they end up. I don't know. I don't know about all that. I'm going to Control. I'm going to Control.
Congratulations.
I'm finna fire this little. Oh, you mother. Nope, 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 no, 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 nope, 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 nope. Oh,
Why are you making all these weird ass sounds?
Because he was trying to shoot me from the back. He was trying to touch me.
Bro, what the hell is wrong with you?
He was trying to touch me. And I ain't like it.
Oh, what was I doing? Oh, no.
I don't know. What was you doing?
Like,
Oh, my gun right here. Ooh. Ooh. Give me that. Give me that. I need all that. I need all that. Give it to me.
Swapping mags.
Hey, what color you is? Oh, you's a blue. You's a blue. You's a blue person. Let's see. Let's see. You's a blue person. Oh, let me get the RCHD. Ooh, wait. There go my loadout right there. Like I want that.
kill the niggas behind you. How about that?
Hold on, baby. Hold on. I'm
I
about to
have
go
no
get
ammo
these
in
niggas.
anything. I got one of them.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. That was terrible. I have nothing reloaded.
Stupid.
I got my loadout now though, so fuck this.
Bet you'll tell your mother about that one. No, I don't want to. Oh my god.
I don't know what drugs I'm on right now, but I need to stop drinking. No, you didn't.
Oh.
No, you didn't. I should make you revive yourself.
I couldn't revive myself. I did. I died already.
It's 2 in front of us.
Oh shit. Hold on, I gotta plate up. Alright, I'm good.
It's 2 in the front and 2 on the side of us. Damn, why is everybody right here?
I got them both.
Now? No, you didn't.
I got them both. What are you talking about?
The
Thank you
one
for
of them over
finishing
there
my
I
kill.
got. No, one of them over here I got.
Thank you for.
I can tell you
Nah,
that.
I got
for
both
sure.
of
The
these
one that
niggas
was
over
up
here.
here, I knocked. That had on the
Nah,
arm, I
he was
knocked
back
him.
up. He was back up.
What, you reviving himself? Shit.
Yes.
Stop finishing my kills, motherfucker.
It's only because I love you, friend.
Nah, leave me
It's only
alone.
because I love you.
Leave me alone.
No, I can't leave you alone.
Leave me
You and
be.
those pretty little. Listen, why would you want me to do that?
Cause I don't like you no more.
You love me.
No, I don't. I don't
Don't
like you no
lie
more.
like that. You love me. Come
It's
give
a
me
nigga
a
that just
hug.
landed on this roof. Get away from me. It's a nigga in the roof, a nigga
Give
outside
me a
here.
hug. We're loadout. I just seen loadout drop. Ooh.
Why are there so many people just in here?
I don't know.
And he was just laying on the ground. The hell?
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting.
I need Lodi.
Where
We
did
got
it
2
drop at?
Lodis.
Oh, yeah,
Why?
we got 2. There's one over here by me. Come with me. Cause we
What
probably
the fuck
bought
is
one.
using that?
We probably bought one and then the free one fell too.
Definitely about to get into bed soon.
Am I
Tired of
tweaking?
shit. Yes, you're tweaking.
No, there was somebody down here. But it's definitely niggas down here. I've seen them.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Why am I? Yeah, I'm lagging. Prince, turn around you. There's a team landing on you. Oh, behind you.
Loading. Took a shot. Check fire. On your side.
This nigga's that was above me, which is why I jumped down.
Alright. I think my mouth's about to die. That bitch blinking.
Are you playing mouse and keyboard right now?
Nope.
There's box out here.
I don't even know why the fuck you tried that shit.
Shit, I mean, that might explain something.
You're losing ground. Moving.
I was talking about the nigga that just tried to shoot me. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Got to run up on him.
Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
Ooh, plug this shit up.
Swapping mags. Enemy
I'm hungry. I think I want a grilled cheese.
skies.
That's the first time I seen a red light flashing on that jump. Cause I turned the shit off every night.
Well, I mean, if that's the first time it's died, that's a good thing.
Loading.
Prince, where are you? Oh shit, you're gone. This whole time I thought you were green. The entire time.
I don't know why.
Mm.
I'm a pretty color.
Prince behind us. Go ahead and bleed out, bro. Why you do that?
I didn't.
Do it again.
Ah!
Do it again. And watch how you not get another kill tonight.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I always
Do it again and watch how you not get enough kills. Because I promise I will take every kill you get. I promise you I'll take every kill.
You can't.
Wanna bet? Wanna bet? Prince, how much would you like to bet on that?
Always.
How much would you like to bet on that?
Oh shit.
How much would you like to bet on that, Prince?
Thank you. Thank you.
Nah,
Thank you for that
come on.
kill.
It was my kill. What do you mean?
That was my kill.
Check. Don't I got 16 kills now? Because that would have made 16. Double check. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, shut up.
Anyway.
Don't you start with me.
Ooh.
Get ready. Resurgence
I'm on the roof. This nigga's up here.
Oh shit.
Oh, why couldn't I do my finishing move? What? Oh, they're coming to the loadout.
Swapping mags. Mark remaining operators in that squad. Hunt them down.
Oh, level 49.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, finish him. Go ahead, finish him.
That was
Thank
mine.
you.
Thank you. That was mine, stupid.
No. I'm sitting at 19.
Yes. No. I'm sitting at 11. Thank you. Yeah, I pay attention to my shit.
Loading. Stay alert. Something's happening above the AO. Resurgence has been deactivated.
Alright, don't you die no more.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Oh, look
Got
at you
him.
killing him out the sky.
I'm just doing what they do to me.
Homie, what the hell happened?
Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you.
Chris, I'm about to die!
Where the hell are you at?
I found him! I chased him! Oh, I fucking chased him! Don't do what I just did! Don't do what I just did! Why the fuck did I chase this nigga? Why did I chase him? That was so stupid.
I don't know. Don't do it again.
You're in the top 5. Bring home the win. 5 squads still operational with the AO.
Oh shit.
What possessed me to do that? I can't believe
I
I,
don't know.
chased
Don't
this
die.
nigga. I know you ain't talking.
Y'all niggas better not die.
Don't let up now. 3 squads.
Oh, got them both. Fuck you, dummies.
I don't know where I just got shot from, but
The roof of control. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. He shot me clean out the sky. I thought you ended stream. My switch cut off my TV. Oh, no, I'm still here. Oh, no, it's a fucking Nikita. I don't want that.
they right below us.
Yeah. I'm dead. Just
Got
let
his
me
ass.
stay dead. Just let me stay dead. I'm so upset right now. I had a fucking shotgun and didn't know. I had that fucking Nikita. Lord. Oh, somebody else walked back. ahead and finish the game. Y'all got this. Or bring me back if y'all just want to stand there. He's on the roof. He has to come down, but he's right on the roof, on the corner.
Someone call for some support?
Prince behind you.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was good.
Ooh. Yeah, he was already one tap because he was in the gas like an idiot.
I say this might be one of my long streams today. I'm gonna.
Oh Lord.
I've been live for almost 5 hours already. Please hush. Revives and redeploys. You know what? You be clutch.
You said what?
You were clutch. You revive and redeploy.
Who be clutch?
That's what the thing said. Me and the other dude was running gun. It was clutch, and I forgot what the other dude was already.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
Shit. Okay. Shit. I'm almost there.
That was a win. We won that game.
Yeah.
Why didn't my win tracker update? Oh, this shit going.
Because your wind tracker is not a wind tracking.
But it's supposed to. It track my kills are tracked. Why isn't it tracking my wins?
I'm not sure, little baby. I'm not sure.
Don't tell me I gotta reconfigure this thing again.
Yep, you do. Poor Tink Tink. I'm sorry.
I don't got my mental capacity to mess with that thing no more. I'm so tired of it.
God damn.
Let me see where this gun is at, level wise. How far till prestige 2?
Oh, you know what?
Quite some time.
Oh shit. Oh. Ooh wee. Let's see. What does this little purple app look like tonight? Here's a pretty little streamer. Let's see the longevity. Yeah. While we're waiting for her to reconfigure her stuff.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm not gonna play with that. I'm not doing that right now.
Okay, well let's go ahead and get that guy.
It takes too long.
Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and.
sushi so bad. Do I want to order it?
Ow.
I just want the pretty little teapot. Be as comfy. You were shooting at me! Your mom's a whore!
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
You need to leave! What? Alright, what time is it? Oh, it's 12:38. Damn.
Deploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
I'm definitely gonna get off soon. I'm landing at
Hey,
Control.
N3X7T. A big wobbly thank you for joining the wacky crew. You're officially part of the fun circus. A huge shout out to Callu2313. Thanks for the follow. You fabulous feather in our cap. Your support is like confetti in a party. A whimsical thank you to Cascout2K2 4. Your follow is like a cherry on top of our streaming Sunday. Keep the good vibes rolling. A glittering thank you to Justice Living. Your follow is like a rainbow in our streaming sky. Keep shining bright. You fabulous star, a bubbly thanks to Tugralanasoy. Your follow is like finding a surprise donut in a box of ordinary. Keep that sweetness coming. A sprightly shout out to Adash1. Your follow is like a sparkly disco ball at a dance party. Keep grooving with us. A zesty thank you to Adatia99_est. Your follow is like a poppin' balloon at a birthday bash. We're so glad you're here. Let the fun roll. A big old thank you to Common Hearts. Your follow
Keep
is like a warm
sweetness
hug on a
coming
chilly day.
and spread
Let's
those
spread the love.
cheeks.
And keep the good times rolling.
Oh my
A
God,
super
I can't
duper,
hear.
sparkly thanks to Bobby Kari. Your follow is like finding extra fries at the bottom of the bag. Keep the fun alive. A flaming thank you to
follow
its
is like a
friend.
popping
Your follow is
balloon.
like a cozy campfire,
Niggas that-
super warm
five niggas that follow
and
their way.
inviting. Let's blaze new trails together.
Thing that does
A
that.
fluffy thank you to Fewit. Your follow is like sprinkles on a donut, pure joy. Let's sprinkle the fun all over. A big bubbly thanks to LPUSS. Your follow is the confetti to my party. Let's tumble into some streaming shenanigans together. A colossal shout out to Pop766. Your follow is like a high five from a unicorn. Let's sprinkle some pixie dust on the stream.
Your
A glittery
follow is
thank
like
you to Rick
sprinkles on a
Montezin.
donut.
Your follow is like finding a hidden treasure. Let's embark on this adventure together. A spectacular shout out to
Your
Kurem_4K.
follow's like confetti
Thanks
in
for the
my
follow.
party.
You're the cherry on top of this streaming Sunday. Let's have a blast. A whirling dervish of delight for Massacreepy 010.
Your follow is like
Thanks
a
for the
high
follow.
five from a unicorn.
You're like a starburst in a rainy day. Let's ride this streaming roller coaster together. A super duper thank you to Paytansatok's dad. You've just added some extra sparkle to this party. Let's rock the stream to Neon Pink Parkalayan. Your follow is like cotton candy fluff in a fun fair. Let's twirl into an adventure together. A whirl of gratitude to Ali Arena. 1. Your follow is like a surprise party in a party hat. Let's bounce into some fun. A giggly
Who the fuck
thanks to
down?
Miss
They have
Nika
come to get you.
777.
Goddamn.
Your follow is like sprinkles on a cupcake of chaos. Let's spread the
It's
joy.
always nay.
Have a blast together. A bubbly thank you
Ah,
to John
let me get
180. Your follow is like a warm hug from a friendly cloud. Let's float on this streaming adventure together. Big cheers to Fur_cast123. Your follow is like confetti at a llama party, colorful and super fun. Let's make magic happen together. A sparkling shout out to Zeno131
You little whore.
Your follow is like finding extra fries at the
Yasmina,
bottom of the bag.
welcome to the
Delightfully
chat.
unexpected. Let's groove on this stream journey together. A huge, sparkly thank you to Sugar Riam. Your follow is like sprinkles on a cupcake. Sweet. And totally awesome. Let's sprinkle some fun on this streaming adventure.
get that bitch
A
out, nigga.
big, bubbly thank you to
fucking with the right
Karabi
one.
Fish. Your follow is like finding a treasure chest filled with
his
gummy
ass.
bears. Totally sweet. Let's dive into this delightful streaming sea together. Hey, shout out to
Where's the
Schways28.
bitch ass
Your
at?
follow is like finding an extra slice of cake. Absolutely delicious. And surprising. Let's keep this fun rolling. A bouncy thanks to Not Your. Your follow is like discovering a unicorn in a park. Totally magical and unexpected. Let's ride this fun wave
Bitch.
together. A huge sparkly shout out to Ichbindolfa. Your follow is like adding a cherry on top of a sundae. So sweet and delightful. Let's scoop up some fun together. A hop, skip, and jump. Thank you to Bancy10098. Your follow is like a burst of confetti, colorful and full of fun. Let's dance through this streaming journey together. A super duper thank
I
you
ain't
to
did
Cobra
shit.
Cobra Jakong. Lock, your follow is like a double rainbow after a rainstorm. Totally magical
Bro,
and bright.
y'all just gonna let this
Let's
bitch ass
slither
nigga
into
kill me?
fun times together. A dazzling shout out to
Real
Powiscraft.
fucking herd.
Your follow is like a
Nah,
surprise
whoever
dance
that
party
was that
in an
was next to
elevator.
me is a real fucking
Unexpected
herd.
and totally groovy. Let's shake it up
Yeah,
together.
herb-ass
A
nigga.
fabulous shout out to
Oh,
Dameth87.
no.
Your follow is like finding a hidden treasure in a cereal box. Absolutely delightful. Thanks for joining the fun. A big bubbly thank you to Adri0607 for the follow. You're the sprout in my garden of giggles. Let's laugh our way to great adventures together. A funky shout out to Carvacurabule2. Thanks for the follow. You're the jelly to my peanut butter, making this journey stickier and sweeter. A dazzling thank you to 1_Yijit_19 for the follow. You just added a splash of color to my streaming rainbow. Let's paint the town with fun. A super shout out to Cree7 Lacabra 7. Thanks for the follow. You're like a shooting star. Brilliant and rare. Let's light up the night together. A fluffy shout out to Furry Binka. Thanks for the follow. You're like a cozy blanket on a chilly day. Warm and wonderful. Let's snuggle up with some fun. A splendid shout out to Studrl. Thanks for the follow. You're the popcorn in my movie. Snacktacular. Let's enjoy this show together. A sparkling thank you to Dimitri_Roos77 for the follow.
Bro, this bitch
You're the cherry
ass
on top of my
motherfucker.
streaming Sunday. Let's whip up some fun together. A whimsical shout out to Mehed Diddy. Thanks for the follow. You're the spritz of lemon in my water. Refreshingly zesty. Let's kick up some fun. A snazzy shout out to Savex_29. Thanks for the follow. You're like a surprise balloon at a party, full of fun and colorful energy. Let's float into some awesome adventures together. A big bubbly shout out to I Cook San. Thanks for the follow. You're like the cherry on top of this streaming Sunday. Let's scoop up some good times together. A hearty shout out to 123 Thanks for the follow. You're like the secret ingredient in my streaming recipe, making everything tastier. Let's cook up some fun. A zany shout out to You're Very Goofy. Thanks for the follow. You're like the unexpected punchline in a joke, always bringing the
want that bitch
laughs.
ass nigga that killed
Let's
me.
keep the giggles rolling. A wild, wacky shout out to Nosy2.
Get the
Thanks for
fuck outta
follow.
here, bro.
You're like a funky
Ain't
beat
about
in my
that
streaming
bitch.
playlist, making everything groove. Let's dance into fun times together. A quirky shout out to Willery. Thanks for the follow. You're like a shiny star in this streaming galaxy, lighting up the fun. Let's blast off into awesome adventures together. A cheerful shout out to Cirky1X. Thanks for the follow. You're like a surprise cupcake at a party, sweet and delightful. Let's sprinkle some fun together. A delightful shout out to Iamema. Thanks for the follow. You're like the sunbeam peeking through rainy clouds, brightening the day. Let a TRT, let's shine together in this streaming adventure. A fantastic shout out to Mixed_34. Thanks for the follow. You're like the perfect blend in a smoothie. Smooth, sweet, and oh so delicious. Let's blend our vibes and stir up some fun. A zippy shout out to Hunter_696_969. Thanks for the follow. You're like a treasure chest of surprises just waiting to be opened. Let's embark on this adventure together. A dazzling shout out to Dios Plans. Thanks for the follow. You're like a shooting star in the streaming show. Absolutely magical. Let's make some cosmic memories together. A big goofy thank you to JDF Fiera. Your follow is like finding extra fries at the bottom of the bag. Deliciously delightful. Let's keep this fun train rolling. A huge, wacky thank you to RedTech. Your follow is like confetti at a parade. Totally fabulous. Let's dance this streaming jig together. A funky high five to Jerry9144. Thanks for the follow. You're like a cherry on top of an ice cream sundae. Oh, so sweet.
Nigga,
let's swirl into some streaming fun.
Play the goddamn game.
A zany thank you to Albanian Alani. Your follow is like a surprise party in a pie. Unexpected and delightful. Let's keep the good vibes rolling. A super silly shout out to Here Goes a Cool Name. Thanks for the follow. You're cooler than a penguin with sunglasses. Idea, let's rock this streaming adventure together. A whimsical shout out to Green Shadow 721.
Fuck you at?
Thanks for the follow. You're like a rainbow after a rainstorm. Bright and magical.
Stupid.
Let's soar into streaming fun together. A delightful shout out to Vazax. Thanks for the follow. You're like the icing on our streaming cake. Totally sweet. Let's sprinkle some joy into this adventure together.
I don't hear shit,
A
so
frosty,
fun
thank you to As Winter Winds. Your follow is like a cozy blanket on a chilly day. Totally heartwarming. Signed, let's make this streaming journey a whirlwind of joy. A fabulous thank you to Matacosa Text. Your follow is like a surprise donut in a sea of coffee. Utterly delightful. Let's dive into this streaming adventure together. A quirky thank you to Korik337. Your follow is like a pop quiz that's all answers.
Oh, shit.
Absolutely awesome. Let's ace this streaming adventure together. A big thank you. Shout out to Julian Servian23. Your follow just sent confetti flying through the digital skies. Let's keep this party popping together. A whimsical wave to work 44444444444. Your follow is like finding socks on laundry day. Unexpectedly delightful. Let's twirl into fun adventures together. A huge thank you to Yugastuk. Your follow is like a surprise party. Unexpected and filled with joy. Let's make streaming magic together. A zany thank you to Shid Skids. Your follow is a delightful detour on this streaming highway. Let's zoom into fun together. A sparkling thank you to Manic Force. Your follow is like a surprise twist in a plot.
Nah, he up top, he up top, he up top.
Let's glide through this streaming saga together. A dazzling thank you to WPM Emily Glue. Your follow sparkles like a disco ball at a cat party. Let's go through this streaming adventure together. A zippy thank you to Raybolt Dad. Your follow is like finding an extra fry at the bottom of the bag, pure gold. Let's light up this streaming journey together. A sparkly thank you to Yolais. Your follow is like the cherry on top of a sundae. Let's whip up some fun together. A twinkling thank you to Isgultra3. Your follow is like a surprise cupcake. Sweet and totally delightful. Let's sprinkle some fun in our streaming adventures. A funky thank you to Shayat Them. Your follow is like finding a hidden treasure in a cereal box. Let's embark on this streaming adventure together. It's bound to be a blast. Big, boisterous cheers to Penia06. Your follow is like a surprise party popping out of nowhere. Let's bubble up some fun together. Hey, hey, hey! A colossal shout out to Pinesixy. Your follow is the cherry on top of this streaming Sunday. Let's make some whimsical memories together. A zany thank you to Japanese69. Your follow is like confetti in a snowstorm. Unexpected and fabulous. High TE. Let's twirl into streaming adventures together.
Streamy Sunday.
A wacky wave to Cobra One. Your follow is like finding a unicorn in a garden of daisies. Pure magic. Let's stir up a storm of fun together. A wild thank you to Brain_out12. Your follow is like a roller coaster ride of joy. Let's zoom into some fun-filled streaming escapades together. A spectacular shout out to TraxZom1. Your follow is like a surprise pizza delivery, totally awesome, and unexpected Let's slice up some fun together. A zesty thank you to Zakatak
Your follow
9134.
was like a
Your
roller
follow is
coaster
like a double
full of
rainbow on
joy.
a sunny day. Pure joy. Let's ride this wave of fun together. A whimsical thank you to Ufi Dry Ass. Your follow is like sprinkles on a cupcake. Totally sweet and delightful. Let's bounce into some fun together. A zippy thank you to
Your
Lewis
follow was like a
underscore
purple rainbow
Enrique
on a sunny day.
2098.
You can hear it?
Your follow is like finding a golden
I thought you
ticket
couldn't hear
in a
it.
candy bar.
That was
Absolutely
on YouTube.
magical. Let's
Duh.
embark on a fantastic
This shit
journey
is
together.
so
A
annoying.
wiggly
I don't
thank
know how
you
turn it
to
off.
one odd hooligan. Your follow is
Whenever
like
I
a
turn off my
surprise dance
alerts.
party in my living room.
No.
Totally groovy. Let's get this stream hopping with fun together. A glittery shout out to Justin underscore
Let's embark on a
2007
fantastic-
underscore 07. Your follows like finding a ninja in a haystack.
Your
Delightfully
follows like a
surprising.
surprise dance
Let's
party
keep
in
the
my
good
living
vibes
room.
rolling. Big thanks to Linkfire832 for the follow. You're like the cherry on top
And
of
I
this
don't
streaming
know how to turn
Sunday.
this shit
Let's
off
sprinkle
at
some
all.
fun into this chat. A high
Poor
five
little tink
and a
tink.
twirl for methamphetamine. Your follow is like a shooting star, quick and magical. Let's light up this stream together. A bouncy thank you to MVSS underscore 15,018 for the follow. You're the confetti in this streaming fiesta. Let's keep the good times rolling
Like, I'm so
and have a blast
aggravated.
together. Sending a zany thank
Your
you
follow is
to
like a shooting
Soy
stars because
Husos
their follows
for the follow.
continuously coming in.
You're like a
that's why.
surprise pinata.
God,
know,
Full
it's
hard
of
to
so
tell
fun
you.
aggravating.
and laughter.
I don't know
Let's
how to turn
keep
it
rocking
off.
this stream together. A huge wiggly thank you
Poor little
to
tink
Vinayak underscore 07 for the follow. You're the sprightly hop in our streaming
And
room.
the
Let's
thing
bounce
stopped,
into some
and
fun
nobody
times
else is
together.
following. Hey, you
A
just
fiery
followed
thank
me?
you to Mech underscore Blaze 18
Motherfucker. First
for the
of all,
follow. You're like
I
a
thought you
flame
did
in a
follow me.
campfire. Brighter together. Let's blaze through this stream with
What?
fun. A sticky sweet thank you to Sticky
Motherfucker.
Finger
I unfollowed
504
you and followed
for
you
the
like a
follow.
unicorn.
You're
There
like
you go.
honey
Why?
on
This shit's
toast.
already getting on my
So
nerves.
delightful. Let's spread some fun together in this stream. A fluffy
Want
thank
to be
you
pretty
to
rainbow
Zip
like everybody
Pie.
else.
One for the follow. You're like the cookie dough
I
in
don't-
my baking utterly irresistible. Let's cook up some fun together. A big boisterous thank you to Moyo Tamir 12 for the follow. You're like a sparkly unicorn in a field of horses. Totally magical. Let's prance into some fun together. A huge shout out to
$1 million.
Oyoyo Pie Toy for the follow. You're like confetti in a balloon fight. So much fun. Let's float away on a stream of good vibes. A big, bouncy thank
I
you
know,
to
I can't hear you
Jillenback27 for the follow. You're the spritz in my fizzy drink. Let's bubble along this streaming adventure together. A vibrant, zany thank you to the Andres 200 Columbia for the follow. You're like the cherry
I
on
can't
top
hear
of a
you
banana
either. This
split.
shit is so-
Just
I
deliciously
appreciate
awesome.
whatever the fuck
Let's
just
scoop
happened,
up some
but, bro,
fun together. A big goofy thanks to Mr. Kakas for the follow. You're like the punchline to my favorite
I
joke.
can't hear shit.
Totally
Oh, bitch, you
hilarious.
can't tell me that
Let's
shit.
giggle our way through the streaming journey. A sizzling
Don't
shout
tell
out
me
to
I'm
Rafi
cute and I'm
BQ for the
handsome.
follow.
Hey, you want me
You're
to
the
lift that
barbecue
dress up
sauce
and go
mama. Bringing all the flavor,
'Cause I'm gonna
let's
go
grill
pow,
up some
pow,
fun
pow,
times
for
together.
real.
A hearty, quirky
You end
thanks
up
to
with a
Dirox
baby in
for
your
the follow.
stomach.
You're like a sparkly firework in the stream night sky. Totally dazzling. Let's light up this adventure together.
Nigga, I know.
A colorful, whimsical thank you to GM&G Empire for the follow. You're the magic wand in my streaming fairy tale. Let's create some enchanting moments together. A zany, boisterous thank you to MBL Bling
Get the
for
fuck
the follow.
outta here, bro.
You're the glitter in my stream disco. Let's groove to some epic fun together.
Bro, so you mean to tell
A
me?
vibrant,
Are you fucking
wacky
kidding me, bro?
thank you
Estamos
to
negativos. Y sin alterar,
027
patrón.
for
Eso es
the
legal.
follow.
Estamos
You're like
negativos.
the sprightly
This is
confetti
why I
at a
just get
parade.
aggravated.
Let's throw a party on this stream together.
This is why I
a
get
spectacular bubbly
aggravated
thank
every
you to
fucking time with
Boomzaza
this
1,
game,
2,
'cause,
3
like,
wad for the follow.
how the fuck
You're
did
the
this nigga
music
just
to
take
my
me
party
out?
beat. Let's dance through this
Oh, so
streaming journey
easy like
together.
that.
A zany shout out to Pi Seldwistorty for the follow. You're the
Dale, que
icing on my
acuérdate que
streaming
el café
cake.
es diferente,
Let's
porque
sprinkle
de lo
some
que
fun
hicimos
together.
nosotros,
A big wobbling
compañía.
thank you to Burn14NZ for the follow.
Acuérdate-
You're like a surprise
acuérdate
topping on my
que-
pizza of fun. Let's keep
Está
the
bien.
good vibes
Acuérdate,
rolling.
ese-
A wiggly thank you to Aspany for the
Acuérdate.
follow. You're
What
the
are you
jelly
saying,
to my
brother?
peanut butter.
What are you saying,
Spreading
buddy?
happiness
Italian.
everywhere. Let's bounce through this adventure together.
Cluster strike.
A jazzy thanks to Borkosh
Yeah,
Bot
yeah, yeah, tenés
for the
razón.
follow. You're like a funky cat in a top hat.
Yo, what's up, my
strutting
man?
into the party. Let's keep the groove going. A super duper thank you to
What's up, buddy?
Adalinen31 for the follow. You're like a confetti explosion at a surprise party. Let's keep the fun flowing. A cheerful shout out to the guest 47 for the follow.
At this point,
You're like the cherry on top of my streaming Sunday. Let's dive into this fun together. A dazzling thank you to Danani for the follow. You're like the secret sauce on my streaming burger. Let's sizzle together. A whimsical thank you to Jetlag927 for the follow. You're the refreshing breeze in my streaming adventure. Let's take flight together. A funky thank you to Facundo00032 for the follow. You're like the spark in my streaming fireworks. Let's light up this adventure together.
I want that bitch
A
ass
bubbly
nigga to take
thank
my
you to
gun.
Quirosa for the follow.
I want his
You're
bitch
like
ass
the peanut
come back over
butter
here.
to my jelly, making everything way better. Let's spread some fun together. A loud and proud thank you to Lamapi for the follow. You've just turned this party up to 11. Let's keep the good vibes rolling. A big boisterous thank you to Waxy47 for the follow. You just added some extra sparkle to the party. Let's keep the fun rolling together.
Not
A
these
fantastic
motherfuckers left
shout out
us.
of thanks to Emiliano_XDT
Oh,
6427 for the follow. You're like the cherry on top of a sundae,
this shit.
making
Try
this
to go.
stream even sweeter. Let's keep those good vibes rolling. A super duper thank you
I was
to
asking what he was saying.
Sabi2007 for the follow. You've just added a spark to this chaotic carnival.
Nigga,
Let's
I
keep the
fucking
fun
repeated him,
times
then I said,
rolling.
what are you saying?
A big wacky thank you to House of
Yo,
One for the follow.
can y'all hear
You
me?
just turned the stream
No,
into
we
a
can't hear you.
swirling whirlwind of fun.
Yo,
Let's
I'm the
keep
person
spinning
that
together.
killed you, took your
A
gun.
wild
You
and
want
wacky
it?
thank you to No Jag
Are you
for
the
the follow.
devil?
You're like ketchup on a hot dog. Just makes everything better. Let's relish this adventure together. A huge zany thank you to Handy708 for the follow. You're a lifesaver in this goofy ocean of fun. Let's ride the waves of laughter together. A bubbly thank you to
I'm by
Sambario
the
for the
fire
follow.
station. Don't
You're
kill
like
me
a
here.
unicorn
You
in
better
a
come
sea
back.
of horses.
Right here, right here.
Totally magical. Let's sprinkle some
Time to
fun
come back.
together. A super
And I'm
duper
finna kill you.
thank you to
Take
Dr.
my
Bagel
shit.
Zero for the follow.
That's not even mine.
You just hosted this stream with extra flavor. Let's spread the good vibes. And Doughy Delight
He gave my
together.
gun
A
back, so I'm
joyful
good.
shout out to Intypus
That's all I
for the
wanted.
follow. You've just added a whirlwind of fun to the
I gotta
stream.
get rid of this
Let's
fucking
stir
shotgun. I
up
don't
some
know why I
excitement
have
together.
this.
A
Oh,
big bouncy
shit.
thank you to Miss Cake for the
Damn.
follow.
Hold up.
You've just sprung a confetti party into action.
should be getting ready
Let's
to
keep the
stop.
giggles
I
rolling.
don't know what
Oh,
fucking happened
let's
at
crank
this
up the
point.
gratitude machine. Thank you, Bobajek123, for the follow. You're the cherry on top of this wacky Sunday. Keep it quirky and fun. A sparkling thank you to Miguel
Fuck that, just get a man drop.
1619 for the follow. You're
Oh,
officially
damn.
part of the fun circus. Let's juggle some laughs together. A huge
now that I
thanks
know
to
this shit doesn't like this, I'ma turn it off.
ISMGeem59 for the follow. You've just powered up the fun neater. Let's level up the laughter together. A zany thank you to Bjornatau for the follow.
The nigga said,
You just added
"Thank
a
you for the
sprinkle
follow.
of joy to our
Your
wild
follow's like a
adventure.
thumb in a
Let's
nice
keep the
booty
silly
hole."
rolling. A wacky shout out to Sid and Rafik
It's so
for the
fucking
follow.
annoying.
You just thrown a party confetti explosion into the
Now you
mix.
coming back.
Let's dance through the silliness together. A gigantic thank you to Benoit Pala
Why do I
for the
never have
follow.
ammo in my gun?
You've just brought a burst of laughter to the party. Let's
I don't
dive
know.
into the fun together.
Need you to
A
fix
super
that, though.
duper
I'm gonna
thank
solo
you,
it out.
XCX Ruvies fought. XCX Ruvies. Before the follow,
It's only
you've
two
just
of us.
sprinkled some magic into our fun fest. Let's keep the giggles
Oh!
rolling. A triumphant thank you to 8 True for the follow.
Oh,
You've just added
Why
a
would you-
spark of
Ain't
joy
you
to our
left me?
whimsical show.
Really?
Let's
To go
bounce
get
into the
loaded?
fun together. A shout out to
I told
Prophet
you I was going
Tatacram for the follow. You just tossed a
Nigga, you
fantastic
sh-
feather
you-
into our fun cap.
You know what?
Let's take flight into merriment together.
Hey.
Big cheers for
You-
Ergo
you hear me
Official
still?
joining
That
the
wasn't even
party.
my gun. I'm
You're like a
mad.
cherry
Ass.
on top of a sundae.
Ignorant
Let's sprinkle
ass.
some fun together.
That's
a
all I'ma
huge
say.
thank you to
Ignorant
Rhyme
ass.
Team for joining our wild ride. You're the confetti in our celebration. Let's keep the good vibes rolling. Let's give a big round of applause to Lapoga6666 Ra for hitting that
Where the fuck
follow
is
button.
you at?
You're the extra
Man,
sparkle
mad.
in our digital dance. Keep the groove going. A dazzling shout out to Sox K for the follow. You're like a shooting star
Get the fuck
What
out
at
are
our
of
you
here.
doing
streaming
over
stage.
there?
Keep shining bright. A big, joyful thank you to Mitchell_18
I didn't even kill you.
for the
That was
follow.
fucking hurt.
You're the secret ingredient in our
And
streaming
tell him he
smoothie.
didn't even have my
Let's
gun.
blend some fun together. Let's send a big, bubbly shout out
Hey,
to
got this
MX
motherfucker
Riite
shooting
for the
at me.
follow. You're like a rainbow in our digital sky. Keep spreading those good vibes. A huge bouncy thank you
Thanks
to
a lot, Dave, for
Jola
not being near me.
Fan for the follow. You're the sprinkles on our streaming Sunday. Let's make some
nigga,
sweet
you should've
memories
been
together.
right by me.
A gigantic,
No, I shouldn't have.
glittery
You supposed to
thank
be-
you to
Nigga,
Maristate
yes, you should have
10
been. We supposed to
for the
be
follow.
cheek to cheek like
You
two
just
ass
added
cheeks.
a sprinkle of magic to our stream. Let's keep the
You
fun
know I don't
rolling.
play like that.
A marvelous
Nigga.
shout out to Maki Eye
Yeah,
Maskin.
I'm gonna need you to
for
start
the
playing like
follow.
that, cause that's how niggas fucking
You just
stay
added
alive.
a splash of sparkle to our stream.
I stay alive.
Let's make some magical
I'll be with you
moments
when I
together.
die. What do you
A
mean?
toasty thank you to Shikbangman89 for joining the fun. You're the butter on our bread.
Oh, fuck
Let's
that.
spread some joy together. A ginormous thank you to Vladilon for the follow. You're the
Oh my
cherry on
God,
our streaming
bro.
Sunday. Let's sprinkle some fun
There I go
together.
down again.
A big ol' thank you to Goddess Ibana for the follow.
There go
You're
Nate,
like the
not being
sunshine
near
that
me.
makes our stream shine
Nigga,
brighter.
I'm trying- you know what?
Lighty, keep the
Go
good
ahead,
vibes
Diane.
rolling. A super
buy you
duper
that
thank
for
you
me
to
too.
PP Brookhelp for the follow. You're like a cupcake in a world of muffins. Let's keep the fun rising.
I
A
missed
big
all the
bubbly
bullets.
thank you to Julie Ellisco for the follow. You're like confetti in our streaming party. Let's keep this fun train chugging. A sparkly thank you to Toxic Lamp for the follow. You're lighting up this stream like a disco ball. Let's dance into fun together. A zippy thank you to Piloto083 for the follow.
Shorty ain't got
You're
no
soaring
bra in that
high
video.
like a rocket.
Crazy.
Let's blast off into fun together. A happy, bouncy thank you to Ikoja for the follow. You're the secret ingredient in our streaming recipe. Let's cook up some fun together. A super sparkly thank you to Bloomin' Kicks for the follow. You're the cherry on our streaming Sunday. Let's whip up some fun together. A dazzling thank you to Zarkangel23 for the follow. You're like a shooting star in our streaming sky. Let's spread some cosmic fun together.
They is all jumping
A
towards you,
fabulous
Prince
thank you
Run.
to its Dashing for the follow. You're the dash of excitement we needed. Let's zoom into fun together.
It's like two different teams jumping towards
Let's
your
crank
ass.
up the
Bring your
gratitude
ass
machine
over
for
there.
Wakey079. CO, thank you for the follow. You
I don't even know why these
magnificent
bitch ass niggas
beam of
follow me.
sunshine.
It's a bunch
Let's
of different
sprinkle
teams.
Nah,
some
that
fun
bitch ass
together.
motherfucker.
A massive shout
Nah,
out
that
and a big ol'
motherfucker
thank
that's,
you to
that's running
Meredith
the
J.
Tiffany.
Mix for the
That bitch
follow.
been trying to track me
You're
this
the
whole
DJ
time.
to my party,
'Cause she mad that
spinning good
whoever that is
vibes
mad that I killed
everywhere.
her. She was trying-
Let's
she was trying
dance
to
our
fuck me.
way to fun.
And then I killed her
A
again,
burst
and
of
she left.
confetti. And a big thank you to Madile123 for the follow. You're like the cherry on top of this streaming
that.
Sunday.
Chris, go to prison.
Let's make some magic
I'm finna
together.
be on dick
A
now.
hearty thank you to Chris_160872 for the follow. You're like the
Shit,
sprightly
alright, I'm
sprite
over here.
flinging
Now
joy
we can
into
stay
the
together.
stream. Let's dance through this fun adventure together.
Nigga.
A raucous
What?
round of applause and a silly thank you to Malice123 for the follow. You're the jelly bean in this colorful bunch. Let's bounce into some wild fun together. A whimsical wave and
Motherfucker
a
down
big
bottom.
thank you to Targan187 for the follow. You've jumped into this party like a confetti
It really
cannon.
don't help that it is
Let's
too-
bounce to some fun adventures together. A quirky thank you to Intesto for the follow. You've just
Level
added a
50,
sprinkle
baby.
Oh,
of awesome
he
to
got
this
up.
adventure.
That nigga got
Let's
up.
ride the
Fuck.
wave of fun together.
I
A
didn't
cheery
see that.
thank you to Pararar for the follow. You've slid into this stream like a banana peel on a dance floor. Let's boogie together. A bubbly thank you to
guys
Aro
up
Abroto for the follow. You've zipped into this stream like a
Oh,
superhero on a sugar rush. Let's soar into fun together. A joyful thank you
Bro, ain't no
to
way.
Bionum Spisses for the follow. You've dived into this
Where the
stream
motherfucker shoot
like
me
a
from?
daring dolphin. Let's make some waves of fun together. Big thanks and a virtual high five to Tisia Tia quote for the follow. You just jazzed up
Who the
this
fuck
stream
is
like a
kid?
flamingo in a tutu. Let's dance into the fun. A round of applause. And a big
Oh,
thank you
behind
to
me,
Lace
behind me.
GMA for the follow. You just sprinkled some magic
Yeah,
into
you
our
don't like
stream
when
like
people shoot
confetti
you
at a
off.
party.
Hey, bro,
Let the fun
you
begin.
didn't even have
Let's
my
give a
gun.
huge
You
I
lied
thanks
didn't
to
to
shoot
me.
Huge Ink
you.
for the follow. You just added a dash of sparkle
wasn't
to our
me, that was
stream,
her.
like glitter
Don't
in
do
a
that shit.
snowstorm. Welcome aboard this wild ride. A great
Oh,
big thank you
Prince,
to
I just
Fetsubicket
killed
for the
him.
follow. You've just unlocked a treasure
Nigga,
chest
he
of
fucking
fun
killed me.
in this stream. Let's
I know,
sail
I was trying
into
to get
adventure
your
together.
ass.
A colossal
He finished
thank
you.
you.
Nigga, you took
And
too
a
long.
virtual lightsaber salute to GD's for the follow. You just force pushed some
Took too fucking
excitement
long.
into our stream. Let's embark
get you.
on an epic adventure together. A gigantic shout out. And a thank
you
you
better
to
win this
Diffuser Dunn for the follow. You've just tossed a fireball of fun into our stream.
better win it.
Let's
You better
level
get
up
out
the
the fucking-
excitement together. A
Oh,
yeah, you
dazzling
is.
thank
I
you
did.
to Brelzendark for the follow.
Exactly.
You've just painted this stream with colors of fun. Let's make some fantastic memories together. A mega thank you to Shooter4836 for the follow. You've just dropped a big old bag of fun into our stream. Let's shoot for the stars together. A vibrant thank you to BBA_Joel232 for the follow. You've just added a whole new level of sparkle to our stream. Let the fun and laughter roll. A fabulous thank you to Widge0633 for the follow. You've just sprinkled a dash of excitement into our stream. Let's ride this wave of fun together. A big shout out to Super Turnip 121 for the follow. You've just tossed a lovely turnip of joy into our mix. Let's plan some fun together. A huge thank you to Invardaria51 for the follow. You've just beamed a delightful spark into our cosmic party. Let's launch into fun together. Thanks a bunch to Mwit the Great for the follow. You've just popped a cork of excitement in our bubbly stream. Let's toast to the fun ahead. A hearty thank you to Null Gamings for the follow. You've just powered up our stream with a golden star. Let's dive into some pixelated fun together. A big shout out to Lizico for the follow. You've just jazzed up our stream with some extra sparkle. Let's dance into delightful adventures together. A super duper thank you to Bisnaga212 for the follow. You've just sprinkled some extra fun into our stream stew. Let's stir up some good times together. A massive thank you to Big One Balls for the follow. You've just rolled a giant laughter ball into our fun zone. Let's bounce into the good times together. A huge thank you to Stever Dude for the follow. You've just dropped a funky beat into our stream jam. Let's groove into some epic fun together. A huge thank you to Nemhulo14 for the follow. You've just tossed a glittering star into our cosmic party. Let's blast off into fun together. Thanks a million to Sanchez1517 for the follow. You've just added a sprinkle of magic to our stream. Let's dive into the fun together. A flamboyant fanfare for Simple Sid69. Thank you for following. You've just become a shining star in our silly sky. Let's keep the fun rolling. A round of applause. And a quirky thank you to Harry_Chan1 for the follow. You've leaped into our cosmic carnival of fun. Let's juggle some laughs together. A zany thank you to Monka Crawl for the follow. You just added a splash of pizzazz to our stream. Let's twirl through this adventure together. A big, boisterous shout out to Leon2011 Ishawspeed for the fabulous follow. You zoomed into our stream like a rocket on roller skates. Let's blast off into fun together. A whimsical wave and a wacky thank you to bot_Ashfand 123 for the follow. You've just jumped into our zany galaxy of giggles. Let's make some delightful mischief together. A whimsical whoosh. And a hearty thanks to Bigski_0362 for the follow. You've just sprinkled some stardust on our stream. Let's soar through the fun together. A nutty nod and a quirky thank you to UniqueNameVI for the follow. You've just added a splash of color to our stream party. Let's twirl into the fun together. A funky high five. And a thank you to Educalculf2 for hopping on board. You've just added a dash of sparkle to this wild ride. Let's sail into silliness together. A bubbly thank you to Onanoim12 for the follow. You've just added a sprinkle of magic to our stream. Let's stop.
Wait, is it? I figured it out. It was the AI. Oh my god, this whole time it was the AI. I forgot I had the AI shit on. Oh my god.
I forgot she had a daughter back in 2023. That motherfucker went from doing OnlyFans to having a baby.
I forgot I had. Hey, everybody that's still in here. I forgot I had AI on, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I forgot. Damn.
Because I enabled the AI thing. You ain't hear it just saying naming out everybody that followed me. It was naming them all, which was crazy. Like, it was just doing way too much. And it was talking. It was saying thank you for the follow. And it was just making up random little sentences and shit. And it was insane. I couldn't even hear the game. Like, especially when it first happened. It was just a repeated. Right, Bruce? Finally. This shit. Oh, Prince, go in there and type something too real quick. Because I think I need to have, so I can reach affiliate, I think on 3 different days, I think I need to have 3 different people typing in the chat. I think that's what it is. I'm about to look.
You don't know how to check that shit?
I'm about to look. Damn. I don't remember
I'm
how to
already
do it.
affiliate. I need to start going back live on there.
I'm not yet, and I've been trying to get there. I don't remember how to do it.
I don't think we'll get it, Brandon.
Yo.
Okay.
Oh, and somebody subscribed to me. Oh no, that happened yesterday. Somebody actually subscribed. Somebody came in and gifted a sub yesterday.
Nigga, if you got subscribers, you should already be affiliate. The fuck?
No, they can subscribe. I just not gonna get paid out for it until I reach subscriber status. I mean, until I reach affiliate status. I was looking at that as soon as I saw that. I said, all right, how the fuck do I get paid?
Chick, man.
I know, worried about these hoes. Go in there and comment.
I don't know who the fuck a hoe is, but
me either. But
check
go in there and
something out
comment.
on Twitch. Nope. Let me check my shit on Twitch, bitch. Yeah.
I don't remember how the fuck to change it.
Oh shit.
It's telling me to set a new follower goal. Okay, I'm gonna make it 1,000 now.
Turn your ass the fuck off, cause who the fuck is you, my nigga? Let me see
I don't remember
something.
how to overview. Oh no, I gotta look at the analytics, I think.
Social badge. Your social
There it
media
is,
posts. You can earn a chat badge. Wait, you can now earn chat badges.
Okay, so
where
no,
you
I
share
need a
clips from
minimum
your
of 3 viewers on 4 different
favorite
days.
streamers off
That
of
can happen.
Twitch. Simply submit your social posts from
I don't even need
Instagram,
to comment
TikTok, or
right now.
YouTube.
But he can still go in there and comment because I do need to have 5 people chatting at the same time in the chat, so you can still go in there and comment. We on a grind, nigga. Right? What she said, we on a grind, nigga. Okay, so I need on 4 different days, I need a minimum of 3 viewers. I can do that. I actually just gotta be live longer. Because some of you were asking me when I'm gonna go live. I already got that. Right now, I have that. And then tomorrow I can do the same. Alright, Prince, I'm ready for the next game.
Hold on.
I finally got that sound to stop. Thank you, Lord.
Ooh, god damn, that just hurt my eyes.
Re-enable the AI. No, I don't even know if I want to do that because I'm scared it's gonna happen again. I'm scared. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep that disabled. Cause I don't know whatever the fuck happened, but that was scary.
You made it. You're all set for the action. Ah, boy.
This thing be
I'm
capping.
still affiliate on that hoe.
Start the next game. We
Hold
won
on,
2
I'm checking
games.
my
Why
affiliate
ain't this
shit, boy.
shit change?
Stream together. Dream together.
Yes, you can stream
Name
together now
brother.
from here. Like you can on TikTok, you can do the same thing on here.
Girl, anybody ask you? No,
Start the next game before I have to cuss you out.
like that.
All right.
I like that. That sounds so good.
I hate you with a passion, goddammit.
Curse me out. It make my nipples hot not to play.
What is wrong with you, Red? Are you going live on TikTok at all this weekend? Well,
No,
shit,
no.
weekend's over. But yay!
Much has been said about my name.
Alright. Damn, I should have been live on TikTok too. Probably could have got more followers on TikTok.
Damn, it's a lot of players that don't want to play in San Francisco no more.
Why?
Guess the broken trust with the team.
Oh, Ty.
Niggas is ass.
Pull up. We gonna take one.
Oh, that's your ass. Oh, no, that's okay. That teammate. My bad, teammate. I'm just shooting that random nigga. You feel me? I'm busting by.
Oh, we got a team this time?
We got a team. Oh, niggas. Don't let them kill you.
Oh, Todd, you didn't send me picture. Send me a picture of your chair. You said merch.
Send me a picture of your chair.
Oh, so Chris, did you see my chair? I got a new gaming chair too. Look.
This nigga finally got a gaming chair.
I got one.
Niggas know that it's not fair, but I don't want to see them chairs. They don't look like they be paired.
Guess what? And mine vibrate.
Resurgence.
The lumbar support part vibrates, and that shit feels amazing.
Kill to bring them back faster.
I don't give a fuck nigga.
Don't be a hater, fuck nigga. Don't be a hater your whole life, please.
I don't give a fuck nigga.
Don't be a hater your entire existence. Be a real nigga.
I ain't a hater, fuck nigga. I'm a real nigga.
Nah, I'm about to see you how they did. No.
Damn, I don't see my gun over here. Ooh, I see one of my guns. Yippee.
Well, I don't know. This don't even make sense to run around with. Hey.
What's that? Oh, give me that. Yeah. Give me that. Yeah. Ooh. When I first saw you, I said I wanted to slurp on your pinky toe, cause it looks so cute.
You say hee hee.
I wanna know who that bitch is standing right next to you. Ooh, ooh. Look at me, look at me. That hoe sitting on top of my game.
I thought that was you that died, and I was gonna be very like, that's what the fuck you get. But it wasn't.
Oh
you.
no, wait.
And now I can't say that's what the fuck you get. But teammate. Hey.
That's what the fuck you get.
No. You're not gonna do teammate like that.
She said that's what the fuck you get,
teammate. We're not gonna do teammate, because he's not getting on my nerves.
Hey, teammate, he that's what you get, partner. That was you.
He's not getting on my nerves. Your ass is. Whatever reason I'm shooting with this little ass pistol is crazy.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Didn't I just see another nigga right here? There is. Prince, where you at? Oh my god, it's like 4 of them over here. It's another one on the roof. And another one landing in.
Oh shit! Whew. I had to get one of those. God damn. Boy. They were trying to get me cleated. They were trying to get me cleated.
Oh my god, Prince, above me.
You just got the motherfucker.
I was scared. It's another one somewhere. I hear him.
I was scared. Oh my gosh.
On the roof.
Got him.
Oh, I got him. Another one behind us.
Nigga, I got him.
Oh, because there's orange on my screen. That means I got it.
Okay, nigga, I'm gonna let you just think. You like my dad in this. Y'all two is 2 peas in the pot. Y'all don't know when the hell y'all get a kill.
Oh, I do. That was you.
No, you don't.
I don't know.
You and him both be like, that was my kill. No, I pay attention to who dropped the damn name. Who name drops next to the body.
What is shooting?
There we go. Now I should be alright. Oh shit! Fuck this bitch that nigga shoot me from? He up top, he up top, he up top.
Go kill him.
Mark remaining operators.
Talking all that
I
shit.
don't see where the fuck he at.
This nigga's behind me, in front of me, everywhere.
Oh shit, where the fuck am I getting shit? Oh, I see.
Got shot
Bitch.
from behind too.
Fucking shooting me. I just got him.
No, one back here. I had to run away because I had no plates.
Oh shit.
Oh no, he up on the hill.
Hold on.
There's two of them up there.
Yeah.
Fuck popped him. Oh.
I did.
Did you get the other one?
Got him now. Ooh, thank you for your contribution.
You're welcome for that one.
I want to talk about you. Ooh.
I want my loadout.
Do I want to
Fuck
keep the
this.
sniper rifle? Or do I want this? Fuck.
What you hee-heeing for, Bruce?
Who the fuck is Lodi? We want to get Lodi.
I already got it.
Oh!
Bro, where is my aim?
Changing mag.
Oh my god, are you?
Hunt down the rest of them. Enemy
Bro,
soldier incoming.
that's fucking.
What am I
Bro, to
doing?
the fucking right. Oh my gosh. Nigga. Nah, your aim was just ass on that. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
I'm talking about what I'm stuck on.
I'm talking about how the fuck you didn't get that kill.
Which one? Oh, the one that was falling from the sky? Yeah.
No, nigga, the one that fucking just killed me and he fucking was shooting at you and your ass just like.
I
didn't do
killed
shit.
everybody that I just came in contact with, so it couldn't have been me next to you. Everybody I was in contact with, I just killed. And I wasn't next to you when you died.
Swapping mags.
Alright, I got my shit back.
Into the area. Watch the sky.
Oh, he went back to pick up his guns. That's what he did. Okay. Got you, folks.
Changing mag.
On
I
phone
haven't
and
pressed
grave.
my Maddox. Oh, somebody just threw something at me. I don't know where it came from though.
Somebody back here.
Prince on the roof.
On the roof, where, nigga?
Up here.
We've located the rest of them.
Are you laughing at my aim, Bruce? 'Cause I'm laughing at my own aim at this point. I don't know what the hell I got going on today.
Loading. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
Oh, I got that already.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
No, he didn't just land in the water.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map.
There's another
Get
one over
hunting.
here somewhere.
Your squad's in the safe zone.
What the fuck? I almost died by a helicopter.
Use your attack map.
Damn, somebody tried to kill you with a chopper?
Nah, I landed. I mean, how am I getting shot from?
Behind us. Up on the hill.
Mark remaining operators from that squad.
I'm lagging bad as fuck now. What just happened?
Down to 10. Win this thing. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
There's somebody else over here.
Enemy hunters to take it out. We're in the clear.
Why are there so many people around us? What the hell is happening? Oh my god. I don't know where I'm getting hit from.
More than likely from on top of prison somewhere. Oh shit! Nigga, pick me up. What the
Where are
hell?
you at? My bad. I was trying to steal his specialist. Nah, I was trying to steal his specialist.
Enemy soldier incoming.
He had specials, so I was trying to take it. I'm on it. I'm headed up.
Only 4 remain. Finish the job.
It's only one squad left.
Operational in the AO.
Oh, we need to get Miranda. There's somebody down here, Prince. Woo!
Changing mag.
They put a cluster on me. Oh, it's niggas everywhere. They on the roof, they on the ground, they everywhere.
What the fuck?
I got the cluster kill me.
Shit.
Oh, appreciate you, bro.
Buy back, yellow. Buy back again. Before you put that down, buy back.
Oh my god, I tried!
I just told this nigga put this before he put that down, buy back.
Bro, get me! Get me! One person get me, one person shoot. That's how we do this.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now. To the end
He's
of the
on the
line,
roof.
squad.
He's on the roof of prison.
Stay alert.
I need him to be up there. I need him to be up there.
You're in the last.
What the
I
fuck?
pinged him. I live pinged him. Somebody get him. Oh, it's another nigga down there on the ground.
Nah, I got shot out the sky. Alright, this is 130. This is 130.
God, you still in here?
Fuck.
Damn, I can't believe that. At least we won, what, 2 matches tonight. I don't know why my counter ain't counting the first match. I think it's only counting the first matches.
I don't know, nigga. I don't know. Oh. Excuse me. Come on. Oh, me. Tired of shit. Up all day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit. I've been up all day.
Well, I was just saying, you're not the fuck, nigga. Damn, I was just asking.
Just saying. I'm gonna do one more and that's it. Fuck. One more. This is my last one. Definitely get the fuck.
Oh, I had it already, so camo is on
it. Hey, baby. What? Need more subscribers on YouTube.
So do I. That's what I need.
I think I might just.
I
think I might just start. I'm gonna start just blogging shit on a random.
You should.
Posting.
I think I'm only at like 80 something on YouTube. Let me see. Oh no, I'm at 160.
I'm gonna start when I get off the train at work. I'm gonna start blogging me walking to the down, just moseying down. Make sure y'all say happy birthday. Say happy birthday to the birthday bitch.
One time for the birthday, it's your birthday.
Ah, shit. Nigga, I don't know. Nigga, I was just, the shit was, man. Oh my lord. Yeah, I shouldn't have got on Twitter right now. That was the wrong decision. You wild as shit for that. She knows she shouldn't have did that shit. Yeah.
Enemies dropping into
Look
the
at
AO.
this. Yeah, let me get off Twitter. I can't.
We're deploying to the
This is
war
gonna
zone.
distract me.
You better get your ass on.
If y'all ain't following me on Space Hey, follow me on the new MySpace.
The fuck is Space Hey now?
Nigga, I don't know. It's the new MySpace. It's been out for like 5 years.
Stay alive.
It's basically a retro. It's a retro app that looks just like MySpace. I don't know. Shit. Probably.
If you are, how you gonna have people follow you on it if you don't even know? Are you on it or not?
I'm on it right now. I got my profile open. I just loaded it up real quick.
Do you have your top 8 on there or not?
What the fuck is top 8?
You don't remember?
I don't even. You know I don't remember that shit, right?
It was never on MySpace. You don't know
Actually, I
top 8,
was.
It was never on MySpace.
I just don't remember the top 8 shit. Like,
Enemies are dropping into the area.
you forget how long ago that shit was?
I know how long ago that was. Yeah, I still
Exactly,
know who my top
so
8 were.
that's nice for you. Glad you know. I locked myself out of my goddamn my original MySpace page.
Oh, I don't get on MySpace anymore. I just know who my top 8 are.
I'm mad I did that shit, cause why the fuck? Oh shit. You bitch. Where you shooting me from? Where? Oh nah.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I just landed somewhere. How did he just fly in from the fucking ocean?
Down. Kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
She's not dead. Oh, it's people behind the fence.
I'm already taking out motherfuckers.
I'm talking about the two niggas behind us and the helicopter that's landed back there.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Thank you.
Guys.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Buddy. I only got 4 minutes. Say what I wanna say. Stay. Yeah, this my chair is kind of firm. I gotta get a little plus. Need to get a plus thingy. Get it.
And mine came with a little back.
I'm gonna get.
Enemy changing mag. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Ooh.
Telling people, baby, just kill it.
Target down. Marking
Hold
the
on.
swapping mag.
And they keep coming.
I'm making the rest of them.
He's got one.
Loading.
There's still somebody over here.
I got one that's in the water. In the water.
Changing mag.
Oh, he don't.
Trying to figure out where the fuck that nigga went.
Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Hold on. One. Oh shit! The steps. The steps. The steps. Motherfucker. You too worried about the motherfuckers in the water. It's a nigga on the steps that just took me out.
Oh my god, my aim is X.
Yes, it is.
Changing mag.
Yeah.
Destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
The homie got him. The homie got him.
Dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I was definitely really like pressed about finding that nigga in the water. And I don't know why.
Yeah, and I need you to stop doing it.
Mark
I
remaining
need
operators
to.
in that squad. Hunt them down.
Where is they coming from?
You know what? I didn't do this at all. I haven't done this not near match.
Then what?
Ah, they gave me a fucking bronze key card this time. Yeah.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Dropped on you.
Enemy destroyed.
No, it's like 3 down here.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
You get flabbergasted all quick.
Better than ever. Swapping mags.
Because I didn't expect to die. I just took all of them out and died. Like, what?
Get hunted. Mark remaining
Right,
operators
people were
in
just
that
over here?
squad. Hunt them down. Kill confirmed.
Yeah, I have that
We've
skin.
located the rest of them.
Yeah, I about to say you should have just fucking gave the fuck up.
Stun grenade!
There's another nigga over here. There he is. There's
Good
another
kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunted.
You know what? Fuck this gun. I want the Red 46.
I'm using the Raiden 45. This bitch fire.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Red 46 better than that.
I've already maxed out my Red 46. At this point, I'm just maxing out.
Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
There's somebody else behind me.
Damn it! I ran up on niggas. Fuck!
Target down. Marking the rest.
There's no way my aim is that bad right now.
Mark remaining
To this.
squad mate is redeployed.
Who said yes
Enemy
it is?
destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Bitch, fuck you.
Changing mag.
I'm lagging bad as fuck. God damn.
I see Lodi right there.
There's somebody this way.
I'm about to get that nigga too, cause that motherfucker just took me out.
Stop your worrying, I got
Prince, kill the nigga across me.
Got his bitch ass already. Sit your bitch ass down, ho.
I need you to kill niggas while at least while I revive shit.
Oh shit, no, no. My shit.
Enemy UAV
Where am I getting hit from? Fuck, I don't know.
Enemy soldier incoming. Loading.
Prince, this nigga's behind us and in front of us.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
And this nigga's headed to the boat.
Put that bitch ass head to the boat. Oh shit. I ain't got no fucking what you call it.
Enemy destroyed.
Oh!
Attack map to hunt down the rest of them.
Oh, they fucking me up! Prince, where you at?
Oh my god.
Deactivated. This is the
Please tell me you're coming back.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Your squad mates back on station.
Oh, the loadout right here. I'm getting my fucking loadout. Woo! This nigga's about to load out. It's the whole team.
You think?
No, I don't think it's the whole team. I'm stuck. They up here. He
I
ran
just
inside.
took one nigga out. I just took a nigga out.
The other one ran inside.
Your squad made it to the safe
Inside
zone.
down here.
Gas is closing in.
I ain't finna chase him. That's crazy. That don't even make sense. That is the most not logical thing I could ever do.
Yeah, you think? Oh yeah, let me get that. Two niggas up here.
Behind us.
Alright, y'all clutch that.
Friends, what you mean? Did you give up?
Nah, he killed me. Nigga shot me in the back with a rare 46.
Alright, teammate. Do we know where they're at? Because I was getting somewhere.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up.
Up top. I mean, nigga really could have went and bought me back for real, for real. Buy station is still open.
Where is it at?
At the bottom of the fucking hill.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Alright, you're back. Don't you dare die.
I'm going to get my fucking loadout.
I'm going to the top.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
How many people got bought back?
Enemy mark.
There's no way.
I shot one out the sky.
Alright, the same nigga I was shooting.
Fuck, bro. This bitch ass nigga. Told you that nigga, he running with a fucking. This dude running with a fucking. He running with a red 45 or something else.
Tell me where he's at.
He's inside the prison, but he's aimbotting.
Ranger, he up here.
Flanking here.
Oh, that's game.
Good shit.
That's game. You did that, bro. You did that.
The nigga was aimbotting though.
King Slayer. I see why you got your name, bro.
I'm fucking tired. What the fuck time is it? It's 1:47.
It's 12:37 for me. I think I might run a couple more rounds of zombies and then get off. Since you're getting off. That was fun.
You have fun with that.
Be ready tomorrow?
Yes. Why else would I be getting off?
I don't know, because you're tired. You said you were tired. That don't mean you had to work tomorrow.
Yes, I have to work.
Well, okay.
Shortness.
Have a good day at work tomorrow. If you want to play tomorrow, I may be on.
You may be on like you gotta work.
I technically do have a shoot tomorrow. So technically I gotta work tomorrow.
Ooh. Oh shit. My body is sore. Yep, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Alright, good night. Have fun. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Oh my gosh, you guys. Did I do this? Oh, is he on?
Finally. And why would black and minority people travel to Dubai?
Because we slow. Alright, I'm gonna end this live for a little while. I've been live for 6 hours. I'll be back probably a little later because I'm not tired.